Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. And I give the call to the honourable member for Macquarie. Order. The member will resume her seat for a moment, just until broadcasting is working. And I give the call to the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the third report of the Petitions Committee for the 47th Parliament, together with 50 petitions and 18 ministerial responses to petitions previously presented. This presentation includes several large petitions that draw attention to recent events in Iran and request the Australian government to take action in response. Clearly, this issue has been a matter of concern within Australia and around the world. For the petitioning process, petitions that attract interest from overseas can pose a challenge. The standing orders require that all signatories to petitions are either citizens or residents of Australia. To sign a petition, either in paper or via our website, a signatory has to declare that they are a citizen or resident of Australia. In its inquiry in the last Parliament into petitioning security and accessibility, the previous committee considered how best to enforce this requirement. The inquiry looked at whether more active identity verification methods should be introduced, such as cross-checking with official records like the Electoral roll. After consideration, the committee decided that using additional verification would unreasonably limit accessibility. The committee's view was self-declaration was the right balance between compliance and allowing anyone who wishes to petition the Parliament to easily do so. Mr Speaker, on occasion the committee will report to the House on petitions that may have some invalid signatures. One way of testing this is by reviewing the IP addresses of signatories. This is not a fail-safe method, as you can be a citizen or resident of Australia and be overseas, or in Australia and using a private network. In the case of the petitions presented today, there is an unusually high number of non-Australian IP addresses. Despite this, after consideration, the committee is satisfied that there is a genuine intention to petition, that most of the signatures are compliant and that the matters raised in the petitions warrant a ministerial response. However, the committee would like to draw the attention of the House to the possibility of non-compliant signatures and will continue to monitor this in the future. I'd also like to note that present in the chamber are the members for Bennelong, Kooyong and Menzies, who all have a deep interest in the petition on the events in Iran that I'm tabling today.
I present the report. I'll call the clerk, sorry.
Committee and Delegation business, presentation of statements number 1 in relation to the Australian Parliamentary Delegation.
I present the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation to the 150th Inter-Parliamentary Union Assembly held in Kigali, Rwanda from the 11th of October to the 15th of October 2022. I am pleased to present the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation that participated in the 145th Inter-Parliamentary Union Assembly held in Kigali from the 11th of October to the 15th of October. It was a great honour and privilege to lead this delegation. Travelling alongside me as part of the Australian delegation was Senator the Honourable Linda Reynolds, CSC, the member for Leichhardt, the Honourable Warren Ench, Senator Fatima Payman and the member for Robertson, Dr Gordon Reid. This delegation reflected the diversity of the 47th Parliament, which is fundamental and in line with the overall theme of the Assembly: gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers for a more resilient and peaceful world. All members of the delegation played an active and vital role at various proceedings of the Assembly. The delegation attended the formal sessions and participated in the Governing Council. The delegation also participated in meetings of the Asia-Pacific and 12+ geopolitical groups, as well as the Forum of Women Parliamentarians and the various standing committees. During the Assembly, I contributed to the general debate on the topic: gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers for a more resilient and peaceful world. I drew attention to the reforms underway within the Australian Parliament and how we are working towards a safer, more supporting and gender-sensitive workplace. I stated that we have an obligation as the Australian Parliament and a workplace to ensure our working environment is respectful and allows parliamentarians and those who support them to perform at their best on behalf of the nation. I also participated in the emergency item on the condemnation of the invasion of Ukraine and of the subsequent annexation of territories in defence of the territorial integrity of all states. Senator Payman made her contribution as a young parliamentarian on behalf of the Australian delegation. She spoke of the importance of addressing the barriers that prevent young women from recognising politics as a legitimate career option. The delegation participated in all meetings of the two geopolitical groups that Australia is a member of, the Asia-Pacific Group and the 12+ Group. During the consideration of the emergency item in the 12+ Group, Senator Reynolds and I contributed to the debate, voicing our strong support for the solidarity with Ukraine. The group also considered a proposal prepared by the Swiss delegation to improve the implementation of IPU resolutions. I congratulate and thank Senator Reynolds, who will serve on a task force with Switzerland to consider and advance the proposal. Australia put forward a proposal regarding measures to combat orphan trafficking and tourism, which was accepted for consideration by the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights. This proposal will be put forward as a resolution to the committee for debate at the 146th IPU Assembly in Bahrain in March 2023 and for subsequent adoption of the 140th Assembly in October 2023. The Forum of Young Parliamentarians met to receive an update on youth participating nationally and internationally. Senator Payman, the 5th youngest senator in Australian history and the youngest in the current parliament, made the "I Say Yes to Youth in Parliament" pledge, along with myself and other members of the delegation. One of the benefits of the assemblies is that it provides an opportunity for Australian parliamentarians to meet their international colleagues in both formal and informal settings. It offers a unique opportunity for delegations and individual parliamentarians to discuss issues of mutual interest, to develop an understanding of different parliamentary models and to strengthen parliament-to-parliament relationships. For these reasons, during our time at the Assembly, the Australian delegation met with delegations from New Zealand, Fiji, Timor-Leste, Canada and Britain. We also held bilateral meetings with delegations from Afghanistan, Georgia and Serbia. On behalf of the Australian delegation, I'd now like to make a few acknowledgements. Firstly, the support provided by Mr Dominic Vijay at the Australian High Commission in Nairobi, Kenya. Secondly, the work of the staff of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in Canberra, who provide background briefing materials, including Mr Greg Clemon and Ms Jennifer Crouch, who coordinated the provision of the materials. I extend the thanks to the Parliamentary Library, who also provided important briefing materials to the delegation, which were extremely helpful and informative. I acknowledge the work of Mr Nigel Brew and his colleagues at the Parliamentary Library for providing this material and thank them for it. The delegation deeply appreciated the assistance and support of the International and Parliamentary Relations Office, with Ms Alicia Westgate and Ms Kim Bullman deserving special mention for their tireless efforts to arrange travel and accommodation. Finally, the delegation would like to acknowledge and thank Ms Tony Matalik and Dr Jane Thompson from the Department of the Senate Clerk Assistant Committees, who served as Delegation Secretary for this delegation. I commend the report to the House. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 1, Fuel and Vehicle Standards Legislation Amendment, Reducing Vehicle Pollution Bill 2022.
And I give the call to the member for North Sydney.
I present the Fuel and Vehicle Standards Legislation Amendment, Reducing Vehicle Pollution Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum. Thank you.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to fuel quality standards and road vehicle standards and for related purposes.
Call the member for North Sydney.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Fuel and Vehicle Standards Legislation Amendment, Reducing Vehicle Pollution Bill 2022 that I am introducing today legislates much-needed standards to improve the quality of cars on our roads, reduce transport emissions and help bring down fuel costs for Australian motorists. Now, some of you may know I am a mechanic's daughter who grew up around engines in the small town of Coonabarabran. My first car was a 1969 Toyota Corolla Sprinter, which I brought in 1986 for $500 and rebuilt with my dad. I loved that car, but I find it truly concerning that under current regulations, it's still on the road today. But this is the reality of the car market and consumer behaviour. It is currently estimated that there are over 20 million motor vehicles in Australia that are powered by internal combustion engines. Even with the rapid acceleration towards the uptake of electric vehicles, millions of Australians will be driving petrol cars on our roads for many years to come. We need to make these engines as clean, efficient and cost-effective as we can for our community and our motorists. North Sydney is home to one of the most polluted stretches of road in the country. Internal combustion engines driving on the motorway that runs from my community produce noxious emissions, with particulate matter, carbon monoxide and oxides of sulphur and nitrogen, and these emissions are making us sick. This pollution can cause heart and lung disease and cancer, with an estimated 620 Australians having died in 2015 because of transport-related air pollution. This is nearly twice the number of people who tragically died on New South Wales roads at the same time. According to a recent report, Cleaner and Safer Roads for New South Wales, emissions from internal combustion engine vehicles in the Sydney, Newcastle and Wollongong area alone create $3 billion in health costs every year. 52% of that pollution comes from exhaust emissions, while the remainder comes from non-exhaust emissions such as tyre and brake wear. Children are especially sensitive to air pollution due to their immature capacity to detoxify a pollutant load. Vehicle pollution is particularly significant when it comes to children's asthma, with children living within 75 metres of a major road having a 29% increased risk of lifetime asthma. We often see schools built on main roads to increase accessibility, increasing exposure to asthma risk factors. These health issues and ultimately these deaths by tailpipe emissions are completely avoidable. Our inadequate regulation of fuel quality is not only a health risk for our communities, but has also turned Australia into what car manufacturers have described as a dumping ground for old cars. Compared to our international peers, we are driving less efficient cars, which are running on less efficient fuel, which in turn means that households have to buy more petrol to get from A to B. In 2016, the Turnbull government's Ministerial Forum on Vehicle Emissions found that adopting Euro 6 standards would have saved the average Australian household over $500 a year in petrol costs, potential savings that would be even greater today, Mr Speaker, given current petrol prices. Improving our fuel quality is an incredibly important lever in bringing down carbon emissions for our transport sector, given internal combustion engines still comprise 99.7% of all Australian road traffic. Light vehicles account for around 11% of Australia's greenhouse gas emissions. Change is long overdue. Vehicles that meet a higher air pollution standard, referred to as a Euro level, produce less air pollutants than equivalent vehicles meeting a lower standard. This bill will update the Fuel Quality Standards Act 2000 and the Fuel Quality Standards Regulation 2019 to bring these in line with Euro 6D, so that petrol in Australia has no more than 10 parts per million of sulphur and 35% aromatics by 2024. At the same time, the bill will also update Australian Design Rule 79/804 to require light vehicles to meet Euro 6D standards, with changes coming into effect immediately for diesel vehicles and around 2024 and 2025 for petrol cars. This is a realistic timeframe that pushes car makers to bring modern, more efficient vehicles to the Australian market when we have the fuel to support them. Euro 6D is already used by 80% of the car market globally. Without it, Australians currently put up with some of the dirtiest petrol in the world, with up to 15 times the levels of cancerous sulphur than in Europe and Japan. As we all know, technology is constantly improving, and that's why it's also important to have the legislation provide a lockstep mechanism with the world's best standards to ensure Australia remains internationally competitive. We don't want to be left behind again when the world starts moving to Euro 7 standards in 2025. Together, these changes will improve the fuel economy of all new and existing internal combustion engine vehicles in Australia. While I have tabled this as a private member's bill on behalf of the people of North Sydney, it has been designed to support changes that the wider Australian public and many in this chamber have actually already said they want to see. Some members of the opposition will have also been part of the 2015 Ministerial Forum on Vehicle Emissions, which also considered introducing fuel efficiency standards and Euro 6. I look forward to hearing your thoughts on this bill and working together constructively towards progress. Overall, this is a pragmatic and effective way for Australia to clean up our cars. We're improving the quality of fuel that goes into them, reducing the noxious emissions that come out of them, and driving down carbon emissions. It's a win for consumers and communities who will benefit from lower fuel costs, better health outcomes across Australia, and particularly in high-traffic areas like my electorate of North Sydney and the wider range of new car models to choose from. It's a win for the automotive industry, which will benefit from clearer regulations and fuel quality that is more consistent with the standards they are experiencing overseas. And it's a win for our nation as a whole, which will benefit from reduced reliance on imported foreign oil and much-needed progress towards our climate targets. We do not need another inquiry into this area, Mr Speaker. It's time to shift gears. We need to clean up our cars urgently. I will now invite the member for Curtin, who is seconding the bill, to offer a few comments in my remaining time.
Is the motion seconded?
Yes, Mr Speaker. I second the member for North Sydney's private member's bill, Fuel and Vehicle Standards Legislation Amendment Reducing Vehicle Pollution Bill 2022. This bill does two things. It improves our fuel standards so that our cars will run on better fuel that has lower sulphur and aromatics in line with other countries, and it ensures that our vehicle emissions standards don't fall behind international standards in future. There are three main impacts of this bill. Firstly, the health benefits of having better quality fuel. As the member for North Sydney has pointed out, an estimated 620 Australians died because of transport-related air pollution in Australia in 2015. Improving our fuel quality will reduce this number. People don't think about the health cost of fuel when making decisions about which fuel to buy. This needs to be addressed through regulation so everyone can benefit. Secondly, keeping up with international standards on fuel quality will mean more advanced vehicles are more likely to be imported into Australia. This is because, separate to fuel standards, we have vehicle standards, which set limits for emissions for new road vehicles supplied to Australia. The limit that's currently used in Australia is referred to as Euro 5. 80% of countries have moved to Euro 6 and are planning a move to Euro 7. Australia's being left behind. At the moment, vehicles that comply with Euro 6 are designed for better quality fuel than we have in Australia, so they're exported to countries with better quality fuel. Manufacturers don't want to take the risk that these vehicles will not operate as efficiently as promised with our lower quality fuel, so they send them where they'll operate best and where there's demand. Increasing the importation of more advanced vehicles will mean lower carbon emissions, better safety features and ultimately lower costs to drivers because they're more efficient. This bill links our vehicle emissions standards to European standards to ensure that we will avoid being left behind in future as other countries move to Euro 7. I acknowledge the government last month started the work on updating our fuel emissions standards by commencing a Department of Infrastructure consultation. This is a welcome start, but the options canvass don't include an option to stay in line with future improvements in international standards. Even if Euro 6 is mandated for all new vehicles, we risk being left behind as the world moves to Euro 7. Pegging our standards to global standards will stop Australia from inadvertently being a laggard on emissions and vehicle efficiency. I support the member for North Sydney in her call for better fuel quality and maintaining vehicle emissions standards in line with the rest of the world. Thank you.
The question is about the bill now read a second time, and the time allocated for this debate has expired. The debate will be adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2. Classification, Publications, Films and Computer Games Amendment, Loot Boxes Bill 2022.
Give a call to the member for Clerk.
Good morning, Speaker. Speaker, I present the Classification, Publications, Films and Computer Games Amendment, Loot Boxes Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Classification, Publications, Films and Computer Games Act 1995 and for related purposes.
And I call the member for Clerk.
Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. Speaker, while my continuing campaign to call out the bad behaviour of the gambling industry is well known, today I want to sound the alarm about an insidious gateway to gambling that's being widely used to target our kids. And that's what they call loot boxes, which is a video game feature where players pay to chance their luck at winning additional virtual assets to use during the game. This is gambling by any definition and is routinely being experienced by children and adolescents right around Australia. No wonder gambling companies are buying up online gaming companies. In other words, the outlay of money, an element of chance or risk, a tantalising prize and the psychological thrill of the anticipation. These are all features most people associate with poker machines or casino games, surely not with the games our children are playing. But despite researchers warning that these craftily created features are structurally and psychologically akin to gambling, they are still not being properly regulated. And that's why today I'm introducing my Classification, Publication, Films and Computer Games Amendment, Loot Boxes Bill 2022, which aims to regulate how computer, video and online games that contain these loot boxes are classified. In essence, the bill requires the Classification Board to consider loot boxes when classifying a game and to set a minimum classification of R18+ or RC for games containing this feature, in line with the fact that you must be 18 to legally gamble in Australia. The amendments also require a warning to be displayed when games contain loot box-type mechanisms. This means young people will be restricted from buying and playing games with these features, and parents will be able to easily identify when these rather surreptitious tactics are included in gameplay. Speaker, many parents may not know that loot boxes feature in games such as Star Wars, Call of Duty, FIFA and even Mario Kart. Indeed, research by the Australian Gaming Council found 62% of the best-selling games contained loot boxes, and that all young people surveyed had played a game featuring loot boxes. Disturbingly, the study also revealed that young people who had used loot boxes were more likely to have gambled in the last 12 months, gambled more frequently, spent more money gambling and suffered more gambling problems. And Speaker, those who played games with loot boxes alarmingly tended to have more positive attitudes towards gambling. This is consistent with the findings of the study published in the Royal Society Open Science Journal in August 2022, which surveyed more than 2,700 participants who bought video game loot boxes and uncovered a strong link between their purchase and problem gambling. No wonder, when I flagged my intention to introduce this bill during the previous parliament, I was hit by a cascade of concern from the community, especially from parents who've watched their children succumb to addiction because of loot box features in certain games. One mother told me about her then 17-year-old son spending $3,500 in just 8 weeks on loot boxes. He could not hold down a job because of his gaming addiction. Now almost 24, her son still spends money on the online gaming platform Steam, at times hemorrhaging hundreds of dollars a day. The family, she says, has been through hell. To use her words, what people don't understand is that the brain of a gamer is exactly the same as that of a heroin addict. It's no different. It's a dopamine hit. Gaming companies employ experts to work with them to ensure that their games grab people's attention. The first levels are easy, then the gamer gets hooked and they want to go further. And I quote, "So the game throws up incentives or loot boxes to help the gamer get past that level that has stumped them for the past week, such as buy this gun and you'll get more points and be higher in the game, or leave your friends now to go and have dinner and you will let your team down and they won't want to play with them, won't want you to play with them again." These companies are very smart and are making billions of dollars, and that's wrong. Speaker, clearly we cannot continue to let our children to be groomed for future gambling in this way. No wonder governments around the world are beginning to wise up and to take action, with loot boxes already banned in several countries as pressure rises for regulation in many others. Speaker, by tempting young players with the potential to win game-changing items, encouraging risk-taking behaviour for a possible reward, delivering random prizes on an intermittent basis, and encourage players to keep spending money, it's clear that loot boxes give rise to many of the same emotions and experiences associated with poker machines and other traditional gambling activities. Speaker, this problem has been on the radar of the parliament for many years, and it's time we did something about it. Indeed, 2 Senate inquiries in 2018 and 2020 found that loot boxes meet the 5 established psychological criteria for gambling, and recommended the Department of Communications undertake a review of their use and the E-Safety Commissioner report on options to restrict their sale in Australia. And now the Standing Committee on Social Policy and Legal Affairs is again looking at this. Speaker, I look forward to reading the committee's final report, and I urge the government to act on this as a matter of urgency. Speaker, I do commend the former Minister for Communications, Paul Fletcher, for the previous government's commitment to require mandatory age classifications and warnings. And I note that the current Communications Minister, Michelle Rowland, has sought advice on whether further regulation is required. So I urge the government to take note of the research that has already been done, as well as the compelling evidence that continues to emerge, and for the government to support the bill. Speaker, the evidence is clear. The government needs to step up and regulate these practices so young people aren't exposed to these insidious gambling activities within their video games. The potential for long-term harm is undeniable. The changes proposed in my bill will go a long way to ensuring this predatory in-game behaviour is no longer allowed to continue unchecked. So, Speaker, I commend the bill to the House, and in my remaining time I invite the member for Fisher, who is seconding the bill, to make some remarks, and I take from him seconding the bill some hope that the opposition will also support my private member's bill. Thank you, Speaker.
Is the motion seconded? I give the call to member for Fisher.
Speaker. During my time as chair of the Social Policy and Legal Affairs Committee, I led an inquiry into age verification for online wagering and online pornography, producing the Protecting the Age of Innocence report. We called for urgent action, and I'll quote, "to protect children from gambling-like incentives used by tech giants and video game creators to generate microtransactions for chance-based mystery virtual items." As I said then, these exploitive and deceptive in-game purchases have created a global billion-dollar industry at the expense of our youth, and, it has to be said, for their families. As the member for Clark has pointed out, in August, a study into loot boxes found that there is a strong correlation between loot box and gaming purchases and problem gambling. The Coalition has continually fought to keep kids safe online, including in the face of growing big tech and social media influence. It's often been said when we were in government, Mr Speaker, that you shouldn't be able to do online what you can't do in the real world. Young children under the age of 18, can't walk into an RSL and play the pokies. They can't walk into a TAB and put a bet on a horse race. And yet these loot boxes are effectively a form of gambling that is being delivered to young people's homes in their bedrooms and living rooms. And I'm very pleased that when we were in government, thanks to the Protecting the Age of Innocence report and the work that we undertook as a committee, we were able to secure a commitment for mandatory age classifications from the then Communications Minister. And we took a number of steps to empower the eSafety Commissioner to tackle these issues. Now, unfortunately, the election got in the way, as it has with many things, but as they say, that's life in a democracy. But this measure is a step in the right direction, and I want to commend the member for Clark. We have our differences on many things, but the member for Clark has been an absolute strident champion in his desire to want to clean up the gambling industry, as have I. And we stand shoulder to shoulder in this place to put big tech, to put the big gambling companies on notice that he and I and anyone who wants to join us will fight shoulder to shoulder to protect Australians who have become vulnerable to gambling. Now, we're not advocating for the I won't speak for the member for Clark, that would be inappropriate, but I'm not advocating for gambling to be made illegal, but there is so much that we need to do in this place to protect vulnerable Australians. And yes, it's uncomfortable for some people, yes, it's uncomfortable for parties, but together we can do this. And this is a sensible start. It's a sensible start to introduce this bill, to introduce age classifications for something that will protect our most vulnerable. And I support the bill, and I congratulate the member for Clark for bringing it.
I thank the honourable member. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call Clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 3. Commonwealth Electoral Amendment, Stop the Lies Bill 2022.
I call the member for Warringah.
I present the Commonwealth Electoral Amendment, Stop the Lies Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
I beg your pardon? Yeah. I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Commonwealth Electoral Act 1918 and for related purposes.
Call the member for Warringah.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Today, I call upon the House to end the free-for-all in political advertising. This bill, which will prohibit misleading or deceptive political advertising, is a practical, popular and proven way to clean up our politics. It approaches the regulation of political advertising with caution and respect for our constitutional freedom of political communication. This bill is also urgent. We live in a world where our democracy is under attack from misinformation. A vote based on lies and misleading information lacks social licence and divides our communities. It lacks legitimacy and erodes trust in election results. Next year, the referendum on the voice to Parliament will take place. As Brexit demonstrated in the UK, referenda are particularly vulnerable to misinformation and disinformation. In his review of Australian referendums, Scott Bennett concluded that a great deal of exaggeration and distortion is standard fare. Already, baseless claims that the voice would constitute a third chamber of Parliament have polluted the public debate. For this reason, Professors Gabriel Appleby and Lisa Hill recently recommended enacting the Truth in Political Advertising laws to protect the legitimacy of the referendum. We also need to protect the legitimacy of our elections. Recent elections have been marred by accusations of misleading or deceptive political advertising. Almost three-quarters of Australians came across false political advertising during the 2022 federal election. Australians were relentlessly targeted, with SMS advertising making all sorts of wild claims. A sceptic might claim that lies have always been part of politics, but research shows that the sheer quantity of false political advertising is growing. We cannot afford to be complacent about it because it is corrosive to our democracy and electoral processes. It can manipulate and mislead citizens. It prevents electors from understanding the true nature of policy debates and the choices before them. It damages the norms of political debate and aggravates the low turnout amongst the disadvantaged. It can increase political, economic and cultural polarisation, and it undermines the trust in democracy, political institutions and politicians. At its worst, false political advertising can delegitimise electoral processes. It stokes populist or extremist sentiment, and it threatens the peaceful transfer of power. And it can lead to social instability and civil unrest, as was seen on the January 6 insurrection at the United States Capitol vividly. It showed so vividly. 9 in 10 Australians want truth in political advertising laws legislated before the next election, according to the nationally representative polling of the Australian Institute. Support for legal reform is extremely strong across the political spectrum. Coalition, Labor, Greens, One Nation and independent voters all want greater accountability for politicians who mislead the public in search of votes. Support for legal reform is also strong amongst Australia's leading and policy minds and legal minds. Last year, 39 prominent Australian political leaders, judges, academics and community leaders, from Sally McNamara to Dr John Hewson, Geoffrey Watson, Professor Lisa Hill, signed an open letter for truth in political advertising laws. This bill legislates a commitment to truth-telling. It does so by regulating misleading and deceptive political advertising matter in a way that is effective, constitutionally sound, timely and enforceable, without chilling political speech or producing other unwanted consequences. In so doing, the bill fills a legislative gap and vulnerability in Australia's electoral law. Our existing federal protections against misleading or deceptive political advertising are simply not up to the job. Australians in business and commerce are regulated. The Commonwealth Competition and Consumer Act regulates against misleading and deceptive advertising in trade and commerce. The Australian Communication and Media Authority, the federal communications regulator, regulates media content such as gambling, advertising and broadcasting rules, but not political content. So this bill will prohibit ads that state that a candidate in an election made a statement that the candidate simply didn't make. It will also prohibit people from deceptively impersonating or falsely attributing material to a person, candidate, campaigner or party or entity. For example, electoral matter that purports to have been published by a campaign of a candidate in an election but is in fact published by someone else, or deepfakes. The bill is modelled on South Australia's truth in political advertising provisions, which has successfully operated since 1985, and it has survived constitutional scrutiny. Any legal remedy to address misinformation and disinformation must not violate the implied freedom of political communication guaranteed under the Australian Constitution. Freedom of political speech and expression is the lifeblood of a thriving democracy. The honest and vigorous contest of ideas in Australian political life is a value that we are wise to respect and encourage. George Orwell recognised that if liberty means anything at all, it means the right to tell people what they do not want to hear. But the High Court has insisted that the implied freedom of political communication in Australia is to be understood not as an individual right, but as a social condition. The implied freedom is concerned with the free flow of information and ideas, not with any imagined right to disseminate false or misleading material. It is possible to regulate political advertising in a way that is reasonable, balanced and proportionate. Australia has a long tradition of world-leading democratic innovation. This bill presents another opportunity to pioneer legislation that safeguards the future of Australia's democracy. Australians can handle the truth. And I will cede the remainder of my time to the member for Mayo, who is seconding the bill.
Is the motion seconded?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I second the motion and wholeheartedly support this bill by the member for Warringah. Back in the 80s, for a very short period of time, Mr Speaker, we had federal truth in political advertising laws. Oh, the halcyon days of politics. At the time, the newly elected Hawke government enacted the Commonwealth Electoral Legislation Amendment in 1983, and it was passed in 1983. The amendments were made publication of electoral advertising which were untrue, misleading or deceptive, an offence punishable by 6 months' imprisonment or indeed a fine. But in true bipartisan nature, this Act was abolished just a year later because it couldn't even stand the test of an election. I'd like to reflect on the proud history in my home state, the South Australian Electoral Act 1985 that the member for Warringah referred to. It prohibits inaccurate and misleading statements of fact in electoral advertising. The SA Electoral Commissioner can require an advertiser to withdraw and or retract an offending advertisement. And while it has not put an end to all of the dirty tricking and game playing that happens in campaigns completely, it has resulted in 313 complaints and 25 retraction requests related to the electoral advertising between 1997 and 2018. The SA provision has withstood scrutiny in Cameron v Becker and is considered effective and valid. Indeed, the Australian Capital Territory modelled their own legislation on the South Australian Act. It can be done, even here in Canberra. The Australian consumer law requires that businesses do not engage in misleading or deceptive conduct, which could lead another person into error. There is no tolerance for fake advertising about business products, but in the federal parliament, in the federal political sphere, anything goes. False advertising in politics is not harmless puff. I should know, having been targeted by a false campaign during the 2022 election, as I'm sure many of us in this chamber have. I was fortunate that, in my case, most of my constituents could smell a rat, but my electorate was not the only one targeted. The Australian Institute 2022 federal election exit poll found that 73% of voters encountered misleading political advertisements during the election campaign, allowing false electoral advertising to become increasingly pervasive with no checks and balances. It will create a free-for-all. It will be used to manipulate and mislead, and we really don't need that. We need to improve trust in politics and improve trust in political institutions. In this post-truth era of deep fakes and misinformation, the need for federal legislation, such as the Stop the Lies bill, is becoming increasingly pressing. I call on all members to debate this bill. Let's go back to 1983 and let's make it stick. I commend this bill to the House.
Thank the member for Mayo. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 4 for a motion in relation to Labor government.
I call the member for Lawler.
I move the motion relating to the Labor government in the terms in which it appears in the notice paper.
Call the member for Lawler.
Deputy Speaker, this government, the Albanese government, is delivering on its plans to build a better future. This government is responsible in a challenging global times we face. And as the Chief Government Whip, I am proud of the progress our government has taken in just its first 6 months. The laws that have already passed the parliament, Deputy Speaker, speak to our commitment to backing in the things that we said and took to an election. We said we'd fix the mess the previous government made of the aged care sector, and that work has well and truly begun under the care of the member for Lilly. We said we'd deliver a cleaner and greener future to tackle climate change, and the member for McMahon as minister is leading that work every day through legislation in this House. We said we'd deliver cheaper medicines, and the member for Hindmarsh has done just that and brought legislation through this House. We said we'd provide 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave, and the member for Watson as Minister has seen that legislation through this House. We said we'd repeal the cashless debit card, and the member for Kingston as Minister has made that happen. We said we'd expand access to the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card, and the member for Kingston has made that happen too. Deputy Speaker, we said we'd deliver a future made in Australia with Jobs and Skills Australia, and the member for Gorton has seen that passage. We said we'd deliver cheaper childcare and early childhood and education for Australian families, and the member for Cowan and the member for Blaxland have had legislation come to this place to do exactly that. And, Deputy Speaker, I was pleased last week to be at a local Prep to 9 college in my electorate with the member for Blaxland and the State Minister for Education to host a round table and hear from teachers and principals about the crippling teacher shortage that's happening in my state. And I am pleased to stand here today and say that the member for Blaxland has not just a plan to tackle that skills shortage, but also a review to tackle one of the pressing issues in my electorate, which is teacher quality through initial teacher training. So I'm really proud of the work that we've done so far. And before the parliament today and this week, Deputy Speaker, is the Secure Jobs and Better Pay legislation that will hopefully get back from the Senate and pass before we break for Christmas, Deputy Speaker. As well as that, the member for Isaacs has led the legislation for a National Anti-Corruption Commission through this House last week. Deputy Speaker, we are doing things that we said we would get done. We are a committed government. We're working together as a team to make sure that we deliver on the promises that we made to the electorate. And later this morning, Deputy Speaker, we'll be dealing with the safer and secure workplaces for Australian women, something I'm incredibly proud that this government is working towards for every woman across this country. And I want to commend Senator Gallagher for her leadership in the portfolio around women and for getting this piece of legislation through both of the Houses of Parliament to ensure that our workplaces are safe for women, that women are free from harassment in the workplace, as well as commending the work that's going on in this parliament through committee structures like the Standards Committee that has been raised and the work that's been happening behind the scenes in the parliament to ensure that this place is held in the highest esteem and that every woman, every person who works in this building does so in a safe and secure environment. Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to be a member of the Albanese Labor government. I know my colleagues are all proud of the work that we've done to date. We're looking forward to the next tranche of changes that Labor will bring in to make for a fairer and better country and to ensure that workers around the country are safe and that businesses thrive and that we have an economy that works for people and with people. Deputy Speaker, it is an absolute pleasure to be returned as the member for Lawler to this place and to represent my community. I'd like to finish by saying I'm really looking forward to the next few years of working together with a state Labor government in Victoria to deliver for my electorate, both federally and with my state colleagues. It really is humbling to be in a government, humbling to be able to deliver the change. The old saying, governments change lives, it's absolutely true, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Lawler. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
I thank the minister. I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak on a motion from the government congratulating themselves on how good they are. And of course I don't necessarily agree with that premise, so in the short time I've got, I just want to make 3 points. The first is there's nothing impressive for a government implementing promises that they took to an election. That's an expectation. And if the bar is now so low that we have a government that thinks they need to move a motion of self-congratulation on the things that they took to the election, promised the people of this country they would do, that they've merely proceeded to implement, then I think they need to learn how to impress people a little bit better than that. But secondly, of course, the more concerning thing is what they've done since the election that they didn't tell the people of Australia they would do during the election campaign. And the member, of course, talked about industrial relations reform. And it's staggering to me that the reforms that the government are putting in place through this legislation that the member touched on in her contribution, many of the core elements were not talked about whatsoever during the election campaign. Now, if these reforms were so important, so vital and going to be so good for the people of this country, I'm truly shocked as to why they weren't front and centre of the Labor Party's election campaign to win government back in May. One wonders very deeply why it is that all these things that are going to apparently be good for the economy and apparently dramatically increase wages and lead the Australian workers to the land of milk and honey were not points that they thought would be relevant to prosecute during an election campaign to help them win an election. Because, frankly, if this legislation on industrial relations is going to be so good for the people of Australia, that was a dramatically missed opportunity for the Labor Party to win a lot more votes than they did back in May, if their claims that this legislation is so popular and going to be so good for the workers of this country are true. One suspects, therefore, that the geniuses in the Labor Party campaign strategy team were not confident whatsoever that the people of Australia wanted these industrial relations reform that are being rammed through this parliament right now. Because if there was any value to the claims that the government make about them, as far as their benefit to the economy and their benefit to workers, then of course you would prosecute that in an election campaign. In fact, it would be front and centre of what you had as your argument for government. But of course multi-employer bargaining, a whole range of other things that are being rammed through this parliament in this final sitting week of the year were not talked about by the government, the now government, whatsoever in the election campaign. And that is regrettable, and it's a breach of faith with the people of this country that you had a secret plan, clearly, to implement reforms that you were also embarrassed about, so you wouldn't talk about during the election campaign, because you're repaying the union movement for the donations they gave you during the election. That's the reality of what's happening with that reform, and we all know it, and unfortunately we're all going to see the economic impact of those reforms if that does pass through this parliament this week. But finally, the thing that's missing from this motion is what the government isn't doing, which is taking any action whatsoever to assist households and businesses in this country address the dramatic and crippling challenges of inflation and cost of living spiralling out of control. They've confirmed there's a huge problem. They've said in their budget that electricity prices alone are going to increase by 56% over the next 2 years. They handed down a budget and said electricity prices are going up by 56% and we're also going to do absolutely nothing about it. That was what the budget was. Here's a problem and no solution from your federal government. Now, how appalling. What a disgrace. And the households and businesses of this country are now left in a very concerning predicament of having to plan for those challenges and a whole range of other cost of living challenges that keep on getting worse and worse as the economic data is released day after day, week after week. And we don't want to see inflation spiralling out of control in this country, but the reality is the budget says it's climbing to at least 8%. So inflation at 8%, electricity prices up 56%, gas over 40%. We all know how difficult it's been at the petrol pump and in the grocery stores of late. And that's the first responsibility of this government, is to help people make ends meet. They're doing absolutely nothing about that, so they can congratulate themselves over implementing changes they never told the people of this country about during the last election, but they should focus on the things that matter, and that starts with addressing the cost of living crisis we have in this country.
I thank the member for Sturt. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Tangi.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank the member for Lola for moving the motion. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm so proud to stand before you today as a member of the Albanese Labor government, one of the most diverse federal governments in Australia history. I'm proud to stand with the government that has a strong representation of women, that is inclusive, welcomes differences and backgrounds, cultures, religions and experiences. I'm proud to stand with the government that is getting the job done. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are many changes that the Albanese Labor government has implemented in the last 6 months. I want to discuss 3 of these changes because these changes have the most impact on my constituents, the people of Tangney. The first is clearing the coalition visa blockage, big backlog. Every day, my office receives many calls from people who are suffering at the hands of the previous government cruel visa system, people who are wrecked with anxiety, people who have not seen or heard or touched their loved one for several years and who are not sure when they will get the opportunity to embrace them, people who do not know if they will be deported in a matter of hours, people who are crying, people who are hurt, people who are traumatized. My staff, like me, have big heart. We work very hard to help people in this painful situation. I've lost count of numbers of constituents who have come into my office personally to thank me and my staff in tears of relief, hugging us for hearing their sufferings, for extending kindness and humanity and empathy. I want to personally thank Prime Minister Anthony Albanese for his compassionate leadership in understanding the importance of clearing the coalition visa backlog, and Minister Andrew Gell for his tireless hard work. The second change I want to speak is about the introduction of legislation to establish a National Anti-Corruption Commission. This is long overdue. The people of Australia rightfully demand integrity and trust in our national institutions. This trust was eroded through 9 years of coalition governments, a government that saw Prime Minister Scott Morrison secretly appoint himself to several ministries. These people of Australia demand better. The people of Australia deserve better. And an Albanese Labor government is delivering. I'm honoured to serve as a committee member of the National Anti-Corruption Commission, and I have played a role in introducing this crucial bill. It is my privilege to utilise my extensive background in law and order as a police officer throughout the process. Thank you, Mark Dreyfus, for the opportunity. There is more work to be done, and I look forward to continuing our work together. Lastly, I would like to speak about another policy an Albanese Labor government have enacted that are having a real effect on our older Australians. Our older Australians deserve dignity, care, security and respect. Under the previous government, many of our cherished elders were not being granted fundamental human decencies, and Albanese government make fixing this mess a priority. We have implemented a pay rise for aged care workers. We have put nurses back in nursing home 24 hours 7. We have lifted income limit for the Commonwealth Senior Health Card. And Albanese Labor government has also made pharmaceutical benefit scheme medicine cheaper. The first time this has happened in 75 years. In addition, we have supported an increase to pension. This is the biggest increase to the pension in 30 years. I'm proud to stand behind this achievement. I'm proud to stand beside a team, the Albanese Labor government, that is building a better future for Australians. This is more work to be done, and I look forward to standing before the people of Tangney and we see local election commitment come to fruition. I thank my Member of Parliament for getting the job done, and I thank the people of Australia for keeping us accountable. We will not waste a day. Thank you.
I thank the member for Tangney. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The motion calls on us to note the achievements of the new Labor government over the last 6 months. And listening to those opposite, you would think that they've overseen a great golden age for our nation. But the sad truth is that Australia is facing soaring interest rates, higher energy prices, high gas prices, a decline in real wages, slowing GDP growth and rising inflation. And unfortunately, the government is offering no plans to remedy those issues, and certainly offering no relief. And we've seen nothing over the first 6 months of this government that will address those very real concerns for those back in my electorate and across this country. Yet the government wants us to spend time in this final sitting week of Parliament for the year to acknowledge their greatness. So let's have a look at some of the aspects of this motion. Firstly, there's a set of categories of things that are listed in this motion that I refer to as copycat policies. These are things that the previous government was implementing or had proposed that were copied by the now government, and I don't certainly hold it against them for copying good ideas. I think that's something that we should do more of in this chamber. But let me run through a few of them. Firstly, we have the claim that they are delivering cheaper medicines. The general co-payment bill cuts the PBS charge by $12.50, and that's, of course, a policy that was introduced in response to the coalition committing to reduce the same reduce it by $10. And of course, our record in government, the coalition listed more than 2,800 new and amended medicines on the PBS. And that's almost 30 new medicines every month. And there's certainly no sign that Labor will have such a positive impact in the sector over the long term. And of course, the motion seeks our support for the government's 10-day paid family and domestic violence leave, which of course mimics what the coalition did back in 2018 in taking a Fair Work Commission recommendation and ensuring it applies to everyone. And once again, it's good to see the government following the coalition's lead. And of course, the motion calls for us to acknowledge the expansion of access to the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card. Credit where credit due, the legislation tabled regarding the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card is actually positive legislation. However, this is no surprise for one simple reason. It was a coalition election commitment that the Labor Party subsequently decided to match. Yet again, the government's most effective policies, the things they've had success on, have proved to be those campaigned for by the coalition. But unfortunately, we have to go from the good to the bad and the ugly. And I've heard previous speakers make mention of the repeal of the cashless debit card. Has there been anything this government has attempted that could be more disgraceful than that action? They are opening the door to greater violence and abuse in the communities where the cashless debit card has had such a successful introduction. And of course, they ran a horrendous scare campaign during the election, trying to claim that the coalition government was going to impose this on senior welfare payments. It was certainly something that was raised a lot during the campaign in my electorate, and luckily not many of the voters believed them. But I'm often surprised with the Labor's enthusiasm on removing the cashless debit card, because we've seen it work. The feedback on the ground is that it works. And I don't understand what demographic the Labor Party thinks they're appealing to with this move, but it certainly isn't the demographic in these communities where the cashless debit card is having such a positive impact. And of course, as mentioned in this motion too about the Secure Jobs and Better Pay bill, has a new government ever faced such a united chorus of opposition to a bill in their first 6 months? This is a direct attack on small businesses in my electorate and across the country, and it's an absolutely blatant attempt to give the union some increased relevance as we enter deep into the 21st century. But the problem is that they are now in government, and they will not have to they'll have to come up with their own ideas, and it will be things like the IR bill that we'll see more of, and that's where the trouble will begin. The motion calls for us to acknowledge the government is delivering on its election commitments. Well, in response to that, all I would say is where is their honouring of the election commitment for $275 reduction to household energy bills? My constituents are waiting for that as well. My message, Deputy Speaker, to the government members is that if they think it is a solid record of achievement over 6 months, good luck to them. They've got a long way to go.
I thank the member for Bowman. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I am delighted to support the member for Lawler's motion today, acknowledging the remarkable achievements of the Albanese government in just 6 months. We have gone hell for leather initiating the reforms that people in my electorate on the New South Wales South Coast voted for, the reforms that our country deserves. Starting day one with reforms to fix our broken aged care system, We said we would put the care back into aged care. We promised 24/7 nurses in aged care homes. We promised to end a decade of neglect under the Liberal government. On our very first day of government in this place, we introduced that bill to do just that, and now it is the law. On top of that, we have also delivered a long overdue pay rise for aged care workers so that we can encourage more people into this vital sector and ensure that our aged care workers are paid fairly for the incredible work they do. That is a significant achievement in itself, but it is just the beginning. I often talk about the improvements this government has made for pensioners, but with one of the highest rates of pensioners in Australia, that is no surprise. Pensioners on the South Coast are benefiting from their biggest pay rise in more than 12 years and the biggest increase to allowances in 3 decades. That is money already in local people's pockets because we wasted no time. We have also supported self-funded retirees by increasing the income threshold for the Commonwealth Seniors Healthcare Card, meaning more people can now access cheaper medicines. If that's not enough, we have also brought down the price of prescriptions on the PBS by 29% and added more to the list so that local people can afford the medicines they need. Deputy Speaker, the government is making cost of living improvements for people across the country. We are supporting families because we know it is good for our country and good for the economy. In our 6 months in government, we have passed laws to deliver cheaper childcare for around 4,800 local families in my electorate. We have increased paid parental leave to 26 weeks per year and delivered universal family and domestic violence leave, 10 paid days leave. And we have delivered an historic rise in the minimum wage. As a former TAFE teacher, I know how important a good education is, so I am so pleased we are delivering free TAFE places and more university places in areas of skills shortage. Deputy Speaker, the South Coast is experiencing an escalating housing crisis that the former government watched spiral out of control. Just last week, the Minister for Housing released $575 million in funding to allow the National Housing Infrastructure Facility to deliver social and affordable housing, getting us one step closer to building the 40,000 new social and affordable homes. Our regional first home buyer guarantee is already open, giving first home buyers in regional areas a government guarantee of up to 15%. 1,000 first home buyers have already taken advantage of this. Turning our housing crisis around will be a long-term project, but we are wasting no time in getting started. Deputy Speaker, my electorate has a large defence and veteran population, so I am delighted that just last week we passed laws to help our Australian Defence Force members and veterans buy their own home. The $46.2 million expansion of the Defence Home Ownership Assistance Scheme will see more veterans and ADF members become eligible for the scheme, helping more people in my electorate get into a home sooner. Not only that, but last week also saw laws passed to improve support for totally and permanently incapacitated veterans from 1 January 2023. These well-deserving veterans who have put their lives on the line for our freedom will receive a $1,000 annual increase to their rate of pension, benefiting 27,000 veterans and their families around Australia. We're also delivering a veterans' employment strategy and responding to all the recommendations put forward by the Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government promised we would help with the cost of living, taking meaningful action on climate change and support our renewables transition. We promised to help communities impacted by disaster by investing in resilience and preparedness through the Disaster Ready Fund, and we promised to advance a voice to Parliament. We have delivered on all these commitments and more in just 6 months. This is only a small snippet of the incredible nation-building reform this government has delivered so far. We are building a better future for all Australians, and I couldn't be prouder to be part of this amazing team.
I thank the member for Gilmore. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Deakin.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I must say in this parliament there are few things more cringeworthy than a pat-on-the-back style motion like this from the government, a motion that says, look how good we are and look what amazing things we've done over the last 6 months. Well, I'd say to the members opposite and the member who moved this motion that these sorts of "aren't we good" pat-on-the-back motions is completely disconnected from the feeling of many of those in the community. The litany of broken promises, the most significant failure of this government on the economy. So this "how good are we" sort of motions does not resonate out there, I can assure you. Mr Deputy Speaker, this government failed the biggest test. We heard before the election that they were going to have a budget shortly after the election, if they won, that was going to set out their agenda. We saw the budget spoken about for about one day and then they moved on. They went out to sell the budget the morning after the budget. They got a bit of a reaction from the Australian public who said, "This thing is a stinker, this thing is a shocker," and we've scarcely heard about the budget since that morning. It was a budget, quite frankly, that was able to do a few things quite remarkably. If you got a group of Year 12 students together or a group of Economics 101 students at university and said, "What's the one thing you wouldn't do in an environment of high inflation? What's the one thing you wouldn't do?" You wouldn't pour fuel on the fire of that inflation, putting more pressure on inflation, putting more pressure on mortgage rates and therefore putting more pressure on families. But what did this budget do? It ran a larger budget deficit than the year before in the middle of a pandemic. In the middle of a pandemic, we ran a budget deficit of $32 billion, quite rightly, to deliver the support that Australians needed in that crucial time. And yet, in a year where we've got elevated and rising inflation, we've got a budget deficit higher. And to those members opposite, and I'm sure the Economics 101 students, or indeed the Year 12 students who've just studied economics would say, for every extra $1 billion that the government spends, that's an extra $1 billion that the Reserve Bank governor has to take out of the economy via higher mortgage rates. So they were able to simultaneously do two things. They broke faith with the Australian public that they could be trusted to manage the budget, first and foremost. They also, in their budget, outlined that we won't sadly see the promised reduction of $275 in power prices that was promised on no less than 97 occasions from members opposite. They don't want to talk about it now. They don't want to repeat those promises now. I challenge members opposite to put those shiny little Facebook tiles up on their Facebook page today, the ones they put out before the election that said, "We will deliver power price reductions of $275. Why? Because we saw in the budget the power prices are set to increase by more than 50%. So how a government could simultaneously hash the economics of this nation so badly in the first 5 minutes of the government is not something that they should be patting their back for. And I must say the motion also, as the member for Bowman eloquently outlined, mentions the success of repealing the cashless debit card. In my 10 or so years in this place, there are few things that perplex me more than this policy from the Labor Party. And I think we have to accept in politics that people are here for the right reasons, and people, in my experience, are basically decent, all the members of parliament. So how on earth could an otherwise intelligent and decent person think that pouring more alcohol and drugs and gambling and pornography into vulnerable communities is somehow not going to have a devastating impact on those communities? How could anyone think that that's not going to lead to more children being neglected, more domestic violence? Show us the research. So apparently more drugs and more alcohol is a good thing for communities. It doesn't lead to more destructive behaviour. I mean, you don't need to be Einstein to work out that more drugs and more alcohol in those vulnerable communities is going to hurt the people who can least handle it. And that'll be the children that are neglected. That'll be the domestic violence, particularly the women who suffer. So to see this government patting themselves on the back for this litany of failures, and I think the moral failure of the CDC is quite galling, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Deakin and I call the member for Cunningham.
Hear, hear.
the member for Deakin may not have realised is that in May this year, the Australian people voted for change. They voted for a government that would finally put people first and build a better future for our nation, much better than the one that those opposite left behind. When the previous government left office, the vital services and support Australians built for vulnerable people were in an absolute mess. In my previous role as a staffer, I saw just how much our community was suffering due to the 9 years of neglect from the previous government. Our public service had been gutted and contracted out. This has decimated the morale of public servants and had a devastating effect on delivering the services that all Australians will need at some point in their lives. Since the election in May, people in my community have said that they feel absolute relief when the Albanese government was sworn in. Relief that they now have a government that cares, a government that listens, a government that makes them feel safe, and most importantly, they've said that the adults are back in charge. This Labor government is working hard to make our communities and our country a better place. This is a government that cares about people, it cares about our planet, and it cares about our economy and jobs. In speaking with my colleagues in recent months, all of our officers have been inundated with people who need things fixed, and urgently. Many of them have told us that they had completely given up seeking help under the previous government. Since the election, my staff and I have processed over 1,000 meeting requests and invitations and helped more than 2,000 members of our community to assist them to get the support, the services and the assistance that they require. We have been inundated with people trying to resolve urgent care requirements under the NDIS, to progress their Centrelink applications and resolve year-long delays in their visa inquiries. When Labor was first elected, there were 1 million backlogged visa applications. That's 1 million people who were awaiting the knowledge that they could come or stay in this country, build a family here or visit their loved ones. 1 million people who the previous government was unable to help or who was simply uninterested in helping. And then there were the passport delays. All of us in this place will know the impact that passport delays have had on our communities. We have all heard the stories of locals having their family visits postponed or cancelled, holidays delayed and, of course, being tragically unable to leave the country in time to visit a loved one before they pass. My staff have worked tirelessly and productively with the offices of the Minister for Immigration and the Minister for Foreign Affairs, making representations on behalf of many local constituents who have family members desperately waiting to come and visit them, especially after such a long time apart due to COVID. I would like to congratulate the Minister for Immigration, who last week announced that the Albanese Labor government has cleared almost 1/4 of the backlogged visa applications that we inherited, and he hopes to clear 40% of them by the end of the year. It's still a lot, but at least we are working our way through them. I would also like to thank the Minister's staff for their help in assisting so many of my constituents. I know they are very grateful when we get good results. I would also like to take a moment to thank my staff and the ministerial staff in this building for their tireless work in helping our community in the first 6 months since my election. You have all done an amazing job in this busy Labor government. In addition, we have been busy legislating the mandate that was given to us by the Australian people. Since being elected just 6 months ago, we have passed historic legislation, putting the care back into aged care, and we are working hard to repair the system after 9 years of neglect by those opposite. We have also legislated our climate targets and brought Australia back onto the world stage to help deliver a cleaner and greener future to tackle climate change. We are delivering on our commitment to provide Australians with cheaper medicines, 10 days of paid family and domestic violence leave, and to repeal the cruel cashless welfare card. And I know many in my community are particularly excited for us to deliver on our Future Made in Australia plan, ensuring regional Australia is at the forefront of manufacturing and helping to build our clean energy future. That's not all. We are currently debating legislation on secure jobs, better pay, cheaper childcare, safer workplaces for women and a National Anti-Corruption Commission. I am so proud of the first 6 months of this government and I can't wait to see the better future we are building. Thank you.
Thank the member for Cunningham. The question is the motion be agreed to. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 5, motion relating to the cost of living.
I call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the cost of living in terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Mr Deputy Speaker, the number one issue that I hear when travelling around the electorate of Flynn is how people are struggling with the cost of living. This is why I've introduced today's motion as a matter of urgency. I've been inundated by emails and calls from retirees and families and working people that are hurting every time they go to the supermarket, every time they open their electricity bill, every time they get a letter from their bank announcing interest rate rises and every time they fill up at the fuel bowser. I wanted to share some stories that I've been told. A Gracemere-based resident said some weeks she doesn't have enough food to feed herself. She has had to sell her family heirloom jewellery and her only sofa just to pay her rates, and this is unsustainable. A Gladstone-based resident said that she was unable to go to the doctors due to the increased cost of living and the high cost of appointments and no bulk billing services available. A Mount Morgan retiree said that she has decreased her trips to Rockhampton to get groceries because of the price of fuel. A small business owner said that just one of his current electricity bills shows an 11% increase in tariff and a 36% increase in metering charges. He said in an email to me, and I quote, "This current federal government has spruced election promises of lower electricity prices and that all these installed renewables provide cheaper supply. However, the real-world evidence does not support their claims. As you are in opposition, it is your responsibility to hold the government to account at every opportunity. I would ask that you pressure this new federal government and the state government on behalf of those small businesses and families who must financially pay for all of this, that we are on an unsustainable track." Mr Deputy Speaker, on 97 occasions the Prime Minister promised Australians that their bill would go down by $275. Well, where is it? The biggest missed opportunity that the Labor budget does not address or does little to address is the root cause of inflation. To help Australians facing rising prices, we need to tackle the source, not just the symptoms, of cost of living pressures. The budget fails to use fiscal policy to make any headway to reduce pressures on inflation, the source of the pressure. Instead, the budget raises a white flag on inflation. At the same time, the budget is forecast rising pressures on Australians. Meanwhile, since the budget was released, we have seen annual inflation hit 7.3%, the highest level in more than 3 decades. We've seen the Reserve Bank, ANZ and the Commonwealth Bank of Australia, among others, now forecast end-of-year inflation to be higher than what it was contained in the budget. Stephen Koukoualis, former economist to Julia Gillard, has said the budget puts no downward pressure on inflation, leaving the RBA with all the work and carrying the can on getting this inflation rate lower. They will undoubtedly raise interest rates further to counter the unhelpful government fiscal policy and other legislation. Already a family with a $750,000 mortgage is now paying more than $1,200 extra every month on their repayments compared to May this year. The Prime Minister said Labor had lasting plans for cheaper mortgages, with expectations from Goldman Sachs that the cash rate could rise 5 more times in the next 6 months. Australians are facing more and more increase on their mortgage repayments. Not only has this government broken their promise, they have absolutely no plan, Mr Deputy Speaker. This government is just making a bad situation worse. In conclusion, this motion acknowledges that the Australian households, including in my electorate of Flynn, are worried about the increasing pressures from the cost of living crisis brought about by recent interest rate rises and continued inflation. This government needs to focus on the issues that matter to Australians and deliver a real comprehensive plan to ease inflation and cost of living measures.
I thank the member for Flynn. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion. Do you want to call me?
I call the member for Longman.
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank the member for Longman. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Morton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in response to the motion put forward by the member for Flynn, because in counter to what he has suggested, the Albanese government well understands that Australian households are feeling the pressure with rising cost of living expenses. Some of the factors at play come from outside Australia, such as Russia's illegal and brutal invasion of Ukraine and the effects that flow around the world from that. However, some of the pressures are actually homegrown. I'll be upfront, as the member for Flynn was only elected to the House in May this year, he might not have realised that the Liberal and National parties have actually been in government for the last decade. In fact, the Coalition has been on the Treasury benches for 21 of the last 27 years. So this nation's economic settings have their grubby fingers all over them. Perhaps the honourable member didn't notice this. I do note that in his previous paid gig as the member for Callide, he managed to attend a 4-hour estimate session hearing and not ask a single question. Maybe attention to detail is not the member for Flynn's forte. If the member for Flynn did do some broader research, he might learn that the whole Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison government schmozzle had 20 failed energy policies. That presents a wasted decade when it comes to a major cost input into households in Flynn and Moreton and businesses in Flynn and Moreton. This decade of inaction saw the member for Hume, while minister, deliberately hiding electricity price increases from the Australian people until after the election, and no apology has flowed from that. Again, being upfront, the member for Flynn doesn't actually believe in climate change, I noted in his first speech. Despite what the local farmers tell him, he chooses to stick his head in the bull dust. So the member for Flynn probably celebrated each and every one of those 20 failed coalition energy plans. The challenges Australia faced today weren't created by the Albanese government, but we do take responsibility in addressing them. Our economic plan is a direct and deliberate response to the challenges facing the economy, including cost of living pressures. Treasurer Chalmers delivered a budget focused on responsible cost of living measures that won't put extra pressure on rising inflation. Labor successfully argued for a FWC minimum wage increase in line with inflation, which will help some of the country's lowest paid workers pay their bills. We've extended paid pandemic leave that was due to expire under the Liberals. This helps people still being impacted by COVID all over Australia. We've introduced legislation that will drive investment in cleaner and cheaper energy, putting downward pressure on power prices. Sadly, the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison government wasted a decade with inaction on renewables and cutting emissions. And remember, member for Flynn and everyone else in Australia, renewable energy is the cheapest form of energy. That inaction and flubbing from the coalition was cheered on by climate change deniers like the member for Flynn. We're making sure also that enough gas stays in Australia for Australian households and businesses, while having an export industry out of Gladstone. With international gas prices soaring, we needed to ensure that sufficient gas stays in Australia. We've introduced legislation for cheaper childcare. I see the minister present. That will help 1.26 million Australian families. Our cheaper childcare plan will boost productivity by allowing parents, mainly women, who want to work more hours or re-enter the workforce to do so. This also removes a major barrier for women and will greatly assist meeting some of the skills and knowledge shortfalls being faced by every industry in Australia. As we'll see if you go and walk down the main street of Billawheeler or any of the properties in Flynn. Treasurer Chalmers' budget costs also cut the cost of medicines, not just for the city, for the bush. For the first time in its 75-year history, the maximum cost of general scripts under the PBS will fall. We've also listed and expanded important access to cancer medicines on the PBS. We're fast-tracking fee-free TAFE places. Like cheaper childcare, this will assist industry in finding, retaining and upskilling workers. Pensions, allowances and rent assistance have increased in line with inflation. We're also bringing in a new pension or work bonus, so older Australians can keep more of what they earn without it affecting their pension. And the member for Flynn thinks we aren't doing anything to help cost of living. Maybe he has checked out, just like he did during that Queensland estimate session. Lastly and importantly for workers, Labor is getting wages moving again. Pay packets are just starting to pick up again, forecast to be growing at the fastest pace in a decade, following a decade of wage stagnation. That was thanks to the deliberate design settings of the Abbott-Turnbull-Morrison government. Imagine having a government that was designed to keep wages low.
I thank the member for Moreton. I'm quite capable of checking the time. I'll remind the member for Longman. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today in support of the member for Flynn's private member's motion, cost of living. Deputy Speaker, in my electorate of Longman, everyday Australians are suffering terrible cost of living pressures. Inflation is tipped to hit 8%, a 30-year high. This is in stark contrast from when the Coalition were last in government. Under the Coalition, we enjoyed some of the lowest interest rates, highest household savings and lowest credit card debt in recent history. The now Prime Minister promised before the election Australians will be better off under a Labor government I lead. Well, if higher interest rates, higher electricity and gas prices and higher fuel prices are all signs of Australians being better off, then the Prime Minister has kept that promise. This, of course, is not how we measure being better off, and in fact Australian families will be $2,000 worse off by Christmas. Merry Christmas, Australia. Deputy Speaker, it was with some bemusement and dismay I see that Labor are talking about abolishing the Stage 3 tax cuts brought in by the Coalition when in government. This tremendous policy achieves what we all desire, and that is ensuring workers' real wages increase by allowing them to keep more of what they earn. But this policy also ensures no additional financial burden is placed on businesses, many of whom are now doing it tough. As I've stated many times, we all love workers to earn as much as possible, but consideration must be given to the whole picture, and the fact is that whenever wages rise, these wage increases are passed on to consumers, the very people that received the wage rise. So I put the question to you. If a worker's gross pay goes up by $40 a week, which they lose, say, $10 of that in tax, but due to the other workers getting the same increases which are passed on, their weekly expenses go up by $50, is this a good thing? I would suggest not. That is why tax cuts are the best form of wage increase, because it gives workers more in their net or take-home pay without increasing the price of goods, so they are simply better off. Now, why would Labor even consider removing these tax cuts? Well, their lefty mates in the Greens, of course, say that this is tax relief for the rich or the high earners, and that's not good enough. Let's look at the rich getting a take-home pay increase in this measure, shall we? A hairdresser earning $60,000 a year would take home an extra $400 a year. A teacher earning $70,000 a year would take home more than an extra $620 every year. An executive assistant earning $80,000 a year would take home around an extra $900 every year, and a diesel mechanic earning $100,000 a year would take home more than an extra $1,370 per year. These are not the rich, these are the everyday Australians that the Coalition has always fought for and will continue to fight for. We will never bow to the Greens and their agenda, unlike the Labor Party. Of course, not content to get rid of tax cuts to the average Aussie, to add extra pressure on Australians, we have the energy affordability crisis. This is a twofold hit, as businesses like RGS and my electorate of Longman, who manufacture and distribute garden equipment like mowers and chainsaws and the associated parts, have been slugged with an additional $43,000 per annum electricity charge. This means that prices for these items at the checkout will increase to cover these higher costs, adding even more cost of living pressures. This is a straight-out election promise broken, as the Prime Minister promised 97 times before the election that his government would cut prices by $275. No exceptions, not statements of depending on this or that, just an unconditional promise. Instead, in their own budget, it stated that electricity prices would rise by 56% over the next 2 years and gas 44%. So much for a cut. Mortgage pressures hurt both the property owners and renters in our communities. Interest rates have skyrocketed since Labor achieved government, and a family with a mortgage of $500,000 is already paying $800 per month over what they were under the Coalition. Again, this Prime Minister said that his government had a plan for cheaper mortgages. There was no conditions, no exceptions, just a promise, which again has been broken. To try and alleviate the financial mess of this budget, Labor, of course, have reverted to their default position of increasing taxes, with $142 billion of extra taxes announced in the recent budget, with, I'm sure, more to come. This, of course, will also add more cost of living pressures for everyday Australians. Deputy Speaker, Australians want and deserve a government that will keep their word and not continuously blame previous governments and outside factors. A strong leader takes the responsibility for the cards they are dealt and gets on with the job. This government does none of this. Yes, they are truly living up to the Labor mantra: when Labor can't manage the money, they come after yours. Prepare to buckle down, Australia. The worst from this lot is yet to come.
I thank the honourable member for Longman. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Hasler.
Hear, hear.
Deputy Speaker, the member for Flynn, like myself, is a member of the class of 2022 in this 47th Parliament. However, unlike me, the member has arrived in this place with some years of political experience, having served in the Queensland Parliament since 2017, which to me begs the question, perhaps it's a side of my own naivety, but why do those opposite insist on giving this government the opportunity after opportunity to speak on the responsible work of our Treasurer and Finance Minister and illustrate what a mess we've inherited? For what reason the member for Flynn has decided to carry this candle for his side remains a mystery to me. Only a few days ago, I had the honour of reminding members in the Federation Chamber of the virtues of the Albanese government's responsible economic management, thanks to a motion from the member for Menzies. Now the member for Flynn has obliged me. This government has been upfront and honest about the fiscal and monetary challenges we've inherited, and we are taking decisive and targeted action. Treasurer Chalmers' budget, delivered in October, begins the task of dealing with inflation, the deliberate low-wage policy of the former government and debt caused by years of lazy and wrong-headed government. I believe that if the member for Cook was still Prime Minister now, busily sharing portfolios with some of those opposite, the same cost of living pressures would be present, but not the same will or capacity to act. And this government is acting. We are investing in cheaper early childhood education, giving 1 million families more options, making PBS medicines cheaper to ease costs and keeping people healthier, getting wages moving again, empowering workers to earn more. And as a stark point of difference, this government has prioritised paying down the $1 trillion of Liberal debt. Addressing the cost of living must involve keeping a lid on inflation. Despite the incessant shrieking and scaremongering from those opposite, Treasury modelling has confirmed the Chalmers budget is the responsible way to move forward without exacerbating inflationary pressures. And those pressures are mostly coming from the global environment, as members well know. Government policy must be directed towards softening the blow, flattening the curve and preparing for recovery in the medium and longer term. Addressing the cost of living means taking a hard look at energy policy and doing the right thing. The Coalition is no stranger to developing energy policies. They tried to do quite a few, but you never landed a single one. The true path to long-term sustainable lower energy prices is the rapid transformation to a green energy economy based on renewables, a dependable grid and forms of storage, including batteries. Just today I read about the Norwegian company Electoral investing in offshore wind generation in Australia. Is there anyone in this chamber who seriously believes that we would be attracting the levels of investment and interest that we now see if the Minister for Climate Change and Energy wasn't active in this space, if he hadn't designated offshore zones and introduced legislation to support them, if we hadn't had passed the climate change bills? I note that when the member for Flynn had a chance to support the climate change bills a couple of months ago, he squibbed and he voted against them.
All of them did. All of them.
The member for Flynn is reported as having said that renewable energy is fantasy. Well, he should take action against the newspapers if this is not true, as it seriously makes you look foolish. Another important way to combat the cost of living is to ensure that wages haven't flatlined, especially where they haven't kept pace with either inflation or productivity. We've had 9 years of coalition governments where low wages were a deliberate design feature of their policies. Now the Albanese government has supported wage rises for low-paid workers and has brought legislation in the parliament to get wages moving again. I note that the member for Flynn voted against that legislation last week too. Flynn did rather well, though, out of the first Chalmers budget handed down a month ago. The commitments made for Flynn by the candidate Burnett and the Labor team are all there, funded in the budget. I count 21 across the electorate, from Gladstones to the Highlands, including a long-awaited pool at Boyne-Tunham and upgrades to the Bruce Highway. Deputy Speaker, I'm the member for Hasluck, so I shouldn't have to stand here and tell the people of Flynn how good the Albanese government is to them. But I know that the member for Flynn isn't going to do it. He's just going to sit there, polishing leather, with his climate deniers hat on, and when confronted with a list of commitments as long as your arm and all funded in the budget, says, and I quote from the Courier Mail of 27th of October, "I wouldn't hold my breath with some of these commitments."
Order.
But
Order. I thank the honourable member for Hasluck. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's hard not to feel a sense of dread and despair with the direction of the Australian economy. The discussion du jour across every household is the worrying increase in the cost of living, and it's easy to see why. Inflation has risen by 1.8% in the September quarter to reach 7.3% for the past year. This is the highest increase since 1990. And, Mr Speaker, I remember 1990 very well, and it is my deep fear that we are heading back there, where we will have double-digit interest rates. The cost of non-discretionary items rose to an annual pace of 8.4% in the September quarter, up from 7.6% in the June quarter, which the Australian Bureau of Statistics dubs as a new high. These are essential items that consumers typically cannot avoid buying, such as fuel, food staples. Discretionary items rose by 5.5%. And I just read that Stephen Koukoulas has said that retail spending is very, very low. The impact is real. I've personally seen anecdotal evidence in my local supermarkets in Mayo. One really easy way you can see where people are really struggling is that they're trying to buy exclusively home brand. And if you look around at home brand in your stores, that section of the shelf is empty at the moment. Food Bank and other community food distribution organisations are servicing more people, many of whom have never reached out to these services before. Food Bank Australia's CEO, Brianna Casey, commented on the Food Bank Hunger Report in 2022. She said, "I've witnessed firsthand the rise in demand for food relief services over the past year as the country has been recovering from COVID. But even I'm shocked by the picture that is exposed in this report." Adding to the pain, Treasury estimates that wages will not outstrip inflation until 2024 at the earliest. However, by then, Australians will have experienced a 20% rise in electricity bills this year and a further 30% rise next financial year. That is a 50% increase. Similarly, gas bills are also expected to rise by 20% this year and a further 20% in the next financial year, 40% in total. Ahead of the election, the Labor Party did spruik its credentials on its ability to lower power prices, and I'm assuming that that's from the time of the election and not where we're going to in a couple of years, by $275 per annum. Look, I do ask the government, I've been listening to the debate and everyone's blaming each other, which is kind of the usual thing that happens in this place, and nobody really comes up with any solutions. I ask the government to be truthful. When will Australians see that $275 or the equivalent on their power bills? And if you can't deliver, I think it's time that the government was honest with the Australian people, because I have in my electorate, I have constituents say to me, "Rebecca, when is my power bill going to get cheaper?" And I say, "I just don't know." Now, I think I'm correct in hearing the member for Moreton said that that $275 will be delivered by 2025. That's too far away. That's effectively another election away. For many Australians, there really is no light to the end of the tunnel. It's quite the opposite. And under the poor guidance of the Reserve Bank of Australia, which touts for months that record low interest rates will remain low until 2024, we've seen lots of people have mortgages right up to their borrowing capacity, and they're on sub 2% interest rates, and that's going to be converted to a variable rate for many very soon, between 5% and 7%. The extent of this impending calamity is enormous. 46% of home loans written in July and August last year were on a fixed rate. A total of $158 billion of fixed-rate mortgages will mature before the end of this financial year. It's going to mean a very bleak Christmas for a lot of people. Mr Speaker, inflation and the cost of living and out-of-control energy prices and mortgage increases they're not going to, they are seriously hurting Australians. I support this motion that calls on the government to focus on the issues that really matter and to deliver a real and comprehensive plan to address these issues. And as the member for Stir, I listened to a speech of his in the Federation Chamber, I think it was last week. He said that what we don't want to see is that we've got high wages, then creating this double-digit effect of spiralling inflation further and further. So let's focus on families, let's focus on our communities, let's focus on getting inflation down. We don't want to go back to 1990. It was a horrible time. It was a recession we were supposedly, needed to have, but let me tell you, it was a horrible time to be a young person in Australia. We can do better.
I thank the honourable member for Mayo. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Hawke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Now, despite what they say, the former Liberal government's pathetic record on economic management is absolutely clear.
Clear to see.
$1 trillion of debt. That is your economic legacy. $1 trillion of debt. Now, no matter how much they try to peddle the mistruth that they are superior economic managers, they cannot escape the simple fact that they left office with $1 trillion of debt and nothing more than a negligible economic dividend to show for it. Instead, Australians lived through the worst decade for productivity in half a century and a decade of negative real wage growth. Deputy Speaker, I have spoken on several motions like this one during my brief time in this place. Cut and paste Liberal spin that ignores the fact they were in government for almost a decade. Now, the member for Flynn starts this one by rightly highlighting that many Australians are doing it tough and the cost of living is rising fast. Interest rates and inflation are rising alongside, as began under the previous Liberal government, and household budgets are consequently stressed. As always, the member goes on to ignore the countless cost of living relief measures the Albanese Labor government is implementing. However, where this motion departs from all those that I've had the pleasure of speaking on previously is that it fails to mention the Liberals' decade of deliberate negative wage growth that has left so many Australians ill-equipped to handle the cost of living challenge. In 2019, former Federal Finance Minister, Liberal Finance Minister, Matthias Cormann said that low wage growth was, and I quote, a deliberate design feature of our economic architecture.
Shame.
Australians should reflect on this. The Liberals deliberately kept your wages low while the profits of their corporate mates were soaring. Just earlier this year, the former Prime Minister and member for Cook described the prospect of a $1 an hour increase to the minimum wage as reckless and dangerous. This deliberate effort to stifle wages while increasing the profits of their corporate mates has left Australian families doing it very tough. And I'm not surprised that those opposite don't want to talk about it anymore. Now, Australians know that it was the former Liberal government that created the economic challenges we face today. However, Australians also know that only an Albanese Labor government can deliver the actual reform that will address those structural challenges. That's why they elected us, and that's what we'll do. That's why our government has ended the previous government's policy of keeping wages low as a deliberate designer feature of the economy they were running. And we are focused on getting wages moving again. Before the year is out, the Albanese Labor government will pass the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill to restore the balance at the bargaining table and deliver wage rises for Australian workers and their families. Sadly, this will pass without the support of those opposite. They don't want to talk about wage growth, and they certainly don't want to see it either. Deputy Speaker, wage growth is just one part of Labor's plan to address the cost of living challenges faced by so many Australian families. Last month, in the first of many budget speeches, the Treasurer detailed Labor's economic plan to deliver a direct and deliberate response to the challenges facing our economy, including cost of living. The Albanese Labor government is delivering cheaper childcare to Australian families, including 7,000 families in my electorate of Hawke, 7,000 households who will be getting cheaper childcare with the maximum childcare subsidy to rise to 90%. Parents in Hawke will also have access to a full 26 weeks of paid parental leave as the Commonwealth scheme is expanded over the coming years. The cost of medicines will be slashed as script costs plummet at the local pharmacy by $12.50 per script, and the rising cost of housing will be addressed through the new housing accord. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is getting on with the job of fixing up the Liberal Party's mess, driving down the $1 trillion of debt that they created and getting wages moving again. And alongside that, we will continue to provide much-needed relief to household budgets through our additional policy measures.
I thank the honourable member for Hawke. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The number one issue for all Australians right now is the ever-increasing cost of living pressures. And unfortunately, they are increasing at a rapid rate. Everyone is affected and no one is immune. The young couple who has just purchased their first home, the mum and dad who are working long hours to feed their 3 kids, or the pensioner who is too scared to turn on the air conditioning. I want to thank the member for Flynn, Mr Colin Boyce, for raising this critical issue as a matter of priority. Well done. The Labor government promised a lot during the election, but these promises seem to have disappeared into the wild blue yonder. Labor promised a plan to bring down the cost of living. Labor promised cheaper electricity. They actually promised this 97 times. Labor promised a cheaper mortgage. Labor promised no changes to franking credits. But 6 months on, all Australians have from their government is a growing list of broken promises, causing fear and uncertainty in our communities. On budget night, this Labor government walked away from a commitment to reduce every household's energy bill by $275, a promise repeated over 97 times. Instead, what this government has given us is a 56% increase in power prices. It's getting harder and harder for families to make ends meet. So to enjoy the simple things in life, and those things are fast becoming luxuries. Garnier shampoo is now being replaced with home brand. A piece of rump steak is now too expensive, and minced meat is purchased instead. Tinned fruit and frozen veggies are replacing fresh produce. The Coalition had a plan to target this very issue in the agricultural visa. The labour shortages across our ag sector are creating significant strain on farmers and pushing up the cost of fruit and veggies. The National Farmer Federation have estimated we need 172,000 additional workers for the sector. Since the Labor government has scrapped the ag visa, except for Vietnam, and that's only thanks to the pressure from the Coalition, Labor has a plan for only 42,000 workers, and that leaves our farmers short 75% of what's required. Farmers have not got the certainty to plant and are having their produce fall to the ground. When there is no one to harvest the produce, it goes nowhere and the profit is zero. The inaction of the Albanese government is costing Australians at the checkout. In my electorate of Dawson, kids are missing out on playing sport because they have to travel to neighbouring towns to compete. This is purely due to the cost of fuel. Another choice forced on families: sports or food on the table. A pensioner who can't afford the expense of running their air conditioner will be forced to suffer in the stifling heat and humidity that my region experiences every summer. Constituents who need to travel for regular medical appointments with specialists, like smaller towns like Bowen, to main centres like Townsville, a 400-kilometre round trip, are struggling with the extra fuel costs. Do they make those trips, or do they neglect their health? People want to know what this government is going to get their act together and address the cost of living crisis. My people in Dawson deserve a government that does more than just congratulate themselves at every opportunity. They're crying out for real solutions that will ease the costs of growing pressures. that will bring electricity prices down and that will keep food on the table. Prime Minister, our country needs you to take responsibility. You're not in opposition, you're at the helm. Since the budget was announced, we've seen inflation hit 7.3%, the highest level in more than 3 decades. Homeowners with mortgages are feeling overwhelmed with their extraordinary payments. Already a family with a $750,000 mortgage is now paying $1,200 more each month compared to what they were prior to the election. I'm urging the Labor government to get the priorities of this nation right. We are staring down the barrel of a very bleak and very dark future. For the sake of the good people of Dawson and all Australians, it's time to put the cost of living crisis as priority number 1. And just for the record, Australia is not in $1 trillion debt. That's just another Labor lie, and those figures are available to everybody. Have a look.
I thank the honourable member for Dawson. There being no further, call the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the cost of living motion and start by saying, there's no doubt that times are really tough out there, and households and businesses, small businesses in particular, and households on fixed incomes are really struggling. And that is something that the government can bury their head in the sand over if they choose to, but the reality is those of us that are genuinely listening to our communities and are hearing about those challenges and struggles on a daily basis are very despondent that we have a government that is doing nothing about this crisis. Now, as other speakers have pointed out, and I commend the member for Mayo's contribution regarding electricity, because this is really important. As she said, it is time for the government to be honest with people about a promise they made during the May election to reduce electricity prices and what the reality of that situation is going to be. And just to be clear, because I think the government attempt to put a lot of smoke and mirrors around this, promise that they made, solemn promise that they made, and the timeline is really important and it's really straightforward. The then Labor opposition announced their climate change energy policy in December 2021. Within that were certain measures, and they said that this poor company called Reputex, that are probably never going to recover from their association with this Labor policy costing exercise, costed that policy and said very clearly in the document that if the Labor Party were elected and implemented all of their electricity policies, that by 2025, as against December 2021, by 2025, electricity prices would fall for the average residential consumer by 18%, or $275. Now, that's by 2025. They've then confirmed in their recent budget that in the financial year ending 23 and financial year ending 24, cumulatively electricity prices are going to go up by 56%. So to achieve that 18%, they're 74% off come June 2024, and that will be a spectacular effort for them to keep that promise if they can achieve a 74% reduction in electricity prices between June 2024 and June 2025, but I highly doubt that is going to occur. So it's time to come clean and be honest with people that you made a promise to them and you're not going to keep it. Now, yes, of course, issues have come to bear since then, like the war in Ukraine. That was in February. And subsequent to February, the then Labor opposition continued to make this spurious promise that they would reduce electricity prices by 18%, or $275 to the average residential consumer by 2025. They've then handed down a budget and said that by 30 June 2024 prices will go up by 56%, a 74% deficit to make up in 12 months. This is simply not going to happen, and the households and businesses of this country deserve to be told the truth by the government, which is we told you we were going to cut your bills by 18%, and that's no longer going to happen. Because there are some people out there that still have faith in commitments that are made in election campaigns and believe that there's no reason why a government, if they said they were going to do something, would not deliver on it. And as the member for Mayo points out, there are people struggling with their electricity bills that may still be thinking there is a dramatic reduction in their bill on the way, because the Labor Party in government, in opposition, said if we're in government, we will cut your bills by 18%, by $275. And so there are clearly people that are still hoping that's going to happen. And if not, they deserve some honesty from this government to come clean and say what we said we would do is not going to happen. We told you we'd cut your electricity bills, but that's not the case. Far from it, they're increasing dramatically. And it could be that the 56% by 2024 is only going to increase more and more and more into the future. So when we get to 2025, when they thought they'd had an extra $275 in their pocket through a reduction on their electricity bill, it's going to be dramatically different. And people make serious decisions about their budgets based on these things. And it is high time we had some honesty. The government came clean, admitted that commitment is never going to happen, and be honest with the people of this country.
Has expired. I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to several bills. I do not propose to read the titles, which will be recorded in votes and proceedings. I've received a message from the Senate returning the Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment, incentivising pensioners to downside Bill 2022 without amendment. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate has passed a bill for an act to amend the Biosecurity Act 2015 and for related purposes, and transmits it to the House of Representatives for its concurrence. And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Biosecurity Act 2015 and for related purposes.
And I call the Assistant Treasurer.
I move that the second reading be made in order of a day for the next sitting week.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to amend the Fringe Benefits Tax Assessment Act 1986 to exempt benefits relating to cars that are zero or low emissions vehicles and for other purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with amendments in the annex schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments. And I call the Assistant Treasurer.
I move that the amendments be considered at a later hour this day.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to amend the law relating to discrimination, human rights and gender equality, and for other purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with amendments in the annexed schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments. I call the Assistant Treasurer. Turn the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that the amendments be considered immediately.
I put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider the amendments together. And I'll call the Attorney-General.
I move that the amendments be agreed to.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Oh, I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. This is an important bill and is worthy of the House noting the significance of this legislative change, which we'll be supporting with the amendments made by the Senate. The Respect at Work bill, we have taken now another important step towards what should be at the heart of any society that has the right to call itself civilised, the right to a safe and a respectful workplace. The government I'm so very proud to lead has delivered on another promise that we made to the Australian people. Labor campaigned on a promise to implement every single one of the recommendations of the Respect at Work report into sexual harassment in Australian workplaces. Shortly after I was sworn in as Prime Minister, I made it clear that this election promise was now a key part of the agenda of the new government. Mr Speaker, the last 2 years have been a real reckoning in this country. Australian women have stood up, not the least of which is outside this very building, and courageously and emphatically declared enough is enough. We are a great country, but there's an even greater Australia within our reach if only we dare to extend ourselves a little. Mr Speaker, we are working to address the imbalances in our society that have for so long been tilted against women, and I'm proud of what we've achieved in our first 6 months. Cheaper childcare and early childhood education, a plan to expand paid parental leave, women's economic equality put at the centre of the Jobs and Skills Summit, gender equity to be written into the Fair Work Act, and record investment in women's safety. And, Mr Speaker, I'm very proud to lead a Labor caucus 103 strong, of which 54 of the 103 are women. Yeah. The fact that we had that advance at the last election gave a mandate for us for moving forward on these issues. These acts are all acts of equality, but so much of it is also about economic reform. So that is just in our first 6 months, but, Mr Speaker, I declare today that we've begun as we mean to continue. The speed with which we have acted is the only correct response to the calculated inertia of the previous decade. Those opposite sat on the Jenkins report for almost a year without even responding to it, and then they refused to implement key recommendations. They even voted against Labor's amendments to introduce a positive duty on employers to stop sexual harassment in their workplaces in 2021. Imagine holding that up to the nation as one of your principles and being proud of it. The circumstances we have inherited are not good enough. And yet during the last decade, indeed, Australia fell to 70th in the world for women's economic participation and opportunity. And we went from being the 24th most equal country in the world for women and men to the 50th. That is so far from good enough that it's hard to measure. We will allow no more of these opportunities to be lost. Mr Speaker, this bill will place a positive duty on employers to take reasonable and proportionate measures to eliminate sex discrimination, sexual harassment and victimisation as far as possible. It will expressly prohibit conduct that results in a hostile workplace environment on the basis of gender. And it will ensure Commonwealth public sector organisations are also required to report to the Workplace Gender Equality Agency on their gender equality indicators. Mr Speaker, I want to once again express our great debt of gratitude to everyone who stepped up to share their experiences with Sex Discrimination Commissioner Kate Jenkins. Their courage gave us a template for a better future, and we're following that template. Mr Speaker, this bill is a key part of our mission to progress gender equality across all of our work as a government. With this bill, we recognise that achieving women's economic equality includes making sure women are safe at work, and we'll keep working with governments and businesses to make sure all Respect at Work recommendations are put in place. We must never accept sexual harassment as either inevitable or unavoidable, because it is anything but. Nor should we accept the dangerous, low-energy fiction that somehow we are incapable of improvement. Think about how far we have come as a society and as a nation. Think of all we have managed to achieve together as a people. Australia is a country that gets things done, especially when the Australian people have a government that measures up to their energy, to their ambition, to their courage, and most importantly, our abiding sense of fairness. That's what we're doing here. We're writing a new chapter and moving forward with our national story. We're building a better future, one with equality and respect at its core, and we're allowing ourselves the possibility of an Australia that reflects our highest ideals. Most importantly, Mr Speaker, with this legislation, we are doing what is right.
Question is the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinion say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, Crimes Amendment Penalty Unit Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Barara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Crimes Amendment Penalty Unit Bill 2022 will increase the value of the Commonwealth Penalty Unit from $222 to $275, with effect from the 1st of January 2023. The bill also provides that indexation will occur every 3 years from the 1st of July 2023. Effectively, the government is imposing an additional increase on the value of the penalty unit from the 1st of January 2023, with triennial indexation resuming on the 1st of July 2023. Penalty units determine the maximum fines which can be imposed for offences in Commonwealth legislation and territory ordinances. When the penalty unit was introduced in 1992, its value was set at $100. This value was adjusted to $110 in 1997, $170 in 2012, $180 in 2015, $210 in 2017. In 2015, the Crimes Act was amended to introduce an indexation mechanism to automatically increase the value of the penalty unit every 3 years, in line with the Consumer Price Index. An indexation occurred on the 1st of July 2020, when the penalty unit was increased to $222. This bill will increase the revenue returned to the Consolidated Revenue Fund for pecuniary penalties imposed for the commission of Commonwealth criminal offences by $31.6 million over 4 years. It's not entirely lost on members of the Coalition, Mr Speaker, that the amount to which the Commonwealth penalty unit is being increased, that being $275, is the one amount that the Prime Minister doesn't want to talk about in this House, because that was the same amount that he promised Australians their power bills would be reduced by. And as the Manager of Opposition Business reminds me, it's the number that dare not speak its name except in the penalty unit bill, and it should be reminded that the Prime Minister's failure to keep his promise in reducing power prices effectively is a penalty on the Australian people. The Coalition supports this bill, Mr Speaker. I wanted to take the opportunity to talk a bit about some of the things that the Coalition in government did to fight crime and to keep our community safe in the context of this bill. In the March 2022-2023 budget, the Coalition government announced an investment of $170.4 million in the Australian Federal Police and Australian Border Force capabilities to harden our border against transnational serious and organised crime. This includes a number of measures, including the establishment of dedicated AFP strike teams to target the importation and manufacture of illicit drugs, firearms and money laundering, boosting the Australian Federal Police's specialist capabilities to keep pace with the growing threat of outlaw motorcycle gangs, organised crime cartels and other crime groups, and strengthening investment in the Australian Federal Police's Criminal Asset Confiscation Task Force to further disrupt the criminal business and remove the profit out of crime. Ensuring our community and borders were protected has always been a priority for the Coalition. That's why in government the AFP's funding was increased to a record $1.7 billion. The Coalition government strongly backed in Australia's law enforcement agencies when we held office, and I'm concerned how these national security agencies will fare under the government. This contrasts the last time Labor were in government, when they raided the accounts of our law enforcement agencies to prop up their budget bottom line. Labor's safety record at our airports and seaports has been abysmal. Labor were dragged kicking and screaming to finally support our legislation for tougher security requirements for those who work in those protected areas of ports and airports. The Prime Minister's union bosses opposed security checks for ports and airport staff, so Labor opposed it for years before finally agreeing in 2021. Just one of the last sitting weeks before the election, we saw a major Labor backflip in relation to firearms trafficking. Organised crime syndicates, outlaw motorcycle gangs and other criminals who traffic firearms face tougher penalties under national gun laws secured by the Morrison government after a back-down from the Labor Party after 5 years in which they objected to them. The Criminal Code Amendment Firearms Trafficking Act 2022 increased the maximum penalty for firearms trafficking from 10 to 20 years imprisonment, and under a separate aggravated offence for the most serious of traffickers, offenders face up to life imprisonment. For 5 years, Labor claimed they couldn't support this law because of their opposition to mandatory minimum sentencing.
before suddenly abandoning that long-held policy. Transnational, serious and organised crime threatens the safety, security and trust of all Australians in our way of life and affects all Australians. And we in the Coalition will continue to take every possible action to combat this threat to our way of life and to bring criminals to justice. In government, the Coalition provided our law enforcement, intelligence and border agencies the power and resources they needed to take the profit out of crime and harden Australia's supply chains against criminals. From the latest analysis by the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, transnational, serious and organised crime costs the Australian economy up to $60.1 billion a year. This has devastating impacts for families and communities, causing lost income, health and social impacts and the erosion of public trust in our government, business and public institutions. The Australian Federal Police-led Operation Ironside publicly exposed the insidious and pervasive impact that transnational, serious and organised crime has on the safety and security of Australia. While Operation Ironside was a success, there's much more work to do. I want to talk a little bit about outlaw motorcycle gangs and the Coalition's approach to organised crime. This approach was multifaceted. We locked up criminals, but we also kicked out foreign criminals and thugs who abused our nation's hospitality. When the Coalition was in government, we cancelled or refused the visas of 335 outlaw motorcycle gang members and removed 233 of them from Australia for breaking our laws. In total, we cancelled or refused over 10,000 visas on character grounds since 2014, keeping Australians safe from the triads, the mafia and bikies who seek to ply their deadly trade in our community. The Coalition in government didn't tolerate non-citizens who engage in criminal activity or behaviour of concern, including involvement with outlaw motorcycle gangs and organised crime, and we will continue to act decisively to protect the community from the risk of harm posed by these individuals. Australian Border Force work closely with Home Affairs and law enforcement agencies to identify and, where appropriate, cancel or refuse the visas of non-citizens engaging in organised criminal activities or associating with criminal gangs. All non-citizens who wish to enter or remain in Australia must satisfy the requirements of the Migration Act and migration regulations, including the Section 501 character test. A non-citizen may not pass the character test on a number of grounds, including but not limited to if they have a substantial criminal record or they are suspected of associating with or being a member of a group involved in criminal conduct. A non-citizen's visa must be cancelled if they are serving a full-time term of imprisonment for an offence committed in Australia and they have at any time been sentenced to a period of 12 months or more in prison. If a visa is cancelled in these circumstances, the person may apply to the Minister for revocation of the visa cancellation decision. The Minister has personal powers enabling them to cancel or refuse a visa without notice, where it's considered in the national interest to do so. Non-citizens who do not hold a valid visa will be liable for detention and removal from Australia, pending resolution of any ongoing matters. All removals are carried out in a way that ensures that the safety and security of those individuals being removed, staff and the public. Removals from Australia are undertaken as soon as reasonably practical through both voluntary and involuntary pathways. Between December 2014 and 28 February 2022, as I said, 335 outlaw motorcycle gang members, associates or organised crime figures had their visas cancelled or refused under the character and general cancellation powers. From the 11th of December 2014 to the 28th of February 2022, 233 outlaw motorcycle gang members and associates or organised crime figures have been removed from Australia by the Coalition. I want to talk a little bit about the cost of crime. The Australian Institute of Criminology, in their report estimating the cost of serious and organised crime in Australia 2020-21, found a number of key matters that are essential to understanding why it's important to take a strong approach to crime. Firstly, the report considered the direct and consequential cost of serious and organised crime in Australia, as well as the cost to government entities, businesses and individuals associated with perverting and responding to serious and organised crime. Depending on the extent to which serious and organised crime is involved in various crime types, the estimated costs range from $24.8 billion to $60.1 billion. It's really extraordinary figures when you think about it. Prevention and response costs were estimated to be up to $16.4 billion in 2020-21 alone. These include costs incurred by law enforcement, the criminal justice system, other government agencies, the private sector and individuals in the community in preventing and responding to crime. Continuing to measure these costs will help us understand the impact organised crime has on the community and is an important tool in how Australia responds to serious and organised crime in the future. Costing a black market can be difficult and necessarily requires sensitive data and information. This latest analysis has been derived from research and classified intelligence holdings. Serious and organised crime operates in a black market with the goal of avoiding law enforcement detection. As such, calculating its cost is inherently difficult and it's dependent on available data and suitable costing methodologies. The Australian Institute of Criminology recognises that crime data will never be completely reflective of the true extent of crime and will always be subject to limitations in data availability and analysis. The aim of the project was to provide an analytical framework which presents a systematic and structured picture of different costs of serious and organised crime. And I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, what I've demonstrated is that the cost of crime to the community is very, very serious, and the Coalition takes the prevention of crime and the safety of our community very seriously as well. There's one final matter I'd like to deal with, and that is the nature of support that the Coalition's provided for victims of crime in government, and I think that's a particularly important thing. Anyone who's a victim of crime has suffered unfairly and unnecessarily, and it's the job of good government to try and support victims who, through no fault of their own, have been a victim of crime. The Coalition is committed to supporting victim survivors and making sure those who commit sexual assault face justice. And that's why in government we funded a $1.3 billion women's safety package as part of the 2022-2023 budget, for a total investment to support the delivery of the next national plan to end violence against women and children from 2022 to 2032 to a historic $2.5 billion over the first 5 years. As part of that package, the Coalition announced an investment of $4.1 million to develop and deliver dedicated training program for law enforcement across Australia to ensure we can effectively identify and support victim survivors of all forms of family, domestic and sexual violence. The Department of Home Affairs will deliver a scoping study to inform the design and implementation of alternative reporting mechanisms so that victim survivors who may be apprehensive about approaching the police can report an assault in some other way. Deputy Speaker, this is an important bill. It increases the value of the penalty unit from $222 to $275. But it's also an important opportunity and a reminder to take stock of the importance of preventing crime and supporting the victims of crime in the way that the Coalition so sterlingly did in government.
I thank the honourable member for Barara. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All of those of that opinion say aye. Oh, sorry, I call the groom. I apologise.
Thank you, Speaker. No need to apologise. I appreciate the chance to talk on this very, very important bill. Today I rise in support of the Crimes Amendment Penalty Bill of 2022, which legislates for an increase in value of the Commonwealth Penalty Unit from $222 to $275 from the 1st of January this year. And Speaker, like the previous Speaker, I note the number 275 must be the most noted number in this term of government so far. This is an additional increase beyond the usual triennial indexation of the Commonwealth Penalty Unit, with the usual schedule of automatic indexation resuming on the 1st of July 2023. This change will increase the revenue return to the Commonwealth by $31.6 million over the next 4 years. These penalty units that we are discussing determine the maximum fines which can be imposed for offences in Commonwealth legislation and territory ordinances. And while the application of these penalty units will rightfully remain in the hands of sentencing judges, the change will ensure that financial penalties, when used, align with community expectations and provide a meaningful deterrent to those engaging in unlawful behaviour. And to pick up, Speaker, on a few comments from the Shadow Attorney-General, the intent of the Coalition's approach when in government was to take the profit out of crime, to find ways to address the motivating forces that drove crime in our community. And I think that's why we very much support any measure whatsoever that increases that punishment wherever As the Leader of the Opposition has said, whenever there is legislation that supports the Australian people, we will support that legislation. I'd also like to talk. The Shadow Attorney-General spoke about the work of outlaw motorcycle gangs in my region. What this means is the ICE problems that we've faced, particularly in small country towns, where we've seen an explosion in the amount of that drug being used and sold, and it's had devastating impacts on those communities. I think it's also quite important to focus on, when the Coalition were in government, not only did we focus on addressing crime, but we also made it a key priority to focus on victims of crime, particularly, as raised, the Women's Safety Package, $1.3 million. Again, to speak to my area of Groom, one of the issues we have seen is a rise in domestic violence cases, particularly amongst women in the 55+ age group. Sadly, we see so many of people in this group coming into Toowoomba to try and find housing, work, support. So this is a key area for us to continue focusing on. And throughout the rest of my time in the electorate of Groom, where residents are plagued currently by break-ins, car thefts, from a revolving door of youth offenders, nothing erodes community trust faster than the perception that the punishments being handed out by the courts do not fit the crime. And to all the people who I've spoken to on this issue across the electorate of Groom, be it door knocking at mobile offices, will continue to make this a priority of my time in this place, to support any legislation that is tough on crime. Because when we have that erosion of community trust, it leaves people feeling scared, unsafe and alone, which is utterly unacceptable. But, as is the case here, we can't blame the courts when they're dealing with inadequate laws that provide inadequate penalties. It's up to us as lawmakers to ensure that they have the tools they need and that our legislation is regularly fine-tuned and updated to keep pace with community expectations. This is something that we on this side of the House and the previous Coalition government paid particular attention to, amending and introducing new offences to keep Australians safe. We took an unapologetically tough-on-crime approach, and our achievements must be upheld by this new Labor government. That starts by properly funding our law enforcement agencies so that people are pursued and for illegal activities. In the 2022-23 budget, the Coalition government announced an investment of $170.4 million in AFP and Australian Border Force capabilities to harden Australia's border against transnational serious and organised crime, including the establishment of dedicated AFP strike teams to target the importation and manufacture of illicit drugs, firearms and money laundering. It included boosting the AFP's specialist capabilities to keep pace with the growing threat of outlaw motorcycle gangs, organised crime cartels and other crime groups, and strengthening investment in the AFP's Criminal Asset Confiscation Task Force to further disrupt the criminal business and remove the profit out of crime. Under the Coalition, the AFP's funding increased to a record $1.7 billion. I think we can be quite proud that wherever the opportunity arose for us to support strengthening law enforcement, during our time in government, we were there supporting our people on the front line to do that. That's an achievement of the last Coalition government that we can be very, very proud of. In contrast, and these are important points for us to think on, the last time that Labor were in government, they raided the accounts of our law enforcement agencies for the sake of propping up the budget bottom line. And with the recent Optus and Medibank hacks so fresh in the minds of many Australians, many people in my community who've been affected by that, we cannot afford for our key security agencies, who are investigating, who is responsible and how we can hold them to account, to take a backward step. As we enter another challenging economic period, can we really trust that we will not see a similar approach from this government? The approach that the previous Coalition government took worked, and we need to see that continued. But beyond the budget, the Coalition's approach to organised crime was multifaceted. We locked criminals up, but we also kicked out the foreign criminals and thugs who abused our nation's hospitality. When the Coalition was in government, we cancelled or refused the visas of 335 outlaw motorcycle gang members and removed 233 of them from Australia for breaking our laws, including 52 from my state of Queensland. In total, we cancelled or refused over 10,000 visas on character grounds since 2014, keeping Australians safe from the triads, mafia gangs and bikies who seek to ply their deadly trade in our community. Simply, Speaker, the Coalition Government did not tolerate non-citizens who engage in criminal activity or behaviour of concern, including involvement with outlaw motorcycle gangs and organised crime, and acted decisively to protect the community from the risk of harm posed by these individuals. We supported the Department and Australian Border Force to work closely with law enforcement agencies to identify and, where appropriate, cancel or refuse the visas of non-citizens engaging in organised criminal activity or associating with criminal gangs, and ensuring that all non-citizens who wish to enter or remain in Australia must satisfy the requirement of the Migration Act 1958 and the Migration Regulations 1994, including the character test at section 501 of that Act. A non-citizen may not pass the character test on a number of grounds, including but not limited to if they have a substantial criminal record or they are suspected of associating with or being a member of a group involved in criminal conduct. Further, a non-citizen's visa must be cancelled if they are serving a full-time term of imprisonment for an offence committed in Australia and they have at any time been sentenced to a period of 12 months or more imprisonment. If a visa is cancelled in these circumstances, the person may apply to the Minister for revocation of the visa cancellation decision. The Minister has personal powers, enabling them to cancel or refuse a visa without notice, where it is considered in the national interest to do so. Non-citizens who do not hold a valid visa will be liable for detention and removal from Australia pending resolution of any ongoing matters. All removals are carried out in a way that ensures safety and security of those individuals being removed, staff and the public. Removals from Australia are undertaken as soon as reasonably practicable through both voluntary and, unfortunately, sometimes involuntary pathways. As I've just said, we not only put these protections in place, but we use them, because no good comes from losing control over our borders. From December 2014 to February of this year, 335 outlaw motorcycle gang members, associates or organised crime members have had their visas cancelled or refused under the character and general cancellation powers. This was real practical action to keep Australians safe that the previous coalition government undertook, and Labor must follow suit. I note the Prime Minister said that he will be more lenient when it comes to allowing New Zealand criminals to stay in Australia. I think for the victims of crimes committed by these people, that's a very difficult statement to hear. The Prime Minister needs to provide more details about which criminals he will allow to remain in our country and why. The Coalition will continue to hold Labor to account on its approach to our borders and crime from opposition, because we've seen their track record on these important issues, and it hasn't been good enough. For another example, I'll talk about the backflip in relation to firearms trafficking before the last election. For 5 years, Labor objected to the tougher penalties under new national gun laws for organised crime syndicates, outlaw motorcycle gangs and other criminals who trafficked firearms, finally backing down, though, at the start of this year and supporting the legislation. It's astounding that it did take 5 years to come to the realisation that Australia and Australians need to be protected, they want to be protected, and that importation of illegal firearms was something that, indeed, the community needed to be protected from. Speaker, I think I'd stress very much as to why this has been such a core principle of coalition governments past. Law and order is absolutely the bedrock of our society. Without it, the basic agreements we have as individuals fall apart. Our people, the Australian people, need to know that at all levels support is there, be it here as legislators, making sure that the legislation we're doing is up to date, is addressing threats that they occur in our time, and that we are, as in the case of this legislation, making sure that the penalties applied meet community expectations. They also need to know that our courts not only have the tools they need, but the willingness to use them. And Australian people need to know that our law enforcement agencies have all of the support from all levels to do their job and to keep us safe. We're blessed in this country to have fantastic law enforcement agencies, Speaker, as I'm sure every member of this House would agree with. And it's very, very important that we maintain laws in place to support them. Speaker, finally to wrap up, I think the key point I'd offer on this is that the punishment must fit the crime. It's important that we do take steps to make sure that we're keeping up with community expectations. It's important that we do take steps to understand new crimes, new threats that are coming through. And it's very important we do find ways to address the profit that crime lives off, thrives off. And when we can do that, we know that we can cut away at it and we can remove as much of this scourge as we can from our society.
I thank the member. The question now is that, the question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the minister. Call the minister.
I want to thank members for their contribution to this debate, and I move that this bill be now read a third time.
And I'll put the question. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All of those that opinion say aye. Those against no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Crimes Act 1914 and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
Okay. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? Leave's granted. The Minister.
A third fantastic fling. I move that this bill be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. All of those that opinion say aye. Those against no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Crimes Act 1914 and for related purposes.
Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2, Telecommunications Legislation Amendment, Information Disclosure, National Interest and Other Measures Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is this bill will now read a second time, and I call the member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment, Information Disclosure, National Interest and Other Measures Bill 2022. Access to a person's mobile phone location data, known as triangulation, can mean the difference between life and death. Last year, according to the Australian Federal Police National Missing Persons Coordination Centre, more than 53,000 people were reported missing, about 145 a day. In many of these cases, law enforcement and emergency services agencies turn to the telecommunications carriers for vital mobile phone location data. With more than 20 million Australians estimated to own a mobile phone, location data can and does save lives. While the telcos cannot provide precise GPS data or exact coordinates, they are able to provide approximate location information based on triangulation of a mobile phone relative to mobile transmission towers, and the quality of this information is now considerably better than it was thanks to the introduction of advanced mobile location under the previous coalition government, as I will return to. The data cannot be used to verify exactly where a person was at a particular time, but it can establish, sometimes to quite a degree of precision, the location where a person may have gone missing. And this is critical information for police or emergency services personnel when searching for a person who has been reported missing or is at risk of harm. Part 13 of the Telecommunications Act sets out strict rules for telecommunications carriers, carriage service providers and others in their use and disclosure of personal information. Currently, under Section 287 of the Act, telecommunications companies can only help to triangulate a missing person if a threat to a person's life or health is, quotes, serious and imminent, close quotes. The bill would remove the word, quotes, imminent, close quotes, making it easier for law enforcement agencies and emergency services organisations to access triangulation information. While removing the word imminent, the bill adds an important safeguard, which is that the entity or person being asked to disclose the information needs to be satisfied that it is, quotes, unreasonable or impracticable to obtain the other person's consent to the proposed disclosure or use, close quotes. A recommendation was made in 2008 to the then Labor government by the Australian Law Reform Commission in a report entitled For Your Information, Australian Privacy Law and Practice, ALRC Report 108, which was tabled in August 2008, that the requirement that a threat be imminent was inappropriate. At that time, the Australian Law Reform Commission recommended imminent be repealed, expressing the view that any analysis of whether a threat is serious must involve consideration of the gravity of the potential outcome as well as the relative likelihood. While most recommendations from this report were adopted, the then Labor government decided not to implement that recommendation. The intention of the bill before the House now, as the Minister for Communications stated in her second reading speech, is that it is targeted to not only improve the operation and transparency of the relationship between law enforcement and the telcos, but crucially to save lives. In view of the importance of saving lives, it is regrettable that the then Labor government did not take action at the time. The urgent need for law reform, 2008. It is regrettable that this recommendation lay dormant until the urgent need for law reform was raised by the New South Wales Deputy State Coroner in a letter to the Minister for Communications in October 2022. This followed a coronial inquest into the sad disappearance of a New South Wales resident, which found that law enforcement agencies could not characterise the threat to life and health as, quotes, imminent, meaning no location data could be accessed, which, it is feared, contributed to the loss of a life. In the Minister's second reading speech, she referenced a 2020 New South Wales coronial inquest into the death of a man, which raised similar concerns. However, my colleague, the Shadow Minister for Communications, Senator Henderson, sought information in a briefing from the Department of Communications as to whether there had been any correspondence sent by the coroner at that time to the Commonwealth Government requesting such an amendment to the Act, and she was advised that there was no such correspondence sent. It is important to point out, Deputy Speaker, that as reported by the Australian Communications and Media Authority, some 25,410 disclosures of personal information were made by the telcos in the last financial year for the purpose of averting a threat to a person's life or health. This bill contains other measures to support public safety by permitting the use and disclosure of unlisted numbers stored with the Integrated Public Number Database, IPND, which is a database of all Australian phone numbers and associated names and addresses. Currently, the IPND manager is prevented under the Act from providing a 000 emergency service with a name and address of callers from an unlisted number. Given that 95% of the 72 million mobile phone numbers in Australia are unlisted, and that mobile phone numbers are unlisted by default, this does present a significant barrier to providing life-saving help when a caller is unable to provide details of their location. Allowing 000 services to access unlisted phone number information will save lives. The bill also clarifies a number of other matters, including that telecommunications companies, when providing reasonable and necessary assistance to emergency services organisations, are not liable for damages when acting in good faith. This bill, Deputy Speaker, builds on important work by the former coalition government, which rolled out advanced mobile location, or AML, technology which is built into the operating system of both Apple and Android telephones. This provides greater location accuracy to 000 services during an emergency call from a mobile telephone. Following extensive work by the previous government over many months, AML became available to Australians calling 000 from a mobile phone in December 2020. And by August 2021, the rollout was complete across all states and territories. AML has already been used to save lives. For example, in South Australia, the technology helped emergency services locate 2 kayakers caught in strong winds 3 kilometres offshore, which eliminated the need for an expensive air and sea search. 000 receives up to 27,000 calls nationally each day, and around 78% of these calls originate from a mobile phone, so accurate location data is critical. I want to thank all of those, including in my former office, in the department and in the working group that was established that brought together representatives of emergency services and the various departments and agencies with policy responsibility for communications, for all the work that was done to implement advanced mobile location. This work has been enormously important and has undoubtedly saved lives. Deputy Speaker, while the opposition supports the objectives of this bill for the reasons I have given, we do recognise that there are some privacy concerns that have been raised in relation to the provisions of the bill, and more broadly we recognise the critical need to protect the privacy and personal data of all Australians. It is very important, therefore, to make sure that this bill does not give rise to any unintended consequences. A question which arises, for example, is whether the bill provides adequate safeguards for a person fleeing family violence under circumstances where the perpetrator might make a false missing persons report with the aim of securing information about the whereabouts of the victim survivor. The opposition is concerned that the government has not consulted sufficiently on this point in relation to this bill, including with family violence organisations. Our concerns were increased by what we learnt through questioning on this matter in Senate estimates on the 23rd of November. It is for this reason that the opposition supported a motion to refer this bill to the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by March 2023. That is to say, it is important that this matter is carefully considered to ensure whether to ascertain whether there are appropriate safeguards within the bill against breaches of privacy and personal data, which could, in the case particularly of victim survivors of domestic violence, put people in danger. That is a question which does need to be properly examined and answered. But I conclude by referring first to the strong record of this side of the House when it comes to increasing the safety of Australians by making better data available in relation to the location of those who are at risk, and by also indicating the opposition's awareness of and in the broad support for the objectives of this bill, noting only our concern about privacy issues and wanting to be satisfied that these issues are properly worked through, including through the Senate committee process.
I thank the member for Bradfield and I call the member for Sturt.
Deputy Speaker, and I join my colleague, the member for Bradfield, in expressing support for the bill, but just to put a few points on the record of caution in this area. But to begin with, very proudly, a business from my electorate called Fivecast were successful at the Australian Exporter Awards held here in Parliament House last Thursday night, and that business do a lot of work with law enforcement agencies as far as receiving data and using publicly accessible sources to help and support law enforcement agencies in a variety of things that they do. And one of the really heartening examples of something they were a part of recently was the search for the little girl in Western Australia who was kidnapped and thankfully found safely some days later. And they were quite involved in supporting Western Australian Police as far as providing them with intelligence services that led to the location of that little girl. And one of the things that was helpful in that was mobile phone data and information. And so we certainly respect and agree with the fact that there's a need to change the law to give better and clearer and cleaner access to data that can help save lives. And obviously there's complete unity in this chamber on that objective. My brief word of caution is that every time we do have these bills, when it comes to providing, I suppose, modernising laws regarding new and emerging technology that's usable for helping law enforcement do their job, that we're just very wary that there's always the right justification for providing those powers, and that they stop at the point that is necessary and don't ever creep further than is necessary, because we are talking about personal data and information about people, which, as we all know, is extremely topical in this country right now, and there is a lot of wariness about people's data and it falling into the wrong hands, and then of course being used against people. And regrettably we're seeing that right now in regards to the blackmail and extortion of people and companies where information is taken of a personal nature on their customers, and these companies are being threatened with significant consequences, and the victims are not the companies. The victims are the people whose data that is being recorded and kept by people being released publicly with the objection of embarrassing them. And we know that with the Medicare and the Optus matters, and unfortunately there is a significant risk of this continuing to happen into the future. So when we're adjusting the law like we are in this case to give smoother and cleaner and more comprehensive access to data on people that in the past has been protected, we want to do that for the right reasons, and the reasons for these amendments are the right reasons, but we also just want to be wary and make sure that the executive of government and the departments and others that are doing the work on these proposals, that they're putting them forward, that we as a parliament are always going to be very vigilant to make sure that the changes that are being asked for, the new powers that might be being asked for, are indeed meeting the requirements that we would expect need to be met to make it easier to access people's private personal information. And I'd be wary about making sure that into the future we're always being very, very careful in regards to changing the law in a way that is going to put more information about people into the into the public realm. So those concerns have been outlined by the member for the Manager of Opposition Business, and we're good to go. No, sorry, he's certainly outlined those issues, but also made it very clear that the previous government was in support of this legislation, and for those reasons we are very comfortable with supporting these amendments through the chamber, but clarify that we will always be very wary about requests to make it easier for information on the citizens of our country to be kept and to be passed on. But in this case, the reasons for the change are very valid and meritorious, and we certainly hope that in making these changes it will make it easier for our agencies to save lives. And if we've done nothing short of that in this place today, then it's been a good day's work at the office, and with that I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for scope. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Monash.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you for giving me the call. I appreciate it. Deputy Speaker, isn't new technology fantastic? It can do amazing things. I had a friend talk to me about a woman who was worried about her husband because he was late home from work, and he's never late home from work. So she rang the local police and said, "Look, I'm really worried about my husband." Now, somehow the local police did a reverse "where's my phone" through their ability to do that. I don't know how they do that, but where's my phone? And they located his car and himself, sadly. He must have been feeling unwell. He pulled over near the beach, and he was overlooking the beach when he died of a heart attack. Sad, but new technology found him very, very quickly using our local police. Now that side of this is great. And the fact that in crime cases that we've recently heard of, especially in Melbourne, going back a few years now, the person of interest was able to be traced as to where that car went in that particular time by cross-checking across the towers as to where that particular phone travelled on that day. And that person was identified as the person that the police were looking for in regard to that murder, in regard to that terrible situation. I have not got a problem with using fantastic new technology for the benefit, and I say for the benefit, as the Shadow Minister pointed out in his remarks. He said that 145 people a day go missing in Australia. 145 people a day go missing in Australia. And we charge our police, other emergency services, with the help, hopefully, of going and finding those people. They do it, hopefully, having full regard for the legislation that covers their responsibilities, and has been outlined by the government very clearly that there are safeguards in this. But in truth, we are giving more freedom for police and other emergency services to access people's data more easily. Now, this is your data. You own this data. You own your phone. You hopefully don't think you're being listened to or covered by or identified as. But, I mean, I have maps on my phone. You could tell where I am any time you like by just probably reversing the maps or to see where my car is or where my phone is. Or whether, Deputy Speaker, my phone's next to your phone when you come to my office to have a chat, or I go to your office to have a chat. People could actually tell where those two phones are at any given time. So, Deputy Speaker, everybody knows when we've met. We don't have to broadcast it, we don't have to tell anybody, because our phone data will tell people when we're having a discussion. So, are there enough safeguards in this legislation? Now, our public service and our government believe that, yes, they have covered the ground through the Privacy Act, or they have done the best they can to give direction to the agencies as to how they can act in this regard. Now, this bill takes out the word imminent, so if somebody's under threat immediately or imminently, so they can act. It takes that out. Therefore, it gives greater freedom to the agencies to go investigate this particular situation. And we should think that's all good because it saves lives, it finds people. Somebody, they may have found that man who had the heart attack earlier. Had they found him, could they have done something about it? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. But we have the ability within this new technology to be able to use it for our nation's best interests. And I believe the writers of this legislation have put in place safeguards for our nation and our people's best interests. But they should remember, in doing so, they have handed more power to police or other agencies to use this power for good. And I'm a believer in that people would always use this for good, for the best interests of the, in investigating a difficult situation. But I also have in the back of my mind that there may be those who may not use this information for the best interests, for other more difficult, I'd like to use the word difficult, issues where they might use it for their personal advantage, to find out about somebody, find out about their movements, find out about where they go, what they do, which is entirely inappropriate. And it can be seen by some as a creeping infringement on their freedom of privacy, or a creeping infringement on their rights to privacy. How do you balance that? Well, I don't know how to balance that. So you take the new technology and say, here, we've got this fantastic new technology, we can now do things we've never been able to do before. But is that a creeping interference on the freedom of the individual in Australia? Freedom of association, freedom of expression. Is it a creeping? Have we taken into account enough that we need a judge to make a decision? But that takes time, to get a judge to make a decision as to whether someone can access someone else's privacy. We can get a senior police officer to make a decision. Well, they're busy. You know, they're busy. They're going to say, yes, tick, you know, go find, do what you've got to do. As an individual, I am particularly concerned that these powers, I'm concerned that if they're not used correctly, that it's a definite infringement on the privacy of the individuals concerned. But when you have a situation where 145 people a day go missing in Australia, which I thought was a staggering number for me, a staggering number. 145 people decide they're going to disappear in a day in 26 million people. That's thousands and thousands over a year. And over 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. So I think out of the 26 million, some 20 million Australians have a mobile phone, or two. And those mobile phones can be tracked anywhere, anytime by anybody, apparently. Not by anybody, because my use of technology would not be able to find you in the building, let alone in the broader world, Deputy Speaker. But there are a number of pieces of legislation, including digital identity, and now I find out that I have to have a particular digital identity for an individual business, as well as the directors, as well as. So government seems to be encroaching on my identity in more ways than I consider reasonable at this time. Every bit of legislation that comes through this place goes to the better intentions. But at the same time, I didn't need a digital identity 6 months ago to be a director of my self-managed super fund, as small as it is. But now I have to have a digital identity. If I don't have it by the end of the month, I've got a $13,000 fine for not having a digital identity. And I don't want this type of legislation to be encroaching and encroaching and encroaching ever more, and through this genuine legislation where people are saying, no, this is new technology, we can use it so well to find out where people are, what they're doing, especially if they're doing the wrong thing by the nation. But then we've got to temper that with the freedoms that are so precious to the Australian people. You do that through legislation just like this, so we actually change it to address new technology, and there'll be more new technology that comes through. There'll be absolutely no doubt about that. In fact, where we've come from just in my lifetime, let alone my father's lifetime, the massive changes that are happening, and they're happening with a rapidity and an energy that I don't think any of us could have believed when I first had a mobile phone, it was a brick battery about that high and sat in the middle of the car, in the great dumpster in the middle of the car. And a close friend of mine rang me and I said, "Where are you?" And he said, "I'm just driving out of Darwin." So here am I on this mobile phone in Cranbourne with somebody ringing me from Darwin in the car. And I remember Peter Boyle had this joke. He said he used to get off the phone and he'd say, "Excuse me, my other phone's ringing in the car." And all of these, and they were days when we were just setting out. Now with our smartphones, we do more with those smartphones than they did on the NASA's first mission. So here we stand today trying to balance in the parliament the privacy of the individual against the greater good. And we need to be really, really aware of every piece of legislation that comes through that actually reduces the freedom of the individual. So we need to be on guard for the protection of my generation. Don't worry about us. But where's this going to lead to for our children and their children? Are they going to be under surveillance the whole time? You know, are they going to be recognised by their digital identity when they walk into a supermarket? Are they going to be recognised by what their phone's putting out on what they purchased, on what they did? You know, total control or oversight of what we're doing. So we then, as a parliament, have a direct responsibility to act on behalf of the Australian people, to act on behalf of those who cannot act on their own, who see these things as they will say, "Mr Broadbent, Russell, that's your problem. You're the legislator. You watch that on our behalf." That's what we elected you for, to watch on their behalf over the legislation that comes through this place. Do we do it? Am I across every piece of legislation that is going to be passed in this building today, tomorrow or the next day? No. I take an interest in particular legislation like this one, but you know, do I watch every piece? I watch every piece that is going to have a subtle effect on the individual's freedom in this nation. Because if I don't defend it, and this parliament doesn't defend it, nobody will. I mean, this may be a cliche for you, but the men and women that died in the First and Second World Wars and all the other wars that we've been engaged in died under the banner of freedom for this nation. And people want to come to this nation by boat or airplane any way they can get here because they see this nation's free and the nation they're fleeing from is not free. You know, we're held up as a beacon of freedom. So therefore, on every bit of legislation that comes before this House, we have to protect those freedoms. Are they out of hand because of new technology and legislation to then back up that new technology? Yes, I don't think we can keep up with what's going on. This legislation is directly reflecting the fact that we can't keep up with new technology and how it may be used or will be used. If it's used for the greater good, I'm all for this legislation and we will be supporting the amendments to this legislation. But if fallen into the wrong hands, is used for the lesser good, not our best selves, and that can happen in any organisation. We've seen data breaches over the last 6 to 8 weeks, 2 months, that would frighten anybody. And we're always fearful of that happening in government, when a government's hacked. So we're supporting the legislation, but we're making sure we have very close regard for the freedoms and privacy of the individuals of this nation. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Monash and I call the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to rise and speak on the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment, Information Disclosure, National Interests and Other Measures Bill of this year. I recognise the importance of this legislation and that in some circumstances access to a missing person's mobile phone location data, known as triangulation, can mean the difference between life and death. and in fact it was the coalition that rolled out advanced mobile location, or AML technology. And this technology is embedded in the operating system of Apple and Android phones to provide greater location accuracy to 000 services, for example, during an emergency call from a mobile telephone. This bill further advances the ability of law enforcement and emergency services agencies to access mobile phone location data, and that can be critical when somebody goes missing. And this change is subtle but important. The Telecommunications Act includes general prohibitions on carriers and carriage service providers disclosing certain information or documents, including telecommunications data. There are some important exceptions, including where disclosure of this information is, in inverted commas, reasonably necessary to prevent or lessen a serious and imminent threat to the life or health of a person. The removal of the word imminent supports recommendations from a number of state coroners and the Australian Law Reform Commission. And the reason its removal was supported is that it set too far high a bar for access to location data. So this bill removes the word imminent, but also includes an important safeguard, being that the entity or the person being asked to disclose the information needs to be satisfied. Is it unreasonable or impractical to obtain the other person's consent to the proposed disclosure or use? So what else does this bill achieve? The bill also authorises the use and disclosure of unlisted numbers, for example, some mobile phone numbers, and associated addresses for the purpose of dealing with matters raised by a call to an emergency service number. An example of how this will apply is where a caller can't provide the location of an emergency. The bill clarifies that carriers, carriage service providers and carriage service intermediaries will not be liable for damages where such entities are acting in good faith, providing reasonable and necessary assistance to emergency services organisations. And it makes some technical amendments, including clarifying the definition of a telecommunications transmission tower. So in principle, these measures are supported, but we believe more work needs to be done. The opposition is concerned that the government has failed to adequately consult on the bill and address legitimate privacy concerns about a proposed change in the law which would make it easier to access somebody's mobile phone location data. And data security, particularly at the moment, is top of mind for many Australians. This year alone we've had a number of major data thefts. Optus, which has 9.8 million customers, Medibank, which has 3.9 million customers, and these are the biggest ones, but there have been dozens of companies and institutions that have fallen victim to hacking and data theft. And, Deputy Speaker, scams are also flourishing. And during Scams Awareness Week earlier this month, the ACCC's Scam Watch revealed that losses from scams totalled more than $2 billion last year. This year it could reach $4 billion. Scam Watch received more than 166 reports between January and September this year, showing a 90% increase in losses to $424.8 million over the same period than last year. And the ACCC Deputy Chair, Delia Rickard, said during the week, and quote, "Scammers evolve quickly and their tactics are becoming increasingly sophisticated and unscrupulous. There have been hundreds of reports to Scamwatch in the weeks after the recent high-profile data breaches, and that is expected to continue. Cyber criminals have capitalised on the data breach by impersonating government departments and businesses to carry out identity theft and remote access scams. And the Australians are being targeted relentlessly by these scammers. So we believe the Albanese government must urgently pass new laws to combat scams on online platforms such as Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, including messenger services such as WhatsApp and Messenger. The former coalition government in December 2020 announced a new industry code, the Reducing Scam Calls Code, which requires telecommunications companies to detect, trace and block scam calls. And in November 2021, the coalition made an important regulatory amendment empowering telecommunications sector to identify and block SMS scams at source. And as a result of this work, new rules to identify, trace and block SMS scams came into force in July 2022. And these laws have blocked an estimated 800 million scam calls and 48 million SMS scams. The Australian Media and Communications Authority, which administers the scam blocking, needs the power to force the global tech giants to detect, trace and block scams, ensuring companies like Meta, Twitter and Google are more accountable for the harm they are facilitating. And, Deputy Speaker, no sector is immune from this type of behaviour and these situations. In October, farmers and small businesses in rural and regional areas were urged to be cautious, particularly when buying heavy machinery, following a spike in scams targeting the agricultural sector this year. And there's concern about this in my own electorate of Nichols. Reports to the ACCC's Scamwatch show that Australian farm businesses lost more than $1.2 million to scammers between the 1st of January and the 31st of August 2022, an increase of more than 20% compared to the same period last year. And they can ill afford that at any time, particularly at the moment with all the other challenges that regional and rural Australia are facing at the moment. Deputy Speaker, Australians are increasingly sensitive about how their data is managed, given the high-profile data thefts that have elevated the risk of being targeted by scams for millions of Australians. It's understandable that the management and security of data has become a top-of-mind issue. The accessing of data of Australians must be appropriately balanced with the need to ensure the data of Australians is properly protected. Accordingly, the opposition is proposing that the bill be referred to a Senate committee for inquiry. It's important that anyone wishing to provide feedback or raise concerns about the bill, including civil liberties groups, has a proper opportunity to do so. So we must be equally concerned about the misuse of data as we are about allowing access, even if that access is designed to protect people and save lives. The Coalition's got a strong track record on telecommunications, funded more than 1,200 mobile base stations, delivering record investment to support regional connectivity and improve telecommunications infrastructure for disaster resilience, including in the electorate of Nichols. The Coalition established the world's first e-safety commissioner, including delivering the Online Safety Act, which extends important online safety protections to adults. We've also moved to hold global digital platforms to account, including under the News Media Bargaining Code. And Labor has cut telecommunications funding. Groundbreaking investments in regional connectivity, including for disaster resilience, were cut in the October budget, once again demonstrating Labor's disregard for rural and regional Australia. And those cuts include a $106 million program to boost resilience of telecommunications infrastructure for natural disasters in vulnerable locations being axed, and a much smaller amount of $30.4 million made to the Department of Home Affairs for resilience initiatives, including infrastructure. It's a heartless decision at a time when so many regional communities are in the grip of a flood disaster. $30 million for various internet affordability measures in regional and rural under the Coalition is now just $4.7 million. $5 million for emerging technology trials has been scrapped. $418 million for open access or multi-carrier mobile is now $400 million. The mobile black spots program has been cut by $37.5 million, the lowest level of investment since 2015. And while adopting the Coalition's plan to extend the peri-urban mobile program, or PUMP, to regional cities, as the opposition called for, Labor's providing only half of that amount, of the $78.5 million amount committed by the Coalition. Deputy Speaker, rural and regional communities deserve better. We are a vast nation, but it's not an excuse for having a two-tiered telecommunications system. I urge the government to ramp up investment in regional telecommunications because the regions are critical to our economy, our exports and our jobs. Black spots, poor service quality and the lack of access to the latest telecommunications technology are the subject of frequent representations to my office and many offices in regional and remote Australia. Telecommunications in the regions is critical for business and for the participation in the digital economy, and it requires constant investment, not cuts. In summary, Deputy Speaker, I support the changes made by this bill with some reservation regarding the protection of data and the level of consultation to date, and just reaffirm that urging of the government to keep investing in regional and rural telecommunications infrastructure. It's necessary for continuing the modernisation of our agricultural businesses, moving people to the regions who want to work remotely from cities, and really getting that population balance going in our country that we all want to see. And I know the member for Bendigo agrees with that, that wanting to see the regional cities in Victoria thrive. So thank you very much.
Thank the member for Nichols. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, first I must echo the sentiments of the member for Nichols. Like you, we have regional communications challenges in Casey, and it's so important that we continue to invest in the connectivity for our agricultural farmers, for our residents who live in those areas. And as a regional and peri-urban area, Casey also has those challenges. So I definitely concur with the member for Nichols on that wonderful contribution. But the bill I rise to speak on today, Deputy Speaker, is the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment Bill of 2022. And in essence, this bill will allow telecommunications companies to more easily provide assistance to law enforcement agencies and emergency service organisations in order to prevent crime and serious life-threatening situations. And this is important that we get this legislation right. And on a very base level, these proposals do make a lot of sense, and there's a lot of strong arguments for why we need to implement this legislation, which is why the opposition is going to support these changes. It's obviously clear that it's advantageous for emergency services to be able to access location data as quickly as possible when people are missing. We do know in these situations, when people are missing, that minutes and hours make a significant difference. So it is important that emergency services have all the support they need to protect Australians when they're in danger. But we also need to recognise and acknowledge the threats that exist, particularly in the new digital world that we live in. So I'll talk a little bit about the importance of this bill, but some of the challenges we need to address, because this bill will confer civil immunities on telecommunications companies for the provision of reasonably necessary assistance to the Commonwealth, to states or territories to respond during emergencies if a national emergency declaration is made. It's going to amend the existing requirements to record disclosures by telecommunications companies. So it is giving more support and more data to those communications companies, and we've seen clearly with Optus and with Medibank that the challenges in protecting our citizens through the cybersecurity challenges that our nation faces. And we need to acknowledge that they are very real, whether it's government infrastructure, whether it's business data, whether it's individual consumer data. The reality is that data is being attacked every day, and so we need to ensure that if we're giving organisations a greater ability to access this data, that it's going to be used in the right way. And unfortunately, we always need to acknowledge in this current environment that bad apples do exist. As much as we wouldn't like it to be, there can sometimes be people within organisations that will do the wrong thing and will take advantage of that data. We've seen many cases, particularly and shamelessly, in domestic violence situations where location data can be misused. And so we always need to ensure that we are allowing emergency services to get that access to locations, to find people when they are in danger. But there are appropriate safeguards to ensure that people are looked after and that it's not misused. And that's why we need to take a little bit of time. It's why we also need to take our time to make sure that we get this right. And in essence, this bill is quite important because it highlights the challenges that we face in this House when we're drafting legislation, particularly and primarily regarding technology. And it's something that I spoke about in my first speech, having spent the last 3 years working in the digital economy. Tech and digital moves at an extremely fast pace, and as we're talking right now, there are a lot of smart people working on new technology and new opportunities that provide great benefits to us as a community and to citizens and to governments. But it also creates challenges in this House that we have rightly important processes that we need to go through to protect our citizens, and that's why we need to continue to legislate as fast as possible. But we don't want to go too quickly, because if we get it wrong, there is a great old saying that there's no point locking the gate once the horse is bolted. And that saying is very true for those farmers and cattlemen that have got their gates, and nothing worse than locking the gates once the horse is out. But it's equally true in a technology sense and a data sense, because once your data is available on the internet or in the dark web, you can't get it back. And that's just the facts and the reality of what we're dealing with. So if we're allowing organisations to have easier access, even though they are emergency services, we unfortunately know through history that there are people within emergency services that have misused data and information before. So we need to allow for that risk and protect that risk. And that's why my belief is, and the opposition's belief is, that it's very important that we send this to a Senate committee so they can understand the privacy issues and the data issues. And again, we absolutely support the need for this legislation. That's not beyond doubt. What the question is how we protect our citizens that are missing, but also give them, give everyone else the benefit of what they need in terms of their security being protected. And the power of this technology access can't be underestimated in terms of tracking where people are and what they're looking to do. Now, this bill responds to several recommendations, including by the Australian Law Reform Commission and state coroners, about the current drafting of the Act, which requires that a threat to life or health be imminent. And this has hindered the disclosure of information about the location of missing persons in the past, and which can be determined by mobile phone triangulation. So again, it's so important that we do get that right, and what is that definition of imminent. And I know this was subject to a New South Wales Deputy Coroner recommendation, and they wrote to the Minister in October of this year recommending that the amendments to the Act following the inquest into the disappearance of a person in Sydney. So again, there is a strong case for this, but it's important to understand and to recognise that the coroner, and they're looking at how we can prevent this happening again, which is absolutely their responsibility, but they're looking through a very narrow lens of how we stop it happening again, which again is the scope of their responsibility. But our responsibility in this House, and the Minister's responsibility when that recommendation comes in from an expert in a very narrow field, is to look and understand what are the consequences and what are the intended and unintended consequences of this decision and this change. Because the reality is, in this House, every decision we make has consequences. Many we can predict, but history shows us that there are many unintended consequences. And again, as I said before, we know with the digital world, if we get these things wrong and the unintended consequences happen, we can't change it. We can't go back in time and unlock that change. That's why it's so important that a Senate committee looks at this, hears from experts around the privacy challenges that we face and how we can make sure that that we're protecting people at both levels of this process. And it's important, as I said, that we do have access to missing persons' mobile phone location data. Technology has allowed us to use triangulation to find people, and it is a great asset that we do have in the current modern world. And that's why the Coalition rolled out the advanced mobile location technology to provide greater location accuracy to 000 services during an emergency call from a mobile phone. So it was something that the Coalition were proud to roll out in their time in government to save lives and to make a difference. So this bill does build on that important work by making it easier for law enforcement and emergency services agencies to access mobile phone data, which can be critical. And the Telecommunications Act includes the general prohibitions on carriers and carrier services providers disclosing certain information or documents, including telecommunications data. However, there are some important exceptions, including where disclosure of this information is reasonably necessary to prevent or lessen a serious and imminent threat to the life or health of a person. So again, this goes to the heart of this discussion and how we get the balance right. And this is a very it's a tricky conversation, because the word imminent, which is the one that's been proposed to take out, does make a lot of sense and reflects the concerns of the state coroners, the Australian Law Reform Commission, that the qualifier is creating too high a threshold on access to mobile phone location data. The bill also allows for the use of disclosure of unlisted numbers if someone calls to an emergency service number and, for example, can't provide a location of an emergency. So really important initiatives here, and clarifying that service providers and telecommunications intermediaries will not be liable for damages when they act in good faith in providing reasonable and necessary assistance to emergency services organisations. So notwithstanding the opposition is concerned that the government has failed to adequately consult—
Order. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. And are there any statements by honourable members? Call the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And we're sadly starting to learn more and more about the way the Albanese Labor government does business, in particular about their recent budget. And what we're learning is that they do not have the guts, to come clean on what they are doing to rural Victoria. We have seen in our roads of strategic importance budget for South West Victoria $41.3 million cut from our roads budget. Now, our road network has been smashed by the long winter, by the rains. It was poor to start with. It has now deteriorated beyond belief. And DJ Elbow, who flies everywhere, has now made this decision to cut $41.3 million out of our roads of strategic importance budget. Local communities are outraged by this decision. He should go down there, he should drive on those roads, face up and front those communities and say why he has cut this $41.3 million from the budget. It is one of the most deplorable decisions that I have seen in my time in this building, and DJ Elbow, you need to do a lot better than this.
The member will refer to members by their title. I call the member for Bruce.
Cambodia's human rights situation is getting worse, which bodes ill for next year's national elections. And the latest terrible incident is the arrest and jailing of Chim Sitar, the leader of the union at Naga World Casino. I'm personally shocked by this. Sitar is a terrific young woman who I had a coffee with only 8 days ago in Melbourne. She was arrested when she got off the plane in Cambodia on a pretext that she was not supposed to travel overseas as it was a breach of her bail conditions. Of course, no one had ever told her of this condition. It's nonsense. Like other union leaders, Sitar has been subject to years of harassment. She was jailed for standing up for the rights of 1,300 workers illegally stood down from the Naga World Casino, owned by a Malaysian billionaire with rumoured but unproven links to Blackstone, which owned Crown Casino. Just asking for proper severance pay or reinstatement in vacant jobs for those few who still want to work there. Now, Sitar was in Australia as a delegate of a feeder to attend the International Trade Union Congress in Melbourne. When we had a chat, she wasn't plotting the overthrow of Hun Sen's gangster regime. She wasn't trying to bring down capitalism or end corruption in Cambodia. She was simply chatting about being in Melbourne and challenges that she shares with other trade union organisers worldwide. I call on Cambodia's government to release her immediately, and on the owners of Naga World Casino to behave decently and end this ridiculous dispute. I'll be talking with Australia's Foreign Minister to see what our embassy can do to speak up in Cambodia.
Time expired. Member for Forrest.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As we head into summer, I wanted to acknowledge the emergency services groups that are most likely to be called on over our summer months. And I want to acknowledge the emergency services volunteers in particular, and those that are likely to have the very busy summer ahead, and I think all in this place would agree. Whether it's the volunteer bushfire and emergency services brigades, who are likely to face a really challenging summer ahead, and they put countless hours into this role, to the marine rescue people, to the fabulous St John Ambulance volunteers, to our surf life-saving clubs. They work so hard over summer to reduce the coastal drownings. They are involved in so much safety and rescue servicing right around the coast. They spend countless hours of patrol to help to keep us all safe. And I look at the young people that they bring through into surf life saving, and it offers a wonderful opportunity for those young people not only to become such important parts of our community, but actually to take an active role in helping to keep other Australians safe. So a Christmas message, in a sense, is to everyone to stay safe on our roads and in and around water this festive season, and please have a thought for the volunteers who will be working on Christmas Day, when hopefully most of us will be enjoying our day.
Member for Haslett.
Today I stand to speak in solidarity with the retail, distribution and transport workers across the country. In the wake of the Black Friday sales, I lend my voice in chorus with the SDA, the TWU and the entire union movement to say no to poor working conditions and low wages in Australia. Over the weekend, we have seen Amazon workers hit the streets to protest their appalling treatment. Argentina and Austria, Bangladesh, Belgium, Brazil, Cambodia, Canada, Czech Republic, France, Germany, Hungary, India and Japan, the Netherlands, Poland, Slovakia, South Africa, Turkey, the UK and the USA. Amazon is global, and so are their horrifying workplace practices. Amazon squeezes workers. Real wages are going down while the corporation rakes in revenue of record proportions, $121 billion for the second quarter of 2022, all while doubling down on union-busting tactics. Amazon squeezes communities, for example, paying no income tax in Europe in 2021, and instead was paid €1 billion in tax credits on €55 billion in sales. Amazon squeezes our planet, despite including only 1% of all product sales in its carbon accounting. The corporation's CO2 emissions rose by 18% in 2021. Again, I am proud to stand with the Australian trade union movement, standing up for fair going for fair workers, because nothing is more important than a secure job and a decent wage. Make Amazon pay.
Thanks. Member for Indi.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I'm reading a speech written by my Indi Youth Advisory Panel on behalf of our young people as part of the Raise Our Voice program. Here is their message. Affording to live is increasingly difficult. Prices of everything is going up, and everyone is grappling with this. Many full-time students cannot work the hours needed to subsidise these soaring costs, particularly those on low wages. They are fed up with the rapidly increasing price of uni accommodation, not to mention essentials like fruit and veggies. Never has there been a more legitimate reason to live off the 2-minute noodles, they say. Young people are concerned for their futures, experiencing a lack of hope and ambition. The social divisions and economic brackets are restricting our access and eligibility to various benefit schemes designed to help us. We feel that governments have lost focus on preparing Australia for future generations when it comes to the cost of living issues. Not enough people or communities are thriving in modern Australia. So, Speaker, young people call on this parliament to get a grip on the economic challenges that are impeding the prosperity of future generations, and to act immediately and raise benefit schemes like rent assistance and youth allowance in line with inflation.
Thank you. Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. November is Lung Cancer Awareness Month. Lung cancer is the most common cancer in the world and the most common cause of death by cancer. Over 14,000 Australians will be diagnosed with lung cancer this year, resulting in over 8,500 deaths. The 5-year survival rate for a diagnosis of lung cancer is only 22%. Smoking is associated with up to 90% of lung cancer diagnoses, but it's not the only cause. Other causes include exposure to asbestos, air pollution and workplace hazards, including fumes and dust particles from industrial processes. Another risk factor is family history, and, Deputy Speaker, this latter issue is close to my heart. My primary school best friend, Catherine Esselbach, died last year from lung cancer, leaving behind her husband, Ed Latham, and 2 teenage children, Hayley and Peter. She was 54 and she'd been diagnosed only 18 months earlier. Cathy was not a smoker, had never been a smoker, nor was anyone in her household. However, her mother, who had also never been a smoker, died of lung cancer in 2009, aged only 64. Her only symptom was a mild upper back pain after a virus. 4 months later, she had passed. As with so many cancers, early diagnosis is key, but lung cancer can be symptomless until too late, and I encourage listeners to support lung cancer research to stop this insidious disease.
Thank you. Member for Warringah.
Schools in Warringah have invited me to hear ideas their students have for climate and environmental innovation. I visited McKellar Girls Campus in Manly Vale to hear from the Year 10 students who have been working on local solutions to global problems. I was most impressed with their presentations and concepts, including basalt sculptures to tackle ocean acidification, tackling microplastics on beaches and water management solutions for flood-affected areas. I also visited Redlands in Cremorne to hear from students from Year 7 and 8 for their Red X event. The Year 7s were challenged to address the future of transport, talking problems like road congestion, fuel options, safety and the environment. The Year 8 students were tasked with developing concepts to tackle threats to our oceans, including pollution, ocean warming and overfishing. What impressed me most was the creativity, passion and can-do attitude, as well as the solutions the students came up with. With students as passionate and engaged as these young people were, I'm excited to see where these talents take them. No doubt we will see some wonderful researchers, marine scientists and social entrepreneurs amongst them. I encourage them to stay curious and continue to follow their passions. They absolutely will solve our problems for tomorrow.
Thank you. Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Holt is blessed to have numerous organisations and individuals who work tirelessly to ensure our community is safe, supportive and welcoming. A fortnight ago, I had the opportunity to witness Multicultural Youth Support Services' incredible homework club at Talian Primary School in my electorate. This program helps improving English, maths and science scores at school and reducing disadvantages faced due to their parents' limited experience with the Australian education system. MYSS focuses on addressing youth disengagement and barriers to inclusiveness among African origin youth in the southeastern suburbs of Melbourne. It was founded by Peter Agudo, a humanitarian entrant from South Sudan, who wants to make sure other African origin youth do not face the same difficulties he once did. This is through a range of initiatives aimed at providing holistic support which complements every aspect of an individual's life, including regular sporting activities, education about mental health, and employment services such as resume help and information about job paths. For their incredible work, MYSS was awarded the 2021 Community Group of the Year Award by the City of Casey. I was pleased to nominate them for funding through the Holt Volunteers Program. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Murray-Darling Rural Medical Schools Network has been delivered and the construction is about to begin in Wagga Wagga. The Murray-Darling Medical Schools Network was announced in the 2018 budget and included the establishment of a rural medical school in Wagga Wagga administered by the University of New South Wales. And I was proud on Friday to officially turn the first sod with the University of New South Wales Vice-Chancellor and President Professor Attila Brungs. A rural medical school has been one of my primary goals since entering this place, and soon after being elected member for Riverina in 2010, I helped establish an implementation committee. On that committee were Gerard Carroll AM, Nick Stevenson, and they have been tireless in their efforts to help me and others to achieve this goal. very first thing I did when I became the Deputy Prime Minister was to establish the Medical Schools Network, and this comprises schools in Dubbo, Orange, Wagga Wagga, Bendigo, Mildura and Shepparton. We know if students train in the regions from start to finish, they're more than likely to then practice in the regions, to stay in the regions, to be retained by the regions, because they'll fall in love with the communities, they'll fall in love with the people, they might even fall in love with somebody in that community, and that will be a reason for them to stay. And the $21 million three-storey Wagga Wagga Medical School will include undercover parking and will form part of the base hospital precinct. Great outcome for the regions, great outcome for Wagga Wagga.
Thank you. Member for Macon.
Deputy Speaker, the four-day Varlo Adelaide 500 supercar event begins this Thursday, the 1st of December, after nearly a two-year absence of supercar racing in Adelaide. Suspended not just because of COVID, but also because the last Liberal state government in South Australia turned its back on the event and, even worse, had a fire sale of all the necessary infrastructure that the state government needed to host the race. The Varlo Adelaide 500 is the largest domestic motorsport event in Australia. Labor leader and now South Australian Premier Peter Malinauskas made returning the race to Adelaide a major election issue earlier this year and received overwhelming public support for the race. South Australian Labor has a long-standing record of supporting motor racing in South Australia, first by bringing the Formula One to Australia in 1985 and then with the Adelaide 500, which has been going for almost 2 decades. I congratulate South Australian Premier on delivering on his election commitment and getting the race back on track, which I know will bring so much excitement and visitors to Adelaide, with more than 250,000 people expected to attend the supercar season finale. And I have no doubt that all of those who attend will not be disappointed.
Thank you. Member for Lindsay.
Speaker, I'm concerned about the rise of vaping sweeping through our schools. It's our responsibility as parliamentarians and parents to care for our young people, which includes a stronger policy focus on prevention strategies and campaigning with government, academics, healthcare professionals and teachers to stop vaping. Despite the huge uptake of vaping, there's not many studies on its long-term impacts, unlike the well-known damage and cancers caused by cigarettes. We do know that many vapes contain nicotine, making them addictive, and we do know that vapes contain harmful chemicals, often chemicals found in cleaning products, nail polish remover, weed killer and even bug spray. And we do know that kids are vaping in the toilets at school, in the playground and the sports change rooms. Earlier this year, the New South Wales chapter of the AMA, the Australian Medical Association, released a study of students, teachers and parents relating to vaping at a Western Sydney school. The study found that teachers believe between 20% and 60% of students were vaping. Students of all year groups were known to be vaping, and many doing so at school. Direct social media marketing, peer pressure and seeing older students vaping is linked to a growth in students vaping. I'm hearing of smoke alarms being removed from the toilets at school and students corralling in the bathrooms to vape. The AMA study found teachers locking toilets during class time reduced vaping. Schools should not have to use this extreme approach.
Time's expired. Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. This festive season in Australia, as around the world, Amazon's 1.3 million workers will face enormous stress and pressure. The race to the bottom on wages and secure jobs is a global problem, with Amazon a leading example of it. Amazon drivers aren't getting minimum wage, have no rights and are pressured to drive dangerously overloaded cars to not be sacked. While profits soar for Amazon, workers are left with little or no pay rises and working unimaginable hours. Their workers are often too afraid to speak out or join a union in fear of retaliation from the company. And as the unions representing Amazon workers, the SDA and the TWU are calling for an end to poor working conditions for these workers and ask Australians to send Amazon a message this Christmas. The SDA has long worked to lift safety standards on Amazon sites, and the TWU is protecting safe standards for transport workers, including drivers. And I want to give a massive shout-out to Ian Smith from SANT, TWU and also the National President for his work, including the big rally down in Adelaide recently. I support their call for Amazon to pay their workers fair wages and to provide safe working conditions. And just remember, in the lead up to Christmas, no one deserves a serve for doing their job.
Time expired. Member for Flinders.
Thank you. The weekend's election result in Victoria has again many lessons for the centre-right side of Australian politics. And while there is an argument that both major parties are losing their appeal at the ballot box, we have work to do in demonstrating to all Australians of all ages and backgrounds that we understand their needs and priorities. But the standout result on Saturday night was secured by my friend Sam Groth. Before politics, Sam was a professional tennis player, and his spectacular sporting career gave him a discipline, determination and endurance which is a marvel to behold. He then joined the Australian media as a commentator and host of postcards celebrating Victorian destinations, including the magical Mornington Peninsula, where he now resides with his beautiful wife Britt and their two delicious and hilarious twin boys Mason and Parker. Like so many of our fellow Victorians, Sam struggled with the Andrews government's approach to the pandemic, watching small business do it tough across Victoria, especially at home where we found ourselves included in Metro Melbourne lockdowns despite our vast open spaces and low-density population. Sam reached out to the Liberal Party during the pandemic and the rest is history. Over the last year, Sam has worked tirelessly in his pursuit to represent the people of Nepean, from Safety Beach across to Merricks, down to the tip of Point Nepean National Park. He has been a ferocious advocate for infrastructure and health improvements, gaining commitments from a future Liberal government of $340 million for the Rosebud Hospital and $175 million for the completion of the Jetty Road overpass. On Saturday night, Sam secured a 7% swing to secure the seat of Nepean by 56.3%.
Time's expired. Member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to express the Hawkesbury community's dismay at the torturous process of restoring Cornwallis and Settlers roads following successive flood damage. Farmers and turf growers relying on access via Cornwallis Road in Richmond have suffered nearly 2 years of misery, not helped by delays in repairing the initial damage last year, which led to greater damage this year and land lost forever. They're now waiting on a decision of the New South Wales Government on the escalated cost, which has been imminent for weeks. It's impossible to describe the sense of helplessness that affected businesses and families feel. My message to the New South Wales Government is time to get this sorted. Many kilometres away across the ferry at Wiseman's is the landslide-affected Settlers Road. When I visited Settlers and Walmsley roads at the weekend, flood-damaged homes lay empty or under repair as owners try and get back to some sort of normal. They live with the expectation that a proper repair of Settlers Road needs to happen and that access could be cut for many months. I've asked the Mayor and the State Member to investigate the viability of alternate access and water access to ease their pain. Commitments were made by the New South Wales Premier that he'd do all it takes to restore these communities. Time to stump up, and I'll argue for whatever federal support is needed to make that happen.
Thank you, Member for Wide Bay.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's easy to delay projects if you only see the cost of upgrading a road, not the price we've paid to get there. I commend Queensland Transport Minister Mark Bailey on committing to a 2023 start and a 2024 finish of the Tyro bypass and the journalism of the Maryborough Sun for uncovering this timeline. Former Infrastructure Minister Barnaby Joyce confirmed $268.8 million for the four-lane Tyro bypass was available. Now, Infrastructure Minister Catherine King promises to honour that. If construction is to start next year and the new corridor open to traffic by the end of 2024, the Queensland Government must move to finalise designs, corridor acquisition and tendering processes. Every day we don't progress, it costs our community and economy, for whom road infrastructure is critical. Our 777 Wide Bay healthcare businesses delivering care to vulnerable, disabled and elderly. Our 2,472 construction businesses who need to be on site to repair and build new homes. Our fight to fix this notorious section of the Bruce Highway will not be over until the four-lane Tyro bypass opens to traffic.
Thank you. Member for Hawke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Apparently today is Cyber Monday, a holiday invented by American retailers like Amazon to allow profits to keep rolling after the Black Friday sales end. Sadly, this is not the only Americanism that Amazon is trying to adopt here in Australia. They have also tried to ship their dodgy and dangerous approach to industrial relations to our shores. In the US, Amazon has fought tooth and nail against their workers' right to unionise in an attempt to keep pay and conditions low. Now, here in Australia, Amazon employees face a very similar attitude. For example, Amazon flex drivers aren't even given minimum wage, have no rights and are pressured into driving dangerously overloaded cars. Amazon warehouse workers also face immense stress, particularly over the past week. There has been enormous pressure to fulfil orders very quickly, despite often being employed insecurely by third-party labour hire companies. Despite efforts by Amazon to impede and monitor any union activity, the SDA and the Transport Workers Union, my union, have fought to improve pay and conditions by forming the Online Retail and Delivery Workers Alliance. The SDA and the TWU are working to enforce and lift safety standards, improve wages and ensure that workers are protected in every step of the supply chain. I would like to thank both the SDA and the TWU for standing up for these workers and rejecting the Americanisation of Australian industrial relations.
Member for Barker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there's a lot going on in the Riverland at the moment. I've spent the time back home from this place in river communities helping with flood mitigation efforts. But as well as the water that's heading to the Riverland, there's another issue that will punish wine and grape producers there. The Riverland is the largest wine region by size, with 20,000 hectares of grapevines. The Riverland's almost 1,000 growers represent a third of the nation's crush. I wrote to Minister Watt in September requesting an urgent meeting with the Riverland grape and wine industry to discuss the red wine sector in light of the coercive action of the CCP. After a month of waiting for a reply, the minister responded, but conveniently completely ignored my request for a meeting. On the 16th of November, the minister came to South Australia, met with others in the wine industry, but gave the Riverland and its producers, who are going to be disproportionately affected, a very wide berth. As the federal minister also responsible for emergency management, I would have thought there was cause enough for Minister Watt to visit the Riverland at the moment, but no. We need to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Riverland industry, residents and businesses, not turn our backs on them. Minister, leaders are meant to take responsibility and turn up, so why won't you?
Member for McNamara.
Speaker, this weekend we secured an agreement to pass the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill. The first time in a decade that this place has done something meaningful to lift the wages of hard-working Australians. The first time in a decade that this place has done anything to close the gender pay gap in a decade, and the first time in a decade that this place has tried to make work more secure for casual employees. These are great Labor reforms, and of course there are some who cannot bring themselves to support them. The Leader of the Opposition has made it clear he isn't on the side of working people. He's on another side, and it's not that surprising given he's been doing some fancy travelling with a mate recently. Gina Rinehart has been the Leader of the Opposition's personal chaperone. On no less than 4 occasions, a Leader of the Opposition has been jet-setting with Ms Rinehart in her personal aeroplane, including on an exclusive dinner with former Attorney-General Christian Porter. Apparently flying around with Gina and dining with the bloke who hit $1 million legal bill from unknown donors is a priority for the Leader of the Opposition, not standing with Australian workers. It's clear where this bloke flies, and it's not with the hard-working Australians who deserves a pay increase, but we're going to deliver it on this side of the House.
Member for Fairfax.
Mr Speaker, I rise today to let you in on a dirty little secret. The Parliament is not going to be sitting this Friday. Instead, the Parliament will be brought back by the government to sit on Saturday. And apparently one of the reasons why is because the Australian Labor Party have organised a fundraiser for themselves on the Friday, Mr Speaker. It is called the Whitlam Anniversary Event, Mr Speaker. Now, isn't that extraordinary? But there's another anniversary that our dear comrades are not celebrating this week, Mr Speaker. This Saturday also commemorates a very important anniversary. This Saturday will be 12 months to the day since this Prime Minister first looked the Australian people in the eye and promised them that their household power bills would be reduced by $275. $275. But I tell you what, they're not going to have a fundraiser for that anniversary, Mr Speaker. They won't be out there celebrating. They will let the Australian businesses and the Australian people live in pain as they go and celebrate. That's the Labor Party.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. Move to questions without notice. Are there any questions without notice? I call the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Since the government's deal with the Senate crossbencher to pass its extreme industrial relations legislation, the Australian Industry Group, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Minerals Council of Australia, Master Builders Association, Business Council of Australia have all explicitly reiterated their rejection of the bill, warning jobs and businesses across the country are at risk. Why does this Labor government always get the big economic calls wrong?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. I did think he was reading out a list of the supporters of our climate change policy. Mr Speaker, when he went through that list of the Australian Industry Group, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Business Council of Australia, you left out the National Farmers Federation, who also support our climate policy. But I addressed the Australian Industry Group last Monday night for dinner, and they were all there. I got 7 questions. And I got questions about the relationship with trade. I got questions about The Voice, who, by the way, the Australian Industry Group support. I got questions about the Republic. You want to know how many questions I got about wages? 1.
The member for Fisher.
And this Wednesday night, I'll be the guest speaker at the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Over there in the Great Hall. So if you're not doing anything Wednesday night, Pete, come past, have a listen, and you'll hear about our engagement with the business community. Because one of the things that we know when it comes to economics and the big calls is that, low wages have been holding back our economy. That's right. How do we know that? Well, this is what people have spoken about. Fellow who might know something about the economy, the RBA governor, said the crisis is really in real wage growth. And when speaking about whether there would be higher wages in the future, if that were to happen, it would be a good thing. He said that in 2017. Just to make sure it wasn't, a one-off comment, in 2018 he said—
The member for O'Connor.
He said in an address to the Australian Industry Group, these concerns are being brought into sharp focus by unusually slow growth in wages. And then he went on to say wages growth has not responded in the way that it once did. He went on to say it is clear that slow growth in wages is affecting our economy. He went on in November 2018 in an address to CEDA. He said this. Flat real wages are diminishing our sense of shared prosperity. The lack of real wage growth is one of the reasons why some in our community question whether they are benefiting from our economic success. We believe in an economy that works for people, not the other way around. It's a fundamental distinction that we have. We stand by our position, and indeed the Leader of the National Party said just a couple of weeks ago would you concede that wages didn't rise while you're in government? Well, real wages didn't, and that's structurally a challenge we're all facing. Concluded. It takes structural change. We're going to deliver that change.
Prime Minister's time has concluded. Give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. After a successful 6 months of delivering for the Australian people, what is the Albanese Labor government progressing in this final week of Parliament?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Bendigo for her question. I congratulate her on a good weekend that the member for Bendigo had. In our first 6 months, we've moved Australia forward after a decade of delay and denial and inaction under the previous government. Already we're delivering on what the Australian people voted for. We've made childcare cheaper, we'll make medicines cheaper, we've increased the minimum wage and secured a pay rise for aged care workers. We've established new climate targets, we've repaired our international relations. And this week we're setting about delivering on more of our commitments. Just this morning we were able to pass through the Parliament, having accepted the amendments of the Senate, the Respect at Work legislation. 2 years ago, women in their many thousands marched on Parliament here but marched around the country to say enough is enough, to say that we needed to act to ensure that all workplaces were safe and respectful. Today's legislation will do that. This week we're also committed to advancing the National Anti-Corruption Commission that's already passed this House. It may well be that the opposition and the minor parties combine to try and stifle that, but we're determined to have a National Anti-Corruption Commission based upon the legislation that passed this House, that this House unanimously voted for. We'll also move to advance our Secure Jobs Better Pay bill. We know those opposite, before they'd even read the legislation, decided, once they heard the title, to oppose the legislation, because they're not in favour of secure jobs and they're certainly not in favour of better pay. But what this will do is get wages moving, it will close the gender pay gap, it will ban pay secrecy clauses, it will advance the interests of working people and make sure that we have an economy that works for people, not the other way around. We'll also report to Parliament this week on closing the gap, and we'll report with the first annual climate statement in accordance with the legislation that we passed earlier this year. Australians have made it clear after a wasted decade that they want a government that won't waste a day, and that is what we are delivering. We're determined to be worthy of the trust that's been placed in us. We have a mandate to secure change. Australians voted for that change, and that is what the Labor government will be delivering.
Give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Minister for Small Business. Labor's regulation impact statement for its Extreme Industrial Relations Bill says small business will have to pay at least $14,600 in bargaining costs. Can the minister advise the House whether the Albanese government will provide direct financial compensation for small businesses to deal with this financial hit, or will Labor force small businesses to cop the bill themselves?
Give the call to the Minister for Small Business, Minister for Housing and Minister for Homelessness.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for her question. As I said in this place last week, there are several thresholds that need to be met in terms of small businesses. If she's talking about the single interest bargaining stream, we of course made announcements that that will change from fewer than 15 employees to fewer than 20. So
the Deputy Leader has asked a question.
There are 4 streams, and we do expect that most small businesses will actually go through the cooperative stream, where, as I also said last week, most of the businesses will be able to take an off-the-shelf product or work with their employer peak organisation. So those costs are estimates only, and they're unlikely to be required for most small businesses to meet those costs.
Give the call to the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. What is the impact of the Albanese Labor government's amendments to the Secure Jobs Better Pay bill?
Give the call to the Minister for the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. And I thank the member for Lingiari for the question. Somebody who knows that whether workers are in the cities, in the regions or in remote areas, it's about time they had a pay rise. And I thank the member for the question. It's clear from the negotiations that have been going on for some time and that continued over the course of the weekend that this week the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill will become law. In doing that, I want to take the House through some of the amendments that have been agreed to by the government in the negotiations both with the Greens and with Senator David Pocock. While consultation continues with all crossbenchers, I want to go through what's now been agreed and what secures passage of the bill. I want to thank the member for Melbourne and Senator Barbara Pocock for the negotiations that have been taking place, which will lead to amendments that make sure, with respect to some further amendments to the Better Off Overall test, that it will still be becoming simpler and fairer, but specific amendments to make sure that there is a guarantee that no worker can be worse off. And I also want to acknowledge the amendments, that's something that Senator Barbara Pocock has pushed for a very long time, to improve flexibility at workplaces, including arbitration on unpaid parental leave. The amendments that Senator David Pocock has pursued to the bill go to a few areas, but many of them focus on the impact on small business. By taking in the single interest stream the small business exemption from 15 to 20 employees, it means that 97.5% of Australian businesses are excluded from that stream. 97.5% excluded if they want to be excluded, but obviously the right to opt in remains there. There will be a statutory review of the legislation 2 years after the bill, within 2 years of the bill passing. I note that by 2 years we'll know whether or not Senator Cash was right and whether Australia had in fact been completely shut down. But we're bravely waiting 2 years to be able to have the statutory review. There'll be an increase in the period in which the Fair Work Commission there'll be an increase from 6 months to 9 months from the expiry date, where there's a history of effective bargaining before an employer can be brought into a multi-employer bargaining. In the single interest stream, the Fair Work Commission will have to be satisfied that the various employers within there are reasonably comparable. Similarly, there will be an easier way for employers, if they don't want to be part of a multi-employer bargain, if they have fewer than 50 employees, for that case to have to be made by others to the Fair Work Commission rather than the onus being on them. With all of these different ways, it basically means the sky that will fall in arguments from those opposite. While I know they'll continue to make it for the rest of the week, people know it's not true. People know it's not true, and this bill will
time has. Before I call the member for Clark, I'd like to inform the House that President of the Gallery today is Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, the leader of the Democratic Party of Indonesia and his accompanying delegation, and also Francisco Bastillo, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Uruguay, and Her Excellency Mrs Diana B. Welcome to you all. And I give the call to the member for Clark.
Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, last week I revealed evidence of Australian coal exporters using fake quality tests. This prompted other industry insiders to contact me and corroborate the claims, and the Financial Review reported that the former government was aware of the fraud and buried the allegations. Prime Minister, will the government establish a parliamentary inquiry to investigate this misconduct? And please don't say it's a matter for ASIC, because clearly they're part of the problem.
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Clark for his question, and I also acknowledge his long record of working with whistleblowers and working to ensure greater transparency in the way that politics and business and indeed our economy is conducted in this nation. We certainly take seriously any allegations like this, and indeed they were very serious allegations that was put forward, and because it goes to not just the issue of honesty in an abstract sense, this goes to our reliability as a trade partner, a reliable and trusted exporter of energy, which Australia has the reputation of being, as well as other goods. And it is critical that Australia's reputation as being reliable and trusted be maintained in the future, because it is so important for our relations with our major trading partners, including Japan and South Korea, but other nations as well. But it's also important for our economy, because the Australian economy receives substantial benefit when we export our resources, and that is one of the facts that goes into paying for our schools and our hospitals and our other services. We expect all Australian companies to act with integrity and transparency and uphold the highest standards of corporate disclosure. The government is investigating how to utilise our existing powers to identify any evidence of a systemic practice of altering coal certificates, and I will certainly commit to ensuring that the member for Clark is directly consulted as part of that process. I'm pleased also to advise the member for Clark that the Department of Industry, Science and Resources is engaging with the relevant regulators and accreditation bodies to assess the matter. If there's sufficient evidence, relevant authorities should and will investigate. Integrity is the cornerstone of my government. That's why we've introduced a powerful anti-corruption commission, but measures like this should be examined. I didn't see the financial review report.
Prime Minister,
that you
will pause, and I'll hear from the member for Clark.
Thank you, Speaker. On relevance, and in particular whether a parliamentary inquiry will be established into this matter.
The Prime Minister is answering the question. I'll give him the call.
Thanks very much, the member for Clark. As I said, what we're doing is the department is currently engaging with the regulators and accreditation bodies, making an assessment of it. I guarantee to come back to the member for Clark about that, and I've said already that he will be engaged as part of that process, and then we will make a decision as to whether that would be appropriate.
The call to the member for Reid.
Yeah. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Women. How will the Albanese Labor government's workplace relation reforms support women and drive gender equality?
Call to the Minister representing the Minister for Women.
I thank the member for Reid for her question. She is one of the 57 women in the Labor caucus and has a powerful backstory that makes me proud, her family proud, and should make us all proud. This is an important issue with crucial social and economic implications. The Albanese Labor government is deeply committed to advancing gender equality. I am proud to be part of a team where 52% of Labor members and senators are women and 10 members of Cabinet are women, the most ever. And our reforms through the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill will take long overdue steps to address the gender pay gap, get wages moving and support secure work for women, as well as safety in the workplace. In 2022, none of these things should be beyond us as a nation. Mr. Speaker, this bill puts women at the heart of the Fair Work system by setting clear expectations that the Fair Work Commission must consider gender equality when performing all of its functions, and setting the minimum wage when considering changes to awards and other matters. We are establishing a pay equity expert panel and a care and community sector expert panel with Fair Work Commission supported by in the Fair Work Commission supported by a dedicated research unit. The bill will support improved wages and conditions for early childhood education workers, cleaners, community service workers and others in the highly feminised sector. This bill will also address the significant hurdles in the Fair Work Act. These hurdles often stand in the way of women in underpaid and undervalued industries obtaining equal remuneration order. Our reforms will increase pay transparency and strengthen access to flexible working arrangements so families can better share and manage their caring responsibilities. And where the previous government refused to act, this bill will prohibit sexual harassment under the Fair Work Act, a recommendation of the Respect at Work report. I want to pay tribute, as the Prime Minister did earlier today, to the many brave actions of women who brought this into the light. These reforms are just one aspect of this government's ambition for Australia to be a leader on gender equality and our commitment to support women's economic equality and safety in the workplace.
The call to the member for Hume.
Here, Mr Speaker, my question is to the Treasurer. In response—
Order. Members on my right. Order. The members on my right— Order. Members on my right will cease interjecting all at once, and I'm going to invite the member for Hume to be heard in silence while he asks his question. Give the call to the member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In response to a question on insiders on the 21st of November last year, the Treasurer said industry-wide bargaining was, and I quote, not part of our policy. Did the Treasurer mishear that question, or does he have a different excuse for this broken promise?
Give the call to the order. The member for Hume was heard in silence. The Treasurer will also be heard in silence. And I'll give him the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We've waited 19 days for that rubbish question from the member for Hume, Mr Speaker. Did you know, Mr Speaker, Dolly Parton wrote Jolene and I Will Always Love You in one day. It took the Shadow Treasurer 19 days to write that question, 19 days longer than it took to write two of the most popular songs in history. Mr Speaker,
member for Page. Order. Members on my left. The Treasurer will return to the question.
Mr Speaker, the question that the Shadow Treasurer asks me, which Dennis Shanahan wrote 2 or 3 weeks ago, is based on a completely wrong premise.
That's right.
Completely wrong premise. And it comes as a surprise to nobody on this side of the House that the Shadow Treasurer has again got it hopelessly wrong. And let me explain it to the Shadow Treasurer. It was not our policy then, and it is not our policy now, to have industry-wide bargaining. There are important differences between the question I was asked last year and our policy now, as outlined by the Industrial Relations Minister and the Prime Minister and others. And after industrial relations being such a central part of the political debate in this country for some time, the Shadow Treasurer really ought to know the difference between the two concepts. So I say once again for the Shadow Treasurer, it is not our policy now to have industry-wide bargaining. It was not our policy to have industry-wide bargaining when David Spears asked me in 2021. I'll tell you what it is our policy, Mr Speaker. It is our policy to get wages moving again in this country. And that's why I'm so pleased and why I congratulate the Industrial Relations Minister, the Prime Minister, the colleagues in the Senate, Senator Pocock, and I thank him for his support, because for too long in this country wages have been stagnant. And one of the reasons why we're on this side of the House and you're on that side of the House is because we take a very different approach to wages than you do. And nothing would make them happier.
Order.
Nothing would make them happier than another decade of wage stagnation like the last decade. But we take a different approach. They get sent to this place to diminish and hack at the wages and working conditions of working Australians. We come here to get wages moving again. We're proud to do so, and that's what our policy is all about.
We call to the member for McEwen.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Services. How is the Albanese Labor government building transparency and accountability into its decisions to support Australia's most disadvantaged citizens?
Give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for McEwen for his question and for all the work that he does to support the most disadvantaged in his electorate. Of course, The Albanese government has, from the time it's been elected, been bringing people together to solve some of the very complex issues in our community. And of course, the Jobs and Skills Summit was one of those that brought together all sides of the community to look at how we boost economic participation. And of course, over the weekend, the Prime Minister announced the next step in how we bring people together to tackle economic inclusion and how we ensure that the most disadvantaged in our community are supported. Of course, this comes off the back of the agreement we have got with our Secure Jobs Better Pay bill, a piece of legislation that very much will support some of our most lowest paid workers in this country. But of course we need to also look at those who have been excluded from the workforce. And our commitment to establish an Economic Inclusion Advisory Committee is the next part of ensuring we have a transparent process run by expert legislative committee to give this government important advice. This committee will be tasked with providing advice to government on economic inclusion, including policy settings, systems and structures, and the adequacy and effectiveness and sustainability of income support payments ahead of every federal budget. This Labor government wants to do everything we can to address the challenges faced by everyday Australians. And while we know that there's many competing priorities on the budget and, of course, fiscal pressures that must be handled responsibly, it is the Labor way that every budget we hand down, we consider how we can support those doing it the most tough. Of course, the Economic Inclusion Advisory Committee will be an important resource and will bring together members of our community, whether they be experts in the community, whether they be advocates, union and business, bringing people together to examine very carefully the issues confronting our most disadvantaged. The Treasurer and I will make these appointments with the committee to be established in an interim capacity to inform the 23-24 budget before legislating this committee on an ongoing basis. High-level recommendations and findings of the committee will be released publicly at least 2 weeks prior to each federal budget. This is an example of where the Albanese government isn't afraid of expert advice. We're not afraid of bringing people into the tent. We're not afraid of transparency. We will continue to work collaboratively across the community to get good outcomes for those most disadvantaged here in Australia.
Call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
My question is to the Minister for Small Business. Last Thursday, the Minister told the House in question time that a small business located in a shopping centre with a large supermarket would not be compelled to bargain together with that supermarket. Given the bill specifically mentions geographical location as establishing the common interest that means a business can be dragged into multi-employer bargaining, will the Minister now admit she misled the House in giving this incorrect answer?
Give a call to the Minister for Small Business, Housing and Homelessness.
No, I did not. It's correct, and I'll hand over to the Workplace Relations Minister.
Give a call to the Minister for Employment, Workplace. Order. Give a call to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. Members on my left. The Minister.
The example given is wrong for 2 reasons. The first reason is in terms of common interest. To claim that a small shop like that has a common interest with a company like Woolworths really beggars belief. Really beggars belief. And if that's their concept of what a common interest is, then they have no understanding of small business on that side. If their view of small business is, oh, it's just the same as Woolies, then that's a really extraordinary argument. But the other concept, if they paid attention over the weekend, is one of the additional amendments that the government's agreed to is whether or not businesses are reasonably comparable. And so, even if you got over the hurdle, and I don't know logically how you could get over the hurdle on common interest, but even if you got there, to claim that they're somehow reasonably comparable would just beg a belief. Now, even some of the people, like, it's not like the Fair Work Commission is stacked with Labor Party appointees at the moment. That's not exactly who's adjudicating this. But the example given would not pass the common interest test, would not pass the reasonably comparable test, but obviously will pass the scare campaign test. Keep going, keep shouting at the moon. That's what they're going to do. But anyone who looks at this with common sense could not reach any of the conclusions that those opposite are trying to draw.
Give the call to the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. What will change for Australian workers when the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill becomes law?
Give the call to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations and Minister for the Arts.
Thanks so much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. In terms of what will change, it's clear that quite a lot will change, because I heard from Senator Cash that these laws are literally the most radical changes that this country has seen. Most radical ever is what we're talking about. So, 2 years after the entire nation went into lockdown, apparently people getting their wages moving is the most radical thing that the country's ever seen. What will happen, and let me go through what will happen immediately on this legislation passing. Immediately you will find that job security and gender equality become objectives of the Fair Work Act. That will happen straight away. The sunsetting of zombie agreements will start. Now, we talk about zombie agreements. What are they? There are still people today working under AWAs from the Howard era. There are still people today working under AWAs. And what has happened is, even though the base rate, the hourly rate, is protected, every penalty rate has disappeared. So there are people now under agreements that would never pass any form of no disadvantage or better off overall test, and they are working on sub-award conditions now. This bill, that those opposite us say everything in the bill is terrible, will make sure that people catch up with what's meant to be the legal rate of pay in Australia again. There'll be a ban on job ads where a job ad advertises less than the legal minimum rate. Now, apparently those opposite think everything in the bill's terrible and it's okay to advertise for less than the legal minimum rate. But in the Senate, already in the House and in the Senate, they'll be voting to keep that rort open. At the moment, if you have a pay equity case, you need to run the case on the basis that you can find a male comparator. So early childhood educators, to try to argue that their work should be more valued, had to argue that their work was similar to being engineers. It was an impossible hurdle, and they failed, and that's part of the reason that we continue to be unable to close the gender pay gap on these various awards. This will allow the gender pay gap to be closed when you no longer have to argue for a male comparator. We'll be prohibiting pay secrecy clauses. Those opposite are wanting to maintain a situation where you are not allowed to tell your fellow workers what you earn, and we know exactly how that has been used. Secure jobs, better pay should be possible in Australia. We'll be voting for it. There'll be a majority in the Senate voting for it, and those opposite should own up that they just want to keep wages low.
Give the call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Agriculture. I refer to the example of a Goulburn Valley fruit grower that employs 25 casual and part-time farmhands throughout the year and an additional team of 30 regular seasonal pickers and packers. Under Labor's industrial relations changes, if a representative for fruit pickers from that farm and the neighbour's farm successfully applies to the Fair Work Commission to bargain a single interest employer agreement, could all similar fruit growers be forced into multiple employer bargaining?
The call to the Minister representing the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Thanks very much to the Shadow Minister for his question, and I too, given it is an industrial relations question, will refer to the relevant minister. But I do want to start this.
Order.
Is the proposition that you are putting to this parliament is that regional Australians don't deserve a pay rise? Is that the proposition that you are putting to the parliament?
Order.
Is the proposition
right.
that you are putting to the parliament that people who work on farm communities should be paid
The Leader
lower?
of the Nationals has
That
asked
is
this
basically the proposition you are putting. You are not supporting regional Australians by putting this question,
the Leader of the
you
Nationals
are
has
saying
asked his
that
question.
anybody who works for farm communities, anybody who works for agricultural and regional businesses does not deserve a pay rise. And I'll ask the Industrial Relations Minister to answer the specifics of the member's question.
I'll call the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations.
Two things, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for joining me to be able to answer the question. Two things on the example that's been given. First of all, in terms of the final line, people don't get forced. Either the employer opts in or the workforce vote to be part of an agreement. That's what happens. People don't get compelled in the way that he's just described. The workforce, those opposite think the only person at the bargaining table is the employer. Like, that's essentially what's at the heart of this, and that's why they can say forced, because they fail to acknowledge the right of the workforce to be able to have a vote as to whether or not they want to be part of something. But of all the industries to come to this House and say, here's an industry where it's outrageous to get pay rises, he chose horticulture?
Minister will pause. I'll call the Leader of the Nationals on a point of order. Members on my right.
Speaker. It is relevance, Mr Speaker. The question is very specific, and the minister is going off in terms of the representative for fruit pickers, which means he is venturing away from the actual act and what a representative involved in those negotiations.
You may resume your seat. The question was about employment bargaining. The minister is. The Leader of the Nationals has asked his question. He may not like the answer, but the minister is being relevant regarding employment bargaining, and I'll give him the call.
So I don't blame the farmers for this. I don't blame the horticulturalists themselves, because principally they've been paying rates to labour hire firms that they had a right to believe people were being properly paid. But what has been happening has been the worst examples of people being underpaid that we've seen in Australia have been in that exact industry. And the Leader of the Nationals can scoff at it and say it doesn't matter. When people are being paid $4 an hour, it matters. When people are being paid as little as that, it needs to be fixed. When people are being paid
the Leader of the Nationals
absolutely appalling rates of pay so that they end up fishing out of bins to get food at the back of supermarkets, yes,
the Leader of the Nationals is
we make sure that we will act on those areas. And those opposite, why don't you make one question,
the Leader
have
of the
one
Nationals
question at some point, those opposite, that encourages pay rises? Just one. There's been plenty of questions on industrial relations, but not one that has encouraged rates of pay in this country to go up.
When the House comes to the member for Cooper will cease interjecting, so I can hear the member for Cornwall.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What was discussed at the Albanese Labor government's first investor roundtable?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the member for Cornwall for her question as well. On Friday, the first meeting of the Albanese government's investor roundtable was held in Sydney, and I was pleased to co-host it along with my friend, the Minister for Housing, because what it did was it brought together leading investors, major banks, global asset managers and super funds to promote stronger investment in priority areas, and Friday's focus was affordable housing, and more particularly the housing accord that we announced on budget night, which is all about bringing together investors, state governments, local governments like that led so ably by my friend Matt Burnett, the Mayor of Gladstone up there in the gallery, and also the building industry and others. And those in the room on Friday represented trillions of dollars of funds under management, all there to see how we can work together to address one of our nation's biggest challenges. And I want to thank everyone who was there in the room, the CEOs of the major banks, the heads of Australia's leading retail and industry super funds, major institutional investors and the Future Fund, leaders in the property sector and community housing, and the ACT Chief Minister Andrew Barr, who was representing the state and territory treasurers. So we worked through some of the barriers to large-scale investment in affordable housing, and we talked about financing solutions to encourage greater investment. Now, Mr Speaker, at a time when we've got low vacancy rates and high rents, we need to do what we can to bring people together around the table to solve some of our big economic challenges. And I'm really pleased that there have already been concrete outcomes out of the first roundtable. Just yesterday, the National Australia Bank announced that they've set a new target to lend an additional $6 billion over the next 6 years to build more affordable homes across the country. That will be loaned to social and community housing providers, disability accommodation projects, build-to-rent projects and through some of the government's housing programs as well. Now, the CEO of NAB, Ross McEwen, said that he welcomed the opportunity to contribute to the discussion at the Treasurer's Investor Roundtable, and we welcome this really important contribution from NAB, as well as from other players, Aware Super, AXA, Australian Retirement Trust, HESTA, CBUS and others. Now, this is a terrific start, Mr Speaker, but it's just the start. It is just the start of our work to get more investment into affordable, well-located housing so that people can live closer to where the jobs and opportunities are being created. And it's just the start of our work to help make sure that we can harness trillions of dollars of Australian capital to deliver wins for investors, for super fund members and for the nation.
Before I call the member for Melbourne, I'd like to welcome to the chamber members from the Regional Development Australia, the Central Queensland Mayors Tony Williams, Matt Burnett, Andy Ireland and Grant Cassidy, the Chair of Regional Development Australia, Central and Western Queensland. We'll give the call to the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for the Environment. Even though the climate crisis is the biggest threat to our environment, the Minister for Resources said last week that the decision on the future of coal and gas should be made by overseas boardrooms, not by Australia. Do you agree? Or in next week's response to the review of our environment laws, will you announce a climate trigger so that the impact of climate pollution has to be taken into account when considering new coal and gas mines?
The call to the Minister for Environment and Water.
I want to thank the Leader of the Greens for that question. And it goes to two issues. The first is the government's response to the SANUL review, which was looking at the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. Like many things those opposite did, they received the SANUL review about 2 years ago and never really responded to it. So, of course, we will respond to the SANUL review. The SANUL review found two things. The first is that environmental laws have presided over a worsening of our environment. We saw that with the State of the Environment report that those opposite also kept secret, and it found that approvals processes were slow and cumbersome. So we want to do two things. We want to give better environmental protections and faster, clearer decision-making, and our response will go to that. On the issue of coal and gas projects, what we have consistently said on this side is that they will be assessed on a case-by-case basis, and they'll have to meet our environmental laws, they'll have to stack up environmentally and economically. That position hasn't changed.
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition will cease interjecting. I'll give the call to the member for Tangney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Attorney General. Why it is important that a National Anti-Corruption Commission has strong powers? Thank you.
Give the call to the Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Tangney for his question. This week is set to be a historic week for this parliament. Australians are expecting this parliament to deliver the National Anti-Corruption Commission that they endorsed at the election. The passage of the two National Anti-Corruption Commission bills that are currently before the Senate will show that this parliament has listened and acted. The government's model for a National Anti-Corruption Commission contained in these bills is a strong watchdog with teeth. This body will have the powers of a standing royal commission. It will be able to commence investigations in its own right and accept anonymous tip-offs. It will have the ability to hold public hearings in exceptional circumstances and where it is in the public interest to do so. Importantly, the National Anti-Corruption Commission will have the necessary powers to root out corruption when it occurs. Just by doing its job, it will have a strong deterrent effect on those who may engage in corrupt activity. This is in stark contrast to the model that was promised but never delivered by the Liberal and National parties. Their proposed body did not allow for public hearings at all. It could not receive anonymous tip-offs or initiate its own inquiries, and it could only investigate matters that reached a criminal threshold. In short, it was a model that was designed not to tackle corruption at all. The Liberal and National Party's model was described by integrity experts as, and I quote, the weakest watchdog in the country that would hide corruption and not expose it. But the Australian people didn't buy it, Mr Speaker. They knew that those opposites would never
will resume his seat. I'll give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, Mr Speaker, on relevance, you have previously directed a minister to be relevant to the question, where the minister has strayed and begun talking about the record of the former government, and that's exactly what's happening here.
On the point of order, I'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, the question asked why it was important for the Anti-Corruption Commission to have strong powers. The record of the former government is one of the reasons.
The order. It was a broad order. It was a broad question. I'm going to ask the Attorney-General to focus on the question, not necessarily the former government, but I'll give him the call with 1 minute remaining.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The reason why I mentioned the former government's pathetic model was that this was the contest at the last election, and the Australian people very clearly voted for the model that the Labor Party took to the election and the principles that we outlined at the election. The Australian people didn't buy the model that the Liberal and National parties had, Mr Speaker. They knew that those opposite would never deliver a watchdog with teeth. But we will do it this week. This government stands ready to deliver, and I call on the whole parliament to join us in that task.
Give the call to the member for Forrest.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Small Business. Minister, under Labor's Extreme Industrial Relations Bill, could a local winery in Margaret River be required to bargain with a local pub in Margaret River due to being in the same industry and geographical location?
I'll give a call to the Minister for Small Business, Minister for Housing and Homelessness. The Minister for Skills on my right.
Speaker, I mean, seriously, we keep getting all sorts of analogies from those opposite. We've said they need to be comparable. They need to be comparable. They're clearly not.
The Minister will resume her seat. The Minister will. Has the Minister concluded her answer? I give the call to the member for Wills.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to clean up the mess left by the former government and ensure Australia's submarines meet our national security needs?
Give a call to the Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, can I thank the member for his question and acknowledge the service that he has provided to Australia's national security. Mr Speaker, the Albanese government's one of our greatest challenges is securing Australia's future submarine capability. There is no military platform which gives rise to a greater question mark in any adversary's mind than a highly capable submarine, which is why submarines matter in terms of building Australia's strategic space for diplomacy and for trade. And there is no worse example of the lost decade that Australia has had under the former coalition government than the sheer negligence that they showed in the handling of future submarines. And the rot started very early. Former Defence Minister Johnson declared that he had no confidence that Australia could build a submarine. Indeed, he famously declared that he wouldn't trust Australian defence industry to build a canoe. Prime Minister Tony Abbott, Defence Minister Andrews sought to have our future submarines built by Japan as a bargaining chip to close the free trade agreement with Japan. Talk about the tail wagging the dog. And then in early 2015, the country was treated to the spectacle of Australia's future submarines being tossed around the former government's party room during the empty chair challenge on Tony Abbott. There is no moment where those opposite have shown greater contempt for Australia's defence or the Australian people than this. And then in 2016 we saw those opposite prematurely down-select the bidders for the future submarine to one without competing the design of the submarine, a decision which involved billions of dollars so that they could have a slightly more convincing press conference on the eve of the 2016 election. And what is consistent with all of this is that the Liberals love the politics of defence but have zero interest in defence policy. Well, under the Albanese government, things are very different because we're not concerned about politics. We're only interested and focused on the national interest. There is a power of work underway right now with our partners in the United Kingdom and the United States about what will be the optimal pathway for Australia's future nuclear-powered submarine, and we're on track to be able to make that announcement in the first part of next year. And building a nuclear submarine in this country will be one of Australia's great national endeavours. It will transform our strategic posture, it will build our sovereignty and it will empower Australia as a nation.
Give the call to the honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Sales of Australian-made Prosecco now exceed $200 million annually, the result of the sector investing millions of dollars in the wine variety. The European Union is now pushing for Prosecco to be added to the list of food and drinks covered by geographical indication protection under the existing wine agreement. What is the government doing to protect Prosecco growers, including in my electorate of Mayo?
The call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Mayo for her question and for her and mine and many others' interest in Prosecco, which is indeed a fantastic product, much of which is grown, of course, in South Australia. We are currently negotiating with the European Union about a free trade agreement, and as part of that, I met with the new Italian Prime Minister when we were together at the G20 meeting, the first meeting that has taken place between an Australian Prime Minister and an Italian Prime Minister for some period of time. And at that bilateral meeting I put forward Australia's interests in advancing the free trade agreement. We know that in terms of the agricultural sector in particular, with nations such as France and Italy, they have been very protective of particular labels of products. But the truth is that Prosecco is a product that is produced not just in Italy, just like roses are grown in lots of places around the world and they're still roses. We will advance Australia's national interest and negotiate in good faith with the European Union, and I'm hopeful that the European Commission will send their leaders, Ursula and Charles, out here next year. I've invited them to come out and to meet with business, including the agricultural sector, next year. There is much to be gained by a free trade agreement with Europe. When we think about the issues that have been raised with free trade agreements, they often relate to labour laws and relative costs. When you're talking about Europe, you don't have those issues. What you can have is a win-win agreement, and that is why the entry fee for negotiating with Europe was a decent climate change policy, and that was indicated very clearly by the European Commission, by not just the Italian Prime Minister but the Spanish Prime Minister, the French President, the German Chancellor. Australia is now in a position whereby we're able to promote our national interest. We'll do so in good faith. We understand that these are challenges and that our friends in Europe starting position is different from ours, but we'll negotiate in good faith and we'll consult with industries, including the agricultural sector, as we do it.
Give the call to the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thanks so much, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure. What is the Albanese Labor government's response to the known views of Victorians in relation to the suburban rail loop east?
Give the call to the Minister for Infrastructure. Order. Members on my left, it's far too much noise. Give the call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Chisholm for her question, a fine representative of the south-eastern suburbs of Victoria. I know she, like many Victorians, is a very keen supporter of the suburban rail loop. On this side of the House, we've been long supporters of the suburban rail loop. We know that planning for our medium to long-term future requires vision, requires dedication and a commitment to work cooperatively with states and territories. The suburban rail loop will be truly transformational to the state of Victoria. The first section, Suburban Rail Loop East, is a project delivering twin tunnels with 6 underground stations at Cheltenham, Clayton, Monash, Burwood, Glen Waverley and in Box Hill. It's due to open in 2035. It will open up access to key education, health and employment centres in Melbourne's east and south-east. The benefit will also go to people in the Latrobe Valley and Gippsland, who will be able to access Monash University, the newly opened Heart Hospital and Monash Children's Hospital, all without needing to head into the centre of Melbourne, saving them an hour on public transport for that trip. It's a project that will relieve pressure on our roads, as well as reduce congestion and travel times across our suburbs. It's significant investment in transformational public transport. That is what Labor governments do. Suburban Rail Loop East will also support up to 24,000 jobs in the construction phase. Early works are already underway right now in Clayton, and they'll begin in Glen Waverley early in the new year. Preparatory works are also about to kick off at Burwood and Monash and at Box Hill ahead of construction of the new Box Hill Suburban Rail Loop station. The Albanese government has committed $2.2 billion to the early works of Suburban Rail Loop East. The detailed business and investment case of the loop, released by Victoria last year, demonstrated a benefit-cost ratio of up to 1.7, meaning $1.70 would be returned for every dollar investment. This is a completely transformational project for the state of Victoria. It's a project that has the support of our government, and it's pretty clear from Saturday that it has the overwhelming support of the Victorian community as well.
Give the call to the member for Canning.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Defence. I refer to the front-page headline of the Saturday Telegraph, "Give back medals, shock backflip." Can the Minister confirm to the House that his review into command accountability covers all honours awarded to officers who commanded at the tactical through to the national level, from the captains to the generals, during the period covered by the Brereton Report?
Give the call to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence.
Well, I thank the member for his question. And let me just say that it is unusual to receive a question from the Shadow Minister, given the personal experience that he's had, not just in service but in respect of this. And I want to say up front, I very much acknowledge his service in Australia's Defence Force, but more than that, and he knows my feelings about this, the member opposite in respect of this issue is a very brave man, and Australia owes him a debt of gratitude for what he has done in respect of this. What has happened in relation to the allegations that were made under the Brereton inquiry is obviously a matter of national shame. But what we can take encouragement from is that the Brereton inquiry, to the credit of the former government, is Australia dealing with its own issues. And so it goes to who we are as a people. And it is a fundamentally important report, and one which needs to be treated with the utmost respect, and I very much know that the honourable member knows that better than anyone in this place. And so our predisposition here is to be seeing that we fully implement, to the extent that we can, the Brereton report. Now, there were 143 recommendations of the Brereton report. The former government dealt with 101 of them. I want to make clear that there is no intention to review any of the decisions that the former government made in relation to those 101 recommendations, and particularly in respect that the Leader of the Opposition made when he was the Defence Minister in respect of the meritorious unit citation. None of that is under review.
The Defence Minister will pause, and I'll hear from the member for Canning.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Just on relevance, I ask the Minister to go to the substance of the question, which goes to command accountability and whether or not captains and generals during the period identified in the Brereton report will be subject to the same review.
Give the call to the Minister for Defence, who is being relevant to the question, with 1 minute to go.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Of the 42 recommendations that had not been implemented, that we've in a sense inherited in terms of our managing of this, our intention, in answer to the question, is to implement Brereton to the fullest possible extent, given what I have just said. Now, one of those recommendations called on the review of the award of decorations to those in command positions at troop, squadron and task group level during particular special operation task group rotations. What we've seen in the last week or two is the Chief of the Defence Force writing to a small number of people to whom this recommendation concerns. We completely support the Chief of the Defence Force in the steps that he has taken. I can't disclose the number for privacy reasons, but what I will say is that in terms of this recommendation and all others, it is our intent to try and implement Brereton to its fullest possible extent, which I know the member opposite would want this government to do.
I'll give the call to the member for Swan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Skills and Training. How is the Albanese Labor government working with states and territories, in particular Western Australia, to ensure we're addressing the skills shortage that the government has inherited?
I give the call to the Minister for Skills and Training.
Well, thank you, Speaker. Can I thank the member for Swan for her question and her interest in the vet sector in her electorate and beyond, in her great state of Western Australia. Can I say, as I think members know, that when we were elected we inherited not only just $1 trillion of public debt, we inherited a massive skills deficit across the economy. And for that reason, the Prime Minister called a Jobs and Skills Summit, which of course from that summit we had an announcement on 180,000 fee-free TAFE and vet places, which is providing certainty for the vet sector to provide the courses that students and existing workers need to fill the skills gaps across the economy, in sectors and occupations across the economy. And, of course, the National Skills Commission's last report, and this really does explain, I think, Speaker, the scale and breadth of the problem. The actual National Skills Commission report showed that there had been almost a doubling of occupations on the shortage list in 12 months, from 153 to 286 occupations, which really does explain how important it is for us to get this right. Now, the other metric I think that's really important and relevant to the House is if you look at the completed trade apprenticeships in 2012, it was 57,000. In 2021, 20,000 fewer completed trade apprenticeships in the vet sector, which really means that we need reform in the vet sector as well as supplying the investment to provide the courses for the skills that are needed in our economy. Now, I'm very happy to announce today the Minister for Education and Skills, Minister Ellery, and I signed an agreement between the Commonwealth and Western Australia for an agreement for that great state. So it now has an extra 18,800 places in areas of shortages. That's right. We've got an extra, with thousands more in aged care, agriculture, construction, hospitality, tourism, all those areas in the economy that are crying out for skills. A very important announcement by, of course, the Commonwealth and Western Australia. It really does speak to the need for us to work very closely with state and territory governments. When we came to office, there was no agreement in place, no national skills agreement, no agreement between the previous government and one state or territory government, not one government had signed up to the National Skills Agreement. Well, we're getting on with the job. This is the third jurisdiction that has signed up. There will be many more agreements that will be made prior to the end of this year. We are getting on with the job, supplying the skills to the labour market, to, of course, employers that are desperate for the skills in this economy, and we'll keep doing that until we get it right.
This time has concluded. Give the call to the member for Wide Bay.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Yesterday, the Prime Minister indicated Labor had secured a deal with Senator Pocock to ensure the passage of Labor's Extreme Industrial Relations Bill. Can the Prime Minister inform the House if there are any elements of this deal which have not been made public?
Order. I give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Wide Bay for his question, and as I understand it, he's asking if there are any secret elements of any arrangements that were put forward as part of an agreement to pass our industrial relations legislation. Let me get this right. The political party that has a secret agreement as the basis of the forming of government between the Liberal Party and the National Party is asking, are there any elements that are unknown? They didn't even know who their ministers were.
Order.
Didn't even know. You had two treasurers, two finance ministers, two health ministers, two industry, science, etc. ministers, and no one was allowed to know. And they come in here and give a newbie a question like that. What a joke.
Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? 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 The member for Adelaide will resume his seat. I'll hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
On relevance, Mr Speaker, when there's been a tightly drafted question, you've previously asked the Minister to come back to the terms of the question. Are there any elements of the deal with Senator Pocock which have not been made public?
The Prime Minister has had a preamble, and I'll ask him to return to the question. He is being in order, but I'll give him the call.
Mr Speaker, they probably don't recognise someone of integrity like Senator Pocock, who's been upfront about everything that was discussed and nothing that wasn't. It's been very upfront, as have I. And that compares with the opposition, who, when it became known that we weren't aware of how many of these secret ministries were in existence, they had a debate in their shadow cabinet, and according to one frontbencher, they said the view was we were best not to talk about it. Not to talk about it, according to Nikki Sava. Not according to something in the past, something about the way that they're operating now. When embarrassed, when the Australian public find out how many treasurers there were and how many finance ministers, what they say is, we're best not to talk about it. Well, I did a press conference yesterday with the Minister for Industrial Relations and talked about exactly what was discussed between myself and Senator Pocock. Senator Pocock did a press conference. It's called transparency. We've got it. You never did, and you still don't.
The member for Petrie does not need to add to the commentary. I give the call to the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Veteran Affairs and Defence Personnel. How is the Albanese Labor government responding to the recommendations put forward by the Commissioners in the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide Interim Report?
Give the call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Adelaide for his question and his advocacy for his considerable veteran community in the seat of Adelaide. And as I know that he knows, the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide handed down its interim report in August. In the interests of transparency, we made that report public the same day. In September, I was proud to deliver the Albanese government's formal response to the report, responding to each of the 13 recommendations from the Royal Commission. The government agrees with the Royal Commission that urgent and immediate action is required. One of the key recommendations of the Royal Commission was to remove the average staffing level cap at the Department of Veterans Affairs. As a Labor government, we know the importance of secure work. That staffing cap has already been removed. Many of the recommendations go to eliminating the claims backlog at DVA. At the election, Labor committed to employing 500 additional staff for DVA, and I'm proud that more than 200 of those staff have now been employed. The first Albanese Labor government budget also responded to these recommendations. In implementing the government's response to the Royal Commission, not only was $233.9 million put forward for engaging these additional staff, $87 million was allocated to modernise IT systems in DVA to improve claims processing. $24.3 million is allocated to provide increased support to veterans who are having their claims processed and improving modelling capabilities to manage the demand on DVA services. We've also committed $15.5 million to support DVA's continued engagement with the Royal Commission. The Albanese government also committed $9.5 million into developing a pathway for the simplification and harmonisation of veteran compensation and rehabilitation legislation. Work is currently underway on developing that pathway, which we will outline in the new year. The Royal Commission interim report also goes to improving the release of information about deceased family members by Defence and DVA to their loved ones. The Department of Defence and DVA are working with an independent consultant to work with ADF members, veterans, families and representative cohorts to co-design a trauma-informed implementation of these recommendations. Work on these recommendations is on track for completion by March 2023. After years of reports, too many deaths, too many lives changed for the worse and endless discussion, we're actually getting on with the job. Our government is committed to the task of saving lives and ensuring a better future for our defence and veteran communities.
Give the call to the member for Fairfax. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question goes to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Prior to the election, the minister said he would not sign Australia up to a global pledge without knowing how it would be implemented. At COP27, the minister signed Australia up to pay compensation for carbon emissions, without knowing any of the details, including how much it will cost. Minister, how can Australians trust anything you say?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. The member for Bruce. The minister has the call.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm afraid the honourable member's question underlines just how much they don't understand the international conversation about dealing with developing countries and the impact of climate change, and just how willing they are to play cheap and pathetic politics on this issue, Mr. Speaker. At the COP27 last week, Mr. Speaker, every country in the world, every COP party came together for this agreement. According to the Leader of the Opposition, he would have stood away with his arms folded and said, "We're not in, we're not having this conversation." On this side of the House, we believe that actually interacting with Pacific countries in particular about the impact of climate change on them is central to our agenda, Mr. Speaker. Central to our agenda. Now, there have been some mistruths told by those opposite. Let's just run through them. Let's just run through them, Mr. Speaker. They talk about China. Let's just call it for what it is. They talk about China. In fact, the agreement, reflected in the cover text of the COP meeting, says that this arrangement will be for the particularly vulnerable countries. China is not one of those. Every country is vulnerable to climate change. The most vulnerable are Kiribati and Vanuatu and Fiji. They are the countries that we deal with and we are proud to deal with. The Leader of the Opposition
thinks that the impacts of climate change on Pacific Islands are just part of his comedy routine, Mr Speaker. Not a very good comedy routine, but it's all he's got. Well, we on this side of the chamber actually believe interaction with the developing countries of the Pacific is central to our agenda, and I'm proud of that arrangement, and I'm proud of the work we did together in Egypt, working with the Prime Ministers and Climate Change Ministers of the Pacific. I'm proud of that. I don't run away from that, and on this side of the House, we're proud of that too. Those opposite can take a different approach if they wish. They can hold the Pacific Islands off to one side and say, talk to the hand, we're not interested. We're not interested. Now, the other myth perpetrated by those opposite is that somehow Australia—
the member for Fairfax is seeking the call. Order on my right. The member for Bruce is warned. I'll hear from the member for Fairfax and I'll ask him to state the point of order briefly.
Relevance. I asked the minister, referring to him breaking a promise, how the Australian people can ever trust anything he says.
May resume your seat. It is not an opportunity to restate the question. The minister is the member for O'Connor is warned. We'll give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The other myth perpetrated by those opposite is somehow Australia agreed to a funding arrangement, when in fact what we agreed to, and every country in the world agreed to, is for further work over the next 12 months on the establishment of a fund, Mr Speaker. And I'll tell you who would have been happiest if Australia had not participated in that. I'll tell you what country, to be frank, would have been happiest. That country is China, Mr Speaker, because they would have sent the message to the Pacific in a geopolitically contested region that Australia is not interested in the Pacific. That just underlines why this man is not fit for the office he seeks to hold. He would be a risk to our national security. He's mentioned in 20 years in Parliament, he's mentioned climate change 3 times in that 20 years. That's what the Leader of the Opposition thinks about climate change. His biggest contribution to the climate change discussion in Australia was to joke about the impacts on Pacific Islands who are fighting for their very survival. That's why he is not fit for the office he purports to seek to hold.
Give the call to the honourable member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. What were the findings and recommendations of the Bell inquiry?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, and I thank the member for Spence for his question. And the Bell inquiry confirmed that the principles of responsible government were, to quote the inquiry, fundamentally undermined because the former Prime Minister was not responsible to the Parliament or the public. The inquiry describes how this bizarre behaviour has had, to quote it, a corrosive impact on public trust and confidence in government. The report states that the public didn't know, to quote it, something it was entitled to know. Now, my government will implement all 6 recommendations, and later this week we will introduce legislation to this House to make sure this can never happen again. I've already instructed the Secretary of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet to ensure that there is proper transparency should any appointments be made. The actions of the former Prime Minister were extraordinary, they were unprecedented and they were wrong. They exposed a cult of secrecy and a culture of cover-up which arrogantly dismissed scrutiny as an inconvenience, and members of the former government and current opposition enabled this culture. Remember, they sat back with the Cabinet Committee of 1 and said that that was acceptable. The Leader of the Opposition has made excuses for this behaviour. He just doesn't get it. And Nikki Sava's upcoming book reports the decision by the Shadow Cabinet. According to one frontbencher, the view was we were best not to talk about it. And today, the manager of opposition businesses said that they won't vote for a censure motion on the basis that, according to him, the issue of relationship between the former PM and his ministers is a matter for them. They still don't get it. It's not about you, it's about the Australian people and whether they have a right to know who the ministers are. It's about the Westminster system of our parliamentary democracy and whether it has been undermined. They just don't get it, but we'll give them the opportunity to have a say on that, and they will be held to account for it. Together with the NAC, tighter ministerial standards and our embrace of the Jenkins Review, we're working hard to restore faith in our institutions and strengthen our democracy. They should never be called Conservatives, because Conservatives support institutions. Those opposite undermine them at every single opportunity. I do thank Ms Bell and her team for their excellent work in producing an outstanding report, and on that basis, Mr Speaker, I'd also ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Before members leave, I gave an undertaking to report back to the House last Thursday to remind all members the process for a personal explanation as provided by Standing Order 68. A member may explain how he or she has been misrepresented or explain another matter of personal nature, whether or not there is a question before the House. The following conditions shall apply. The member must rise and seek permission from the Speaker. The member must not interrupt another member addressing the House, and the matter must not be debated. It is the last point I want to emphasise. The matter must not be debated. It should be a short, succinct statement of the misrepresentation. It should not deal with matters affecting the party or make attacks upon another member under the cover of making a personal explanation. I will also emphasise that it is the practice of the House to inform the Speaker beforehand. And I call the Leader of the House with papers.
The list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
The member for Riverina has asked for the call, and I shall give him the call under indulgence.
Mr Speaker, recently the member for Tangney and I were asked to oversee the Vanuatu election process, which took place on the 13th of October. It was a short, sharp 10-day campaign followed by a snap election being called. It's a 52-seat parliament, Vanuatu, serving a population of 300,000. Mr Speaker, Australia stood tall in these elections to help that process, and I know the member for Tangney and I were very proud of Australia's involvement. Indeed, the Vanuatu Election Commission, normally staffed by just 8 full-time officers, was assisted by contract staff, as well as technical support offered by both Australia and New Zealand. A major logistical operation was put in train to support more ballot papers overland by vehicle and by small boats to coastal villages. But I just want to point out to the chamber the role that the Royal Australian Air Force played, using C-27J Spartan, Mr Speaker, on many of those airstrips which were barely wide enough to actually take the landing of such heavy aircraft. Those pilots landed it brilliantly to make sure that the ballot papers were delivered to very remote islands. And to see it, you had to see it to believe it. It is a bit difficult in Vanuatu. The Electorate Office Chairman Edward Calamat said, so we have many islands and not many roads. And I can tell you, Mr Speaker, as well as the member for Tangney would back me up here, many of those roads are just simply impassable. They are indeed unusable. But they got the ballot papers out, and we've got a new parliament. Vanuatu's new Prime Minister, Alatoi Ismail Kalasaku, said, "I want to thank the Government of Australia who assisted us with swift support and facilitated smooth transportation of ballot boxes to remote places in Vanuatu. Indeed, we also collected those ballot boxes. Gloria Julia King became the first woman to enter the country's parliament in 14 years, and we should honour that, we should exalt it, and we should be absolutely promoting it to other Pacific nations to do the same. The Pacific has the lowest rate of female representation in parliament anywhere in the world, according to World Vision, but Ms King is going to lead the way, and indeed we praise her for that. The Vanuatu Election Commission listed the names of 219 people to contest the recent election, only 8 females. So well done to Ms King for being elected. On the day I went to polling stations right across Tanner Island, also known as Mount Yasser Volcano Island. Indeed, I commend the member for Tangney for his bipartisanship. I commend him for the role that he played in this, but I also want to especially thank First Secretary Development Christy McDudgeon, High Commissioner to Vanuatu Heidi Bootle, and as I say again, the member for Tangney for his role and his participation in making sure that that election was as democratic as it could be.
I thank the member for Riverina, and I call the member for Tangney.
Madam Deputy Speaker,
And thank you, Member Riverina. Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. It was a privilege to be a political scrutineer for the federal election in Vanuatu, which took place on the 13th November 2022. I want to thank Minister Wong for inviting me to participate in this important democratic process. In my few short days in Vanuatu, I learned much. The Vanuatu people are so kind. They do not have much, but they are genuine. They do not have many possessions, but they are grateful. I saw many people with no shoes, but with a big smile on their face. I was touched and humbled by their spirits. A memory that will stay with me is the process to deliver the ballot box. Ballot boxes was delivered by police officer from Vanuatu police station. Deliver the ballot box on feet. This involved walking for days, crossing rivers and streams to get to remote communities so that people living in these communities could have their say. After votes were placed, the police officers had to carry the lot back where they started their journey from. This goes to show how much work the democratic process can take in the developing countries. We should never take this for granted in Australia. The people of Vanuatu have a great deal of respect for Australians. There is a strong bond between our two countries. It is like brother and sister relationship. Australia is proud to be Vanuatu's largest development, humanitarian and security partner. The people of Vanuatu recognize the support the Australian government provides to them. Our partnership is going from strength to strength. The ties within our Pacific family will continue to deepen. The Australian government will continue to offer support and assistance to our brothers and sisters in Vanuatu. Our region faces challenges, but we will face them together, beside one another. I thank the people of Vanuatu for giving me such a warm welcome. I went to Vanuatu to work, but I come back with many friends. Thank you.
Thank the member for Tangney. Call the member for Morton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the committee's Report 5 of 2022 Robertson Barracks Base Improvements and Other Works, and I seek leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report. And sorry for springing that on you, Member for Riverina.
Good man, Member for Morton. I'll allow it this time.
Leaves granted. The member for Morton.
Very much. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and the co-chair, the member for Hinkler, I present the committee's 5th report for 2022. This report considers 3 proposals referred to the committee in September this year, with a combined value of over $549 million. 2 of the 3 proposals are from the Department of Defence for redevelopments at Robertson Barracks in Darwin and HMAS Harmon in the ACT. The 3rd proposal is for a fit-out of the ABC offices in Parramatta and Ultimo, New South Wales. The proposed works at Robertson Barracks in the Northern Territory will upgrade and expand the facilities and allow for future expansion at a proposed cost of $389 million. Robertson Barracks supports approximately 5,000 personnel, including an annual 6-month rotation of about 2,000 US Marines. The scope of proposed works includes upgrades to the living-in accommodation, messing facilities and water and electrical services. The second project is for redevelopment at HMAS Harmon, which is a Navy base located in the Australian Capital Territory. Harmon is used as a communications and operational facility, as well as providing all the administrative support for Navy personnel in the Canberra region. The redevelopment is needed to replace ageing facilities. The project covers improvements to the engineering infrastructure and office accommodation. We'll also give additional security to the base entry and refurbish the living-in accommodation. The project will also provide a much-needed new gymnasium. The total proposed cost for the redevelopment is $116 million. The 3rd proposed work is smaller, with a proposed cost of $44 million. a fit-out of the ABC offices in its Parramatta and Ultimo offices in Sydney. The ABC is seeking to expand the ABC's presence in Parramatta to reflect Parramatta's status as one of Australia's fastest-growing areas and home to 2.6 million Australians. At the same time, the ABC will refurbish the Ultimo offices, which are owned by the ABC, and lease out some of the unused space. Both fit-outs will reflect an increased move to flexible working arrangements for ABC staff. The Public Works Committee would also like to extend its thanks to all those who provided written and oral evidence in support of these inquiries. We'd also like to thank the personnel of both the Department of Defence and the ABC for their presentations on these projects. The committee was able to travel to inspect the proposed works at both Robertson Barracks and HMAS Harmon. These were valuable visits with comprehensive briefings from Defence staff. For all three projects, the committee recommends that it is expedient that proposed works be carried out. Deputy Speaker, I commend the report to the House.
I thank the member for Moreton and I call the member for
A different report, unless there's no more
Are
speakers
there any
on
other
there.
further speakers? No? The member for McNamara has the call.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present the committee's report incorporating a dissenting report entitled Human Rights Scrutiny Report 6 of 2022, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Leave granted.
Leave is granted. I owe you
granted.
one. Thank
Call
you.
the member
I'm
McNamara.
pleased to present the Parliamentary Joint Committee report on human rights, 6th Scrutiny Report of 2022, which was tabled in the Senate on Friday, 25 November. In this report, the committee has considered 23 new bills, one previously deferred bill, and 188 new legislative instruments. The committee has commented on 8 of these bills and 1 legislative instrument. The committee has also commented on a response it received from the Attorney-General in relation to the National Anti-Corruption Commission bills. In its last scrutiny report, the committee made a series of recommendations to improve the human rights capability of this bill, and I'm very pleased to advise that the majority of these recommendations have been agreed to by the Attorney-General. In particular, the Attorney-General agreed to the committee's recommendation to modify the proposed non-disclosure notation power to ensure that a person needing an additional professional support to comply with a notice or produce a summons can obtain this. This helps better protect the rights of persons with a disability. The Attorney-General also agreed to further strengthen journalistic safeguards in the case of search warrants, which better protects the right to free speech, and to remove a contempt provision for the creating a disturbance near a Commission hearing, which better protects the right to protest. I thank the Attorney-General for his careful consideration of the committee's advice. This is a clear example of how the Human Rights Committee and its analysis of legislation can ensure better protection of fundamental human rights in Commonwealth legislation. In this report, the committee also considered the Fair Work legislation amendment Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill 2022. The majority of the committee considered this bill would promote human rights, including the rights to work, just and favourable conditions of work, and equality and non-discrimination. However, in relation to the prohibition on industrial action in relating to cooperative workplace agreements and mandatory conciliation or mediation before industrial action is protected, the committee has drawn to the Parliament's attention the restrictions on the right to strike and recommends that the Statement of Compatibility be updated. In addition, the committee provides its advice to Parliament as to the human rights capability of the Crimes Amendment Penalty Unit Bill 2022. This bill seeks to increase by 24% the maximum available penalty for every Commonwealth criminal and civil penalty provision expressed in terms of penalty units across the Commonwealth Statute Book. In relation to civil penalties, the committee considers that this increase may mean some of these penalties engage criminal process rights, because civil penalties may be considered criminal in nature under international human rights law in certain circumstances, including based in how severe the penalty is. Finally, the committee has considered the Telecommunications legislation amendment, Information Disclosure, National Interest and Other Measures Bill 2022. This bill would permit the disclosure of personal information to facilitate assistance provided by the telecommunications industry to law enforcement agencies and emergency services organisations. While the bill seeks to achieve the legitimate objective of protecting life and health, it also limits the right to privacy, and further information is required to determine precisely how these measures would operate in practice. The committee is therefore seeking further information in relation to this. With these comments, I commend the committee's Scrutiny Report 6 of 2022 to the House. I wish a very Merry Christmas and a very big thank you to all of the staff and Secretariat. They have done an extremely good job this year with a huge amount of work advising the committee. They are some of the very best public servants we have, and I also thank our committee members for their collaborative way in which they've gone about the important work of the Human Rights Committee this year.
I thank the member for McNamara and I call the member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, I rise to provide a dissenting report on the report number 6 of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, and it pertains in particular to the Majority Committee view on the Fair Work legislation.
I called the member for Banks before asking him to seek leave.
Yes, I'm seeking leave to speak to the report.
And leave's granted.
Leave is granted.
The member for Banks have a report, and my apologies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As I said, I'm rising to provide a dissenting report in relation to the Human Rights report number 6 of 2022, and specifically as it relates to the Fair Work legislation amendment, Secure Jobs, Better Pay Bill 2022. Deputy Speaker, the majority report takes at face value the government's assertions about the impact of the bill, and particularly its impact on human rights. And this, in a sense, highlights some of the limitations of the human rights law analysis process, because it's inherently subjective, Deputy Speaker, and the analysis of this particular bill is highly subjective. And there are 3 points that I wanted to make about that. First is, under human rights law, there is a right to an adequate standard of living, as advised to the committee back in 2015, and nations are not meant to unjustifiably take any backward steps that might affect living standards. And as you can see, Deputy Speaker, that's quite a subjective question as to what might have a negative effect on living standards. The government says obviously this bill would have a positive effect on living standards. We say it will have a negative effect, and it's not something that a Human Rights Committee can definitively determine one way or the other, because it's inherently subjective. In our view, the bill will result in declining living standards due to the impact of multi-employer bargaining. The likely increase in industrial action as a consequence of this bill will lead to a loss of productivity in the economy and reduced investments by business, which in turn will put downward pressure on employment and wages growth, directly having a negative impact on the standard of living. Similarly, the committee was advised in 2015 that under human rights law, nations shouldn't take steps which will unjustifiably take any backward steps that might affect the right to work. And similarly, our view is that this bill will have just that effect, because it's plain that the legislation will lead to increased industrial action that will flow into reduced economic activity and consequently employment, meaning that there is in fact less employment as a consequence of this bill. And finally, Deputy Speaker, under human rights law, legislation is not meant to discriminate on the basis of geography. This law contains a particular provision where businesses can be brought into the operation of this law based on their location under the common interest test. That means that two small businesses in different parts of Australia will be treated quite differently depending purely on where they're located, which is, again, inconsistent with international human rights law. So as a consequence, Deputy Speaker, there are at least 3 aspects of this bill which are in fact negative from a human rights law perspective. That is different to the majority opinion report, and that is why we provide this dissenting report.
I thank the member for Banks. Clark.
Government business. Order of the day number 2, Telecommunications Legislation Amendment, Information Disclosure, National Interest and Other Measures Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
And the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment, Information Disclosure, National Interest and Other Measures Bill 2022. This bill is all about saving lives and finding people in need who potentially could be putting themselves in harm's way, or for other means could have been put in harm's way. Each year there's 53,000 people who are reported missing. Now, the great news, most of those people turn up safely within the first 24 hours. But sadly, there's times when they don't, and law enforcement is trying to find them, and obviously family members. I go back to my time in the police force many years ago, and someone would come to the counter and report a missing person. And in those days, when we didn't have the luxury of mobile phones or using the technology we're talking about today when it comes to triangulation, you'd basically say to the people, let's see how they first go in the 24 hours, go and speak to friends and relatives and everything else like that. But what would make a difference is when the person said, we found a suicide note or a note where they say the person has been suicidal in the past, and we had no means in that time apart from just put the car registration over the police radio for people to keep a look at for that person. To give another example, which sadly is a tragic reminder, and that was the murder of Jill Magger, who was murdered on Friday, September 22nd, 2012. And Jill, as you could recall, was a person who worked for the ABC, and the murder was a person by the name of Adrian Bailey, and the body was discovered 6 days later near Gippsland South. Now, at that time, I was actually back in the Victorian Police Force in the crime department, and the homicide squad did the most amazing work when they looked that night at everyone who was using mobile phones, and following those people potentially went out of the CBD to track them. And the way it works is every mobile phone pings actually to a mobile phone tower. And they were able to use this when they realised Adrian Bailey was a suspect, to actually do the triangulation to work out where he'd actually driven down to go towards Gibbsbourne South. So this legislation will make great inroads to helping our emergency service workers track down a person, and that's why the Coalition rolled out the Advanced Mobile Location AML technology built into the operating system of Apple and Android telephones to provide greater location accuracy to 000 surfaces during an emergency call for a mobile phone. And the Telecommunications Act includes general prohibits on the carriers and carriage of service providers disclosing certain information on documents, including telecommunications data. There are some important exemptions, including where disclosure of this information is reasonably necessary to prevent or lessen a serious and imminent threat to life or person. Now, the great news about this legislation, it removes the word imminent, because you can imagine someone going into a police station or contacting 000, where the only way law enforcement can get that information is to prove there's an imminent threat or to that person's safety. So that's now been removed, so it can be more based on the circumstances. We now have a missing person. I assume the way it will work in the police circles, they would make an application to an inspector or above of the police force. This is me assuming that, the way other acts work in the police force. Then they'll get the authority, the telecommunication provider, provides that information to be used to track that person down. And for example, we could have a person who we're worried about their personal safety of causing harm to themselves, and they could locate that person's whereabouts in a certain location, notify the local police to go and look out for a certain vehicle or registration number, and hopefully find that person in time before something bad happens. Or we can have the other situation where a person could be out in the bush bushwalking or going somewhere and the family don't know where they are. Again, they can use that information. It clarifies that carriage services providers and carriage service intermediaries will not be liable for damages where such entities are acting in good faith in providing reasonable necessary assistance to emergency service organisations. So there are safeguards in there. And this is obviously making sure that we don't get the situation where the service provider doesn't provide that information to police. It makes some technical amendments, including clarification of the definition of telecommunication transmission towers. I also should note the opposition is also concerned that one of the state intentions of the bill that the telecommunication companies would rely on law enforcement emergency service organisations to determine if the threat to life or health was serious. It's not reflected in the way in the bill, so that's something the opposition would like to have clarified in this bill. The bill responds to several recommendations, including the Australian Law Reform Commission and State Coroner, about the current drafting of the Act, which requires that a threat to life or health by imminent which has hindered the disclosure of information about the location of a missing person, which could be determined by mobile phone triangulation. And can I say, in the cases where you'd have a person who's been abducted, this would be such vital information to be made available for law enforcement agencies. And can I say, when it comes to investigation, time is of the essence when it's trying to find or locate a person. In October 2022, the New South Wales Deputy Coroner wrote to the Minister of Communications recommending amendments to the Act following the inquest into the disappearance of a Sydney person. Inquests heard evidence from police that the imminent qualifier was a barrier to progressing a triangulation request. In her second reading speech of the bill, the Minister also referenced to the 2020 New South Wales Coronal Inquest, which found that accessing telecommunications data to locate a missing person presents an unrealistic barrier. In the department briefing with the Shadow Minister, it was confirmed that the government had not received a written request from the Act prior to 2022. Can I just talk about the Coalition's record when in government? The Coalition's rollout of the AML technology built into the operating system of Apple and Android telephones was completed in 2021. AML has provided greater location accuracy to 000 during emergency calls from mobile phone, with the objective of saving lives and improving outcomes for mobile call users right across Australia. And can I also just say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Coalition also funded 1,200 mobile-based stations and delivered record investments supporting regional connectivity and improved telecommunications infrastructure for disaster emergencies, and rolling out 99% of NBN, establishing the world's first e-safety commission, including delivering the Online Safety Act, which expands important online safety protections to adults, and also passing regulations to combat telephone, in particular scams. But overall, this is a great piece of legislation. It will be very much used by law enforcement to make their job easier, finding people who are missing. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Latrobe. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Riverina.
And just very briefly on that, and in response to the previous member, I fully concur and agree. You cannot place enough importance on the fact that mobile phone technology can be used to find missing persons. Indeed, those people who may have been murdered and their bodies buried in shallow graves somewhere in the regions, and I can recall one such case being Stephanie Scott, a school teacher at Leeton High School, taken, abducted, murdered, and the perpetrator of this crime, they were the fact that we had mobile phone towers in the vicinity are able to track the person's mobile phone, not only identify that that person was involved, but indeed find the body of Ms Scott. And this was such a family tragedy. I can remember the entire Leeton community. Paul Maritime, the mayor at the time, led brilliantly, but this mobile phone technology is so important. I commend the minister opposite for what she has done thus far in visiting the Riverina electorate and Central West. I know we had a good record with rolling out mobile phone towers, and indeed installing 900 towers, funding more than 1,300 of them, but I would like to see the government continue this. But this bill, and particularly this aspect of the bill, is so important.
I thank the member for Riverina and I call the minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank those members who have contributed to the debate on the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment, Information Disclosure, National Interest and Other Measures Bill 2022. This bill amends a range of telecommunications legislation which, among other crucial functions, are intended to help save lives. In response to recommendations from 2 coronial inquests, the bill supports telecommunications companies to better protect the safety and well-being of Australians in danger. Specifically, the bill removes the requirement that a serious threat to a person's life or health also be imminent before telcos are able to help law enforcement. Without this amendment, we risk the lives and safety of more Australians as a result of this, at times, unrealistic standard. There has been some valuable discussion around the privacy aspects of the bill. I want to make it clear. This bill increases privacy safeguards while improving the existing mechanism to help emergency services save lives. Disclosures will now only be permitted in cases where it is unreasonable or impracticable to obtain the consent of the person the disclosure relates to. Limiting disclosure to cases where it is unreasonable or impracticable to obtain consent provides an additional safeguard for the right to privacy in cases where a person is reported missing to police but wishes not to be contacted or found. This directly contemplates circumstances of family violence. Furthermore, the bill also proposes a consequential amendment to the Telecommunications Act to curtail any secondary disclosures of information unless it is also connected to preventing the serious threat to the person's life. As such, police agencies will not be permitted to disclose information about a person's whereabouts or contact information to third parties, such as family members, unless it is with the consent of the person involved, for example, once the person is found. My department understands this is consistent with existing practice in missing persons cases. Police agencies do not disclose information about a person's whereabouts to third parties. There is an important role for police and emergency service organisations in building the case that a threat to life or health is serious and that the consent of the person cannot reasonably or practicably be obtained. It is important to note that, as the explanatory memorandum makes clear, telecommunications companies would be relying on the representations of police and emergency service organisations in forming a view on whether a threat was serious, rather than representations made by members of the public who claim to have some connection with the missing person. It is important not to lose sight of the purpose of this bill. The bill seeks to carefully balance the right to privacy against the need to help police and emergency service organisations to find people where there is a reasonable belief of a serious threat to their life. The bill also further enhances public safety by making clear that unlisted telephone numbers can be disclosed to the 000 emergency call person where it is unreasonable to obtain the person's consent. This will enable emergency services to do what is necessary to save lives. The bill also corrects an error from the National Emergency Declaration Act 2020, such that telecommunications companies are granted protections from liability for damages when acting in good faith during national emergencies. This amendment extends long-standing provisions in the Telecommunications Act regarding reasonable and necessary assistance in the national interest. The bill also enhances transparency and accountability in the handling of personal data by improving record-keeping requirements to include more details about the authorisation of information disclosures. These proposed amendments will provide benefits to industry, law enforcement agencies and emergency services. But most importantly, as I have said, the proposed amendments will help save lives. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. I'm going to put the question, and the question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those that have been say aye, those against no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend legislation relating to telecommunications and for related purposes.
Call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
Is leave granted for third reading to be moved immediately?
Yes, leave is granted.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. Those that have been say aye. Those against no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend legislation relating to telecommunications and for related purposes.
Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 3, Health Legislation Amendment, Medicare Compliance and Other Measures Bill 2022, motion for second reading.
And I call the Minister.
I present the explanatory memorandum to this bill and I move that this bill be now read a second time.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The Minister.
Deputy Speaker, the Australian Government is committed to protecting the integrity of the Medicare program. Rigorous and effective health provider compliance is a vital component of this commitment. The behaviour of individual practitioners remains a critical focus, but the Government is adapting its compliance arrangements for corporations in recognition that they are increasingly involved in and influencing the provision of healthcare services. The bill both strengthens and adds flexibility to compliance powers, especially the ability of the Professional Services Review to address the inappropriate practice of corporations. In essence, the bill extends provisions that are currently applicable only to individual practitioners to corporations and other non-practitioners. The new provisions allow the Director to come to an agreement with a body corporate or non-practitioner as an alternative to a lengthy review by a committee. This is a valuable and practical addition to the PSR's toolkit, facilitating confidential agreements with corporations while still ensuring that the PSR properly addresses inappropriate practice. It must be emphasised, however, that while the bill strengthens compliance arrangements in respect to corporations, it also protects practitioners employed or otherwise engaged by corporations that acknowledge inappropriate practice. To be clear, individual practitioners will not be named in agreements with corporations. To encourage compliance, the Director of the PSR will have discretion whether or not to publish details of the agreement when its terms are not fulfilled. The Government's commitment to improved compliance is demonstrated through new sanctions, including civil penalties, to discourage behaviour that interferes with the ability of the PSR to review inappropriate practice and the Commonwealth's ability to recover debts formed in agreement between persons under review and the Director. In addition, the Director will be able to apply for court orders that require non-responsive corporations to comply with notices to produce information. Another important safeguard protecting the compliance terms negotiated in agreements is the extension of the Government's ability to garnish the bank accounts of persons and corporations that renege on agreements or repay a debt to the Commonwealth. The bill also clarifies that a referral to the PSR may be made where it appears that there is the possibility that a person may have engaged in inappropriate practice in the provision of services. It is ultimately for the Director or a committee to investigate whether or not a person has provided services and to determine whether the conduct of the person under review in relation to the rendering or initiation of those services amounts to inappropriate practice. The bill also addresses inconsistencies arising from the introduction of legislation in 2018 to improve debt recovery powers under the Health Insurance Act 1973, the National Health Act 1953 and the Dental Benefits Act 2008. The bill introduces amendments clarifying the application of debt recovery provisions, the use of financial information powers, the recovery of Commonwealth debts from estates, the recovery of interest on Commonwealth debts and the administrative penalties for debts under the Shared Debt Recovery Scheme. And finally, the bill amends the National Health Act 1953 and the Dental Benefits Act 2008 to mirror recent changes to the Health Insurance Act 1973. The December 2020 amendments to the Health Insurance Act 1973 clarified that the Commonwealth may recover incorrect payments resulting from the giving of false or misleading information. I thank the members for their contributions to the debate on this bill.
Thank you, Assistant Minister. And I'm giving any further speakers on this bill? Member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak on the Health Legislation Amendment, Medicare Compliance and Other Measures Bill 2022. This bill amends the Health Insurance Act of 1973, the National Health Act of 1953 and the Dental Benefits Act 2008. And in broad terms, the bill aims to protect the viability and ongoing integrity of Medicare, including the Medicare Benefit Schedule and the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme. I do want to place on the record that, Deputy Speaker, that Australia has a world-class health system, and you travel anywhere in the world and you can see how good our health system is. It is first class. Can it be better? Well, of course, it can always be better. Can it be improved? Yes, indeed. But we should be very proud of the fact that our health system is what it is, and certainly under the coalition government we did everything we could to ensure that our health system was enhanced, of course taking over from the previous Labor government. And I acknowledge all the efforts, the new bills, indeed the new drugs that any government, the current or past governments, put onto the PBS, and indeed I know because it saves lives. It indeed saves lives. Our provision of health care for all Australians is the envy of most nations. But this is something we should never take for granted, and as I say, we should make sure that we do everything we can to enhance it. Now, we have, as the opposition and when we were in government, demonstrated our steadfast commitment to affordable health care for all Australians, and we certainly did that in our 9 years of government. And I can remember the former Health Minister, the member for Flinders, being passionate about that, not just about health service, health care in Australia, but indeed during the COVID-19 and the darkest days of the global pandemic. We're still not out of it, by the way. The attention that he drew and the efforts that he made to ensure that the Pacific Island nations were looked after as far as vaccines, as far as health professionals, and as far as making sure that we saved as many lives as we could. I'm staggered by the fact that some of those opposite often ask, what do we get for the debt that we're now in? And I know that the media has changed its tune in some sectors about where we are now and where we were just 2 short years ago. Some people have convenient memory loss as far as the situation that we were faced with. And indeed, I know I was in those meetings when Professor Brendan Murphy said that we could lose tens of thousands of Australians in a matter of weeks had we not acted, and we did act, and we made sure that we did everything we could to get the vaccines rolled out, to get Australians' lives put first and foremost, because that is the first priority of government. And so I know the minister opposite is keen to also ensure that this government does what it should and builds upon the record that we had and ensures that Australians are looked after when it comes to their health system. And I also know that with Medicare and certainly bulk billing, we need to make sure that, particularly in regional Australia, and particularly in remote Australia, that Australians are looked after. And obviously we'll do everything we can, and I know the members with me here, Braddon and Barker, being regional members, they too know how important it is to keep our health system front and centre, because regional Australians often don't get the health services and indeed the health professionals that they enjoy in capital cities. And so anything that can be done by a Labor government or by the provision of bills and by the passing of bills to improve the lives and lots of those who live beyond the bright city lights of our capital cities should be, and we will indeed support, because opposition leader, the member for Dixon, said, as did the Nationals leader, the member for Maranoa, if there's good policy and there is good legislation put forward, we will not only consider it, but we will help the government pass it. And indeed, we were committed through our budgets, $133 billion over 4 years in Medicare, including $31.4 billion in 2022-23, an increase of $7.3 billion compared to the 21-22 budget. And we had those commitments going forward. Medicare and the PBS form the cornerstone of Australia's universal health system, a health system, as I said before, we should be very proud of. We saw record investment as a government in Medicare, and that was important for healthcare services no matter where people lived. Now, this bill is drafted in almost identical terms to a bill introduced by the previous government in the 46th Parliament. It was not debated and it lapsed upon dissolution of that parliament prior to the May 21 election. Now, this bill proposes to make a number of changes to the Commonwealth's Health Provider Compliance Program to strengthen the ability of the Commonwealth's Health Provider Compliance Program to recover debts owed by health providers who have engaged in inappropriate practice. And we cannot have people engaging in inappropriate practice. I see the good member, Dr Freelander, up there, and I know he's going to speak next, and I know how his constituents regarded his level of service when he was practising, indeed in his local area. And I commend him for the role that he played in that. The most significant amendments include new sanctions and increased maximum penalties for body corporates and non-practitioners. Overall, the proposed amendments appear to be uncontroversial and unopposed by stakeholders, although stakeholders have continued to raise broader concerns about the intricate nature of the Medicare system for healthcare providers and the challenges in complying with Medicare obligations in some instances. Importantly, this bill is comprised of one schedule which is divided into 4 parts, and I'll just go through those for the benefit of the House. Part 1 amends the HIA to provide for a number of amendments to the operation of the Professional Services Review scheme, including allowing the Director of PSR to enter into agreements with body corporates. Part 2 amends the HIA, NHA and DBA to clarify that a person or body corporate owing a debt to the Commonwealth may only make one application to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal with respect to a reconsidered decision or notice of assessment shared debt determination, even when multiple garnishee notices have been issued in relation to that debt. Part 3 makes a number of amendments to the HIA, NHA and DBA to clarify the Commonwealth's debt recovery arrangements following the passage of the Health Legislation Amendment, Improved Medicare Compliance and Other Measures Act 2018, and finally Part 4 amends the NHA and DBA respectively to replace references in those acts to making a false or misleading statement with references to the giving of false or misleading information. And these are all important. I note that the HIA, NHA and DBA set out a legislative framework for the provision and claiming of services and benefits with respect to the 3 major public health funding schemes, they being the Medicare Benefit Schedule, the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme and the Child Dental Benefits Scheme. And that is good and that is appropriate. And I again place the much importance on child dental appointments that parents should make. My mother always said to me that before I became a parent, and certainly when I did become a parent, that if you look after your child's feet and you look after their oral care, then the rest of it just about takes care of itself, and that is important. Put your kids in good school shoes, take them to the dentist every year, and you can't go too far wrong, and my mother, as always, was correct. The Medicare GP bulk billing rate in the 12 months to June 2021, interestingly, was 88.8%, up from, and this is interesting, 82.2% in Labor's last year, that being 2012-2013. Now, I appreciate times change and practices alter, but it should be noted that that is a 6.6% increase on what the Labor government achieved, and that is to be commended. That is a feather in our cap as the government. More than 152.2 million bulk bill GP services were delivered in 2020-21. That was 46.4 million more than Labor's last year, 2012-2013. And sometimes those on this side get a bad rap when it comes to these things, but those figures do not lie. They tell a story. They tell a story about our commitment to a world-class health system. They tell a story about our commitment to Medicare GP bulk billing and making sure that GPs can offer that service and can and are doing well enough to survive and keep their doors open, and particularly in rural and regional Australia. Just last Friday, I turned the first sod on the Rural Medical School in Wagga Wagga. Now, that follows on from successful rural medical schools in other parts of regional New South Wales and Victoria, and that is going to make such a difference for the young people, some not so young, Deputy Speaker, who want to become GPs and want to do their training in a regional setting. If you train people from end to end, from start to finish, in a regional setting, chances are you will keep them in that regional setting. And Charles Sturt University, which is partnering with Western Sydney University in the Rural Medical School at Orange, for their courses generally, claim between 70 and 75% of those students in right across the spectrum of the course offerings that they provide, that CSU provides, given the fact that they are doing the course tertiary education in a rural setting, whether it's Albury-Wodonga, whether it's Wagga Wagga or elsewhere, chances are they actually stay in that regional setting, and they have a wonderful equine and veterinarian course, but of course across the broad spectrum of offerings. And that is what, when I was Deputy Prime Minister, it was the first act I did, was to make sure that that rural medical school network was established, and it is going to make such a difference. And already more than 20 students at that UNSW course in Wagga Wagga, but when they get the new 3-storey building with the research and the educational components of it, it is going to make the world a difference. It is almost one of those cases of build it and they will come. And if you build the right, not only infrastructure, but indeed the right services, put in place the right provisions in regional Australia, you will get young people staying in the regional settings and doing their medicine training there and then staying there. And it is so important. Not only that, whilst that facility is going to be opened next year, it's not only going to be important for Wagga Wagga, but it's going to be important for those smaller regional communities outside of even the Riverina electorate, places such as Deniliquin and Finley and Hillston and other areas that I do not represent. But indeed, that's not what it's about. As a Member of Parliament, certainly a regional Member of Parliament, you should always be fighting for those services to be given to regional areas, because, my goodness, they do need them. In the Coalition March budget this year, we provided $66 million towards the deregulating and expanding access to Medicare-funded magnetic resonance imaging (MRI) services in regional, rural and, particularly importantly, remote Australia. And we strengthened Medicare by making telehealth consultations permanent. Now, that is a good thing. I don't ever want to see telehealth taking over wholly and solely from face-to-face appointments, because often general practitioners and other medical specialists obviously need to see patients right before them to give them the correct diagnosis. But certainly during COVID lockdowns and the situation with remoteness, telehealth becomes very, very important. In the Riverina and Central West, there have been more than 400,000 telehealth consultations funded through Medicare since the start of the pandemic. 400,000. And I thank people for their patience. I thank them for taking up this wonderful technological advancement, but also thank the telehealth medical specialists, whether they're in a regional centre or indeed a capital city, for being on hand to provide indeed those services. And in the year leading up to the March 2022 budget, the Coalition Government funded 2,414,195 free or subsidised medicines in the Riverina through the PBS. And I know what a difference this made for long-time sufferers of debilitating illnesses. It makes such a difference when they can get that drug freely or cheaply available to them. It changes their lives and it changes their family's life. And during the Coalition's time in government, we made nearly 2,900 new or amended medicines listings through the PBS, and we should be congratulated through that. This is important legislation, and I'm glad it's been brought to the House by the Minister.
Thank you very much. I give the call to the member for— oh, sorry, the question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for bringing this legislation to the Parliament. It is important legislation, as has been noted. I'd also like to thank the member for Riverina for his kind words, and I understand that his community for some time has struggled to get access to high-level care and even primary care, and he recognises the importance of health care for his community and for the wider Australian community in an equitable manner. This bill is not by itself controversial. It strengthens the government's compliance powers with respect to inappropriate practice by corporations and improves the debt recovery process. It amends the professional services review arrangements to manage and review the practice of corporations, not just single practitioners. I think it's very important to look at the history of our national health insurance scheme to understand that the Medicare compliance issues that have been made very prominent by investigation by the Nine newspaper group and media company. And I think it's very important to understand that this is actually a system problem that relates to the history of the development of health services in Australia and the changes that have occurred in the last several decades. Medicare was on the Whitlam government's first national health insurance program, Medibank, which was developed by Scotton and Deeble in the mid-1960s. So essentially we are using the same system now that was developed in Australia in the 1960s. Of course, Medibank was removed by the Fraser government and Medicare was introduced by the Hawke Labor government in 1984. And in fact, I started my medical practice, my private practice, in February 1984, in the same week that Medicare became available. And for almost 40 years, my income relied on Medicare. And the process was very important to me. It meant that people in my community who had previously not been able to access care by a paediatrician or had been put on long waiting lists and sometimes missed out on accessing care could see a paediatrician and other specialists and a general practitioner in an equitable manner for themselves and for their families. It was a revolution, an absolute revolution. Prior to 1984, the commonest cause of bankruptcy in Australia were medical costs. It's important to understand that. Medicare changed that dramatically. It made a big difference to the ability of people in my community to access primary care and high-level care, and it was, as I've said, a revolution. Practice has changed over that time, and in the last 10 years, with changes in illness patterns, changes in bulk billing rates, changes in rebates, has made our system much less equitable. There's been the collapse of the public hospital outpatient systems. Waiting lists now in some cases are measured in years, not months. And once again, people are really struggling to access primary care. The system is not designed to deal with the current age of chronic illness and an ageing population. So people are forced into non-compliance. Does fraud occur? Of course it does. This is a $50 billion scheme. Some people will not do the right thing, but those numbers are very small. But practitioners are almost forced into non-compliance with a scheme that doesn't deal with chronic illness, doesn't deal with patients with multiple system disorders, doesn't deal with the time it takes to deal with the social determinants of health, things like housing, things like medication costs, family issues, education. The medical system is not designed to deal with all these issues. I think that I'm probably the only member of the House of Representatives or the Parliament that really lived on Medicare repayments. I had a very high bulk billing rate in my practice and tried to provide timely access to care for all of my patients. So I understand the system. We were subject, of course, as we should have, by regular review. I though never have had a practice management review put in place. We spent a lot of time in my practice dealing with compliance issues, making sure we were billing appropriately, making sure we were not over-ordering pathology or radiology, but rather working within the parameters that Medicare outlined. And I think that is true for the vast majority of my colleagues. The Australian public, of course, has a right to know that every health dollar that they spend, or the government spends on their behalf using their taxes, is spent in the most efficient manner. And this is timely legislation. Because the other change that we've had in medicine over the last couple of decades is the increasing corporatisation of medicine. And I worry about that a lot, because often the publicly listed medical corporations have links to pathology providers, to radiology and imaging providers, and to other health systems, such as private hospitals, etc. And that, again, introduces a more complex addition to the simple visit to the local doctor. Many people that I see in my community do not have a general practitioner that they can name. And a recent survey at one of the public hospitals in my electorate's emergency department showed almost 35% of people presenting to the outpatients department didn't have a GP that they could name, and even more, they used the emergency department as their general practitioner. And that's put enormous pressure on our health system. One of the reasons is that the rebates, the Medicare rebates, were frozen by the previous government. Admittedly, it was started as a short-term measure by the Gillard Labor government to run for 12 months. This was extended to run for 10 years by the previous government. That has meant rebates, Medicare rebates, have become less and less of the billing fee, which meant there was a disincentive for people to bulk bill and a disincentive for patients to see a general practitioner charging private fees, putting more pressure on our public hospital system. And we know that our public hospital system has been under enormous pressure during the pandemic and now afterwards. We also know that recently there have been real difficulty in getting medical students to train as general practitioners. Partly that relates to income, but also partly relates to quality of practice and lifestyle. And we need to look at ways that we can encourage more people into practice as general practitioners, which remains the cornerstone of our health service. It's great to have fellow medical practitioners in the House today. The member for Mackellar, a very experienced general practitioner, member for Kooyong, medical paediatric neurologist, the member for Robertson, an emergency doctor. And it's great to have them here. And I think they will provide some extra insights into this legislation. But what I would say is that whilst this legislation is important, it is really important in this day and age, even more important, to see this as a system problem and to see how we can refit the Medicare system to deal with the age of chronic illness in an ageing population. We've heard also talk now of medical students being enlisted by the New South Wales government to work in hospital situations to provide some extra manpower. I think that's a good thing. It's good for the medical students, and I think it's good for our system. We also heard of trials using pharmacists to prescribe for certain conditions. And I have no problem with that. I think that it is important that everyone in the health system works to the maximum scope of practice. But I also see huge difficulties within the pharmacy system with restrictions on practice and restrictions on prescription, where people who may have been on medication for 20 years have to go into a pharmacy every month to get a repeat prescription. This is wrong, it's very inefficient, it puts extra costs in the system, and I'm sure could be modified to make our system even more efficient. I think that there are many ways that we can improve our health system if we look at how the health system itself deals with the new age. There are many issues also in our dental scheme, which is only very partially applicable, and it's leading to severe inequalities in access to dental care, particularly, number one, in children, my own specialty, but also in the elderly. Many elderly people have difficulty with nutrition, partly at least because of lack of access to adequate dental care, and that's something that our system needs to be modified to deal with this. As I've said previously, there is this tie-up with corporate medicine and pathology and radiology, and I think that adds another possible area of difficulty within the system that I think needs to be really examined in close detail. We've heard from previous managers of the Medicare compliance section, Dr Tony Webber, who I know very well, is a very honourable, very experienced general practitioner. He's raised some concerns about compliance issues with Medicare, and we would be right to listen to his concerns about this. Also, previous manager of the compliance system, Professor Julie Quinlivan, has also given some very good information about how the compliance system could be improved. So, from my point of view, as a still practising paediatrician, the Medicare system has been vital to providing equitable care across our greater Australian community. Unfortunately, times have changed, illness patterns have changed, delivery of health care has been dramatically changed. There are remarkable advances in digital medicine. I recently saw a digital stethoscope that can be placed on the patient's chest. It can do an ECG, records the heart sounds, and these can all be transmitted remotely to a GP or specialist to their computer or even to their phone, which is another remarkable advance and another way of looking at how we can best manage the telehealth system, which has been really important, but we were more or less forced into it by the pandemic. And I think that it's really important that we take full advantage, particularly in the outer metropolitan, rural and regional areas, of the telehealth system, and that should be expanded. I think we also need to see what advances can be had from keeping people out of hospital and managing their illnesses at home. And there's much to be said for the hospital-home type system, with better systems of managing things like heart failure, respiratory infection, asthma, a whole range of different illnesses, diabetes, that can be safely managed at home with appropriate resources. And it's really important on us as a new Labor government to make sure that we take full advantage of all these new advances. And if I can say one last thing, Mr Speaker, and that is that our electronic health records in Australia are so far behind the rest of the developed world. We really need to look at how we can improve our digital health records and make sure that we take full advantage of the cost savings and the efficiencies that would cause, and try and update our systems so that they are all compatible across private and public medicine, across our hospital system and our general practitioners. I commend this legislation, but it is only part of the job, and I know that the Albanese Labor government will continue the changes in healthcare that we need to deal with our ageing and growing population. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Macarthur for his contribution, and the question is now that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Braddon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I would like to at this time acknowledge the previous Speaker and his service that he has provided over a lifetime. In fact, all those in the chamber from all sides, I recognise your contribution to the medical fraternity this afternoon. I rise to speak on the Health Legislation Amendment, Medicare Compliance and Other Measures Bill 2022, Deputy Speaker. The bill amends the Health Insurance Act of 1973, the National Health Act of 1953 and the Dental Benefits Act of 2008. In broad terms, Deputy Speaker, the bill aims to protect the viability and the ongoing integrity of Medicare. It includes Medicare Benefits Scheme and Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. Deputy Speaker, Australia has a world-class health care system. Our provision of health care to all Australians is the envy of most nations. But this is something that we should never take for granted. Medicare is something that we must protect. The Liberal National Government has demonstrated our steadfast commitment to the affordable health care for all Australians during our 9 years in government. Even during the most significant economic and health crisis that our country has seen in over 100 years, our commitment to provide health services that Australians expect remains resolute. The Coalition was able to continue to invest in our nation's health services, even during dire economic headwinds, because our economic response to COVID and the pandemic was also world-leading. In March, the Coalition delivered the largest and fastest improvement in the budget bottom line in over 70 years, and this improvement has allowed us to commit to the largest investment in health and health services in history. This was demonstrated through our ongoing commitment to Medicare, Deputy Speaker. The Liberal National Government was committed to investing $133 billion over 4 years in Medicare, including $31.4 billion in 2022-2023, an increase of $7.3 billion compared to the 21-22 budget. We committed $32.3 billion in 23-24, $33.9 in 24-25, $35.5 in 25-26. The Coalition oversaw record investment in Medicare. And importantly, this investment ensured that all Australians had access to health care services, no matter where they lived, whether they lived in the city or the bush, and no matter how old they were. Medicare and the PBS form the cornerstone of Australia's universal health system. Medicare provides free or subsidised access to most health care services for all Australians. The Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, or PBS, delivers affordable, life-saving medications to all Australians. In fact, in our term of government, we delivered around 2,900 new or amended listings on the PBS at an overall investment of around $16.5 billion. $16.5 billion, Deputy Speaker. Where I live, we used to call it the PBS rather than the PBS. The Coalition's commitment to list every recommended drug ensure that Australians had access to affordable, life-saving medications that would otherwise cost thousands or sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars without the PBS subsidy. Now, in relation to the bill, this supports the integrity of the Medicare Benefits Schedule, the Pharmaceutical Benefits Schedule and the Child Dental Benefits Schedule by addressing inappropriate practice, by protecting payment integrity, by encouraging compliance with claiming requirements and supporting consistency. This bill is the same legislation introduced by the former Coalition government in the 46th Parliament via the Health Legislation Amendment (on Medicare Compliance and Other Measures (off) Bill 2021. That bill was not debated and lapsed upon dissolution of the Parliament. Our bill reflected the Coalition's commitment to protecting the integrity and financial viability of Medicare, ensuring that all Australians had access to our world-leading health system. Now, Deputy Speaker, I want to acknowledge our hard-working, dedicated health professionals, as I did at the beginning of my address. They work tirelessly to continue to provide the care our local communities so desperately need. That care is often given in the face of enormous challenges. And whilst in the vast majority of cases, much more than they can ever be remunerated for, there's a very small number who do not. I acknowledge that sometimes oversights and administrative errors do occur. I want to assure our healthcare sector and all those hard-working folk that I just described that this bill is not striving to correct minor oversights. We must be careful that this conversation that we're having right now, that we don't taint every hard-working general practitioner with the same brush. In fact, our government had a strong track record of supporting hard-working healthcare professionals and peak bodies to correctly claim healthcare payments with a clear focus on education, on engagement and on consultation, Deputy Speaker. But what we need to do is weed out our fraudulent or abusive practitioners who take advantage of our nation's Medicare system. Australians rightly expect that their hard-earned tax dollars are being used appropriately and effectively, particularly when they are spent in our health system, which is facing increasing pressures. To safeguard the ongoing viability of Medicare, however, we must ensure that our compliance system is rigorous enough to identify those who choose to abuse the system. We must protect at all costs the integrity of the Medicare system. Now, the primary intention of the bill is to strengthen the compliance and the powers of the Professional Services Review, the PSR, which is the agency responsible for reviewing and examining possible inappropriate practices relating to Medicare or the PBS, and add a degree of flexibility to the PSR's ability to address any inappropriate practice or practices. The bill proposes to make a number of changes to the Commonwealth Health Provider Compliance Program to strengthen the ability of the Commonwealth to recover debts owed by health care providers and who have engaged in inappropriate practice. The most significant amendments include new sanctions and increased maximum penalties for body, corporates and non-practitioners. The bill is comprised of one schedule which is divided into 4 parts. Part 1, Deputy Speaker, amends the HIA to provide for a number of amendments to the operation of the Professional Services Review Scheme, including allowing the Director of the PSR to enter agreements with body corporates. Part 2 amends HIA, NHA and DBA to clarify that a person or body corporate owing a debt to the Commonwealth may only make one application to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal with respect to a reconsidered decision or a notice of reassessment or shared debt determination, even when multiple garnishees notices have been issued in relation to the said debt. Part 3 makes a number of amendments to HIA, NHA and DBA to clarify the Commonwealth's debt recovery arrangements following the passage of a Health Legislation Amendment, Improved Medicare Compliance and Other Measures Act 2018. And finally, Deputy Speaker, you'd be interested to know this, that Part 4 amends the NHA, DBA respectively to replace references in those acts making a false or misleading statement with references to the giving of false or misleading information. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, it's one of my greatest privileges to regularly meet with representatives of our great healthcare sector. They're always willing to take on the heavy lifting. They're always there in our time of need. Over the past 3 years, we've called on their services like never before. Day in, day out, they've been there. They've been on the front line of the COVID pandemic. Their dedication cannot be overstated or repaid. And it is important to note that this bill in no way impacts our incredible health providers who are practising legitimately. Now, I want to recognise that most are going above and beyond to provide the level of care that their patients so desperately need, often forgoing their own full wage, their own personal time in order to deliver that care. But we must be continually reminded and we're continually mindful about further burdening our already overstretched healthcare providers with additional regulation or complexity to what already is a complex Medicare system. Therefore, I acknowledge the government's commitment that they will continue to support the coalition provider practitioners and healthcare organisations to comply with their obligations with a focus on education as well as ongoing engagement with peak bodies, and I welcome that. However, where benefits are incorrectly or fraudulently paid, it is vital to the public interest that the Commonwealth expenditure is protected and that those debts are recovered. This will support further investments in health initiatives that all Australians will benefit from. Once again, the Albanese Labor government is demonstrating its commitment to passing copies of coalition legislation. In doing so, the government has recognised that the coalition are leaders when it comes to this important healthcare policy and improving the sustainability of Australia's world-class health system for benefit of all Australians. The opposition will support the passage of this legislation. Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and the question is now that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak to this bill as a relatively new member of this House, but also as a medical clinician with a long professional experience of Medicare. This amendment in and of itself is appropriate. It's not particularly consequential. But my concern is that it reflects several aspects of the systemic malaise of our public health care system. Many of these were spoken to earlier by my friend and colleague from the seat of Macarthur. I wish to take the opportunity to note these in the House today. Medicare is an extraordinarily important part of the Australian healthcare landscape. The fundamental principles of the Medicare system are true to what the Australian people want, need and deserve. Universality, shared Commonwealth and state responsibility for public hospital care, and a universal insurance against medical costs, including via bulk billing. The Health Insurance Act, National Health Act and Dental Benefits Act set out the legislative framework for the provision and claiming of services and benefits with respect to all three of our major public health funding schemes: the Medicare Benefits Schedule, the Pharmaceutical Benefits Schedule and the Child Dental Benefits Scheme. The Medicare Benefits Schedule is Australia's most important health insurance scheme. It subsidises the cost of selected medical services for eligible patients provided by eligible practitioners. Under the PBS, the Australian government subsidises the cost of medicine for most medical conditions. Services Australia administers MBS, PBS and CDBS on behalf of the Health Department and makes its payments. The purposes of the Professional Services Review Scheme is to review and investigate the provision of services by practitioners and to determine whether those practitioners have engaged in inappropriate practice. To overcome issues with inappropriate billing for services, this parliament has already in recent years passed three other bills, aimed at improving health provider compliance arrangements. These were the health legislation amendments of 2018 and 2019 and the Health Insurance Amendment of 2020. The bill before us today includes a single schedule divided into 4 parts, which includes several amendments to the Professional Services Review Scheme, changes around appeals to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, and revisions to the Commonwealth's debt recovery arrangements for the HIA, the NHA and the DBA. Put broadly, the intent of this bill is to extend the scope of the Professional Services Review, to enter into agreements with corporate entities and to ensure consistency across the health administration sector on the Commonwealth's debt recovery processes and in relation to the giving of false or misleading information. We all know that the Medicare system is not perfect. In the 2018-2019 financial year, the Australian National Audit Office reported that Health recovered $49.3 million in claims which should not have been paid, and $123 million in estimated savings through changes in claiming behaviour of providers. All principled medical professionals will support measures aimed at preserving the integrity of Medicare and optimising use of our limited healthcare resources by preventing wrongful claiming. There are, however, concerns which have been expressed by the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners, amongst others, about the proposed procedural fairness and the transparency of this expansion of the PSR scheme, as proposed in this bill. Firstly, this bill proposes that the Director of the PSR should be able to enter into agreements with non-practitioners and body corporates. Whilst most general practices are privately owned by GPs, there are many other ownership models, including shareholder-owned, publicly listed companies. This government needs to have different regulatory expectations of corporate entities of varying sizes as resources as compared to smaller individual practices. There is, with this bill, a real risk of an increased compliance burden on smaller practices, particularly in rural areas, which could reduce the capacity for those doctors to provide high-quality care to patients while they're under investigation. Similarly, the increased penalties for the refusal or failure to produce documents or information in this bill suggests a focus on cost recovery and punitive approaches to compliance, which may exacerbate existing concerns in the profession about the intent of compliance activities. Expansion of the power of the Director to publish information about a person who has not fulfilled their obligations under a Section 92 agreement is a breach of privacy which could have a significant impact on individual practitioners. The increase in sanctions and the broader debt-collecting powers prescribed by this bill reflect a really punitive approach to compliance rather than an educated focus, helping practitioners to bill correctly. The truth, Mr Speaker, is that anyone who has engaged with this process will tell you that Medicare billing is extremely complex. There are innumerable legal instruments around Medicare billing. These add up to more than 7,300 pages of acts, regulations, determinations, rules, directions, terms and conditions, schedules, website pages and guides. This excludes private health insurance medical fee schedules, the State and Territory Health Acts, the contents of the MBS online website and various other sources. Feedback from GPs tells us that increased Medicare compliance activities and the fear of being audited is distracting them from their primary focus, which is and should always be the delivery of high-quality, patient-centred care. This fear creates a significant conflict between the administrative obligations that GPs need to adhere to, as set out by this legislation, and their commitment to patient care. GPs are the foundation of our healthcare system. General practice provides 177 million services a year to approximately 24 million people in Australia. There has in recent years been unprecedented demand for healthcare services as our population ages and rates of chronic disease and psychological stress increase. Hospital and emergency department demands continue to skyrocket, resulting in ambulance ramping, suboptimal healthcare delivery, poorer patient outcomes and increasing secondary and tertiary health expenditure. Decades of significant underfunding and cost-cutting have left our general practices on the verge of collapse. Almost half of our practising GPs have indicated that it is no longer financially sustainable for them to continue working in general practice. The proportion of bulk billed GP services recently dropped for the first time in 2 decades. Experts predict a shortfall of 11,390 GPs, or almost 28% of the GP workforce, by 2032. Medical student interest in general practice as a career is now at a low of just 13.8%. The COVID-19 pandemic and recent natural disasters and the health and mental health issues resulting from them have compounded these issues, highlighting the gaps and inequities in the current delivery of primary care, exacerbating workforce burnout and draining resources within general practices. It was a peculiar, cruel insult that the previous government did not consider GPs to be frontline workers, although they were in the vanguard of the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition to the increasing costs of living, Out-of-pocket costs for patients accessing GP have increased by 48% in the past decade, reflecting how Medicare patient rebates have failed to keep pace with the growing cost of delivering health care. We need to support our GPs. We have to make general practice more attractive to medical graduates. We need to stop accusing overworked, often underpaid professionals of widespread systemic abuse of the Medicare system. There have been recent claims of widespread Medicare abuse by doctors and other healthcare providers, made by the Sydney Morning Herald, The Age and the ABC, which suggested that the realities of ambulance ramping, public hospitals not coping and GP general practices being in tatters are all due to doctors defrauding Medicare. In fact, instances of proven Medicare fraud are minuscule. The most recent report of the Professional Services Review itself found fewer than 100 instances of proven inappropriate practice in 2020 to 2021. The sum total of these ill-gotten gains, all of which was recovered, was $24 million, a far cry from the fanciful $8 billion claimed by a gotcha media culture less concerned with the truth than with a cheap, demeaning headline. In fact, a recent Health Ed survey confirmed that most doctors actually deliberately underbill. More than two-thirds of doctors surveyed underbilled most days. GPs, especially female GPs, spend as much as 14% of their time on non-billable activities. These non-billable activities include patient care, arranging tests, arranging referrals, consulting specialists, talking to allied health professionals, renewing medications and providing advice and education. If the true cost of underbilled services was included in this accounting, the figures would show that, in fact, Medicare is rorting our GPs. And so, Mr Speaker, we should not be surprised when our GPs were asked about the impact of that recent media coverage on their view of their own practice, and they described it as soul-destroying, disappointing and insulting. Many felt that the conflation of unintentionally incorrect billing, mostly due to their very understandable confusion about Medicare rules, with intentional rorting, was a very serious flaw in the media representation of why Medicare is failing GPs and the public. In my own electorate of Kooyong, I received a letter from a GP calling these claims damaging, sensationalist, and saying that they would scare him into continuing to be scared to know how to bill appropriately for fear of appearing to rort the system. The amendment we're debating today is a small thing. It's just a tinker on the edges of a very large problem. There seems to be no appetite or vision from this or from other governments for what we need, which is the large-scale generational reform of our healthcare system. Medicare is 50 years old. We need our federal government to work with our states and territories to provide better primary care across our jurisdictions. We need to prevent healthcare from being just another political football between the federal government and the state and federal jurisdictions. We need to protect our GPs and we need to treat them with respect, not suspicion. We need Medicare, that wonderful universal scheme, to be better, smarter, more generous and more suited to the 21st century. We need to stop tinkering around the edges and we need a better and clearer vision of what we can achieve together. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Kooyong for her contribution, and the question is now that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Last Friday it was an anniversary for me and a number of other places. The member for Park sitting in front of me, we've been here 15 years. For the entire period that I've been here, I have been on about the inequity, disparity of health services in rural and regional areas and in the city. And despite enormous effort, and I note the member for Kooyong's comments, and I'm not suggesting here that there is large-scale Medibank fraud, but what I will say is that there is some very low-value medical services being offered in places, because we know that Medicare item numbers accessed are accessed at double the rate in the city to what they are in the country. Now, double, Mr Deputy Speaker, double. Now, I'm not saying for one instance that we need twice as many doctors in the country as we have now, but I can guarantee you we need more. But I also would say, on the other hand, there is definitely more services. Medicare is being debited more often in the city than it should. It's not to say the service is a fraud, but is it really necessary is a question I think that we have to deal with. Now, the 18-19 budget, the Coalition put a 10-year $550 million rural health strategy in place, and I understand it delivered 700 extra GPs and 700 extra nurses in the first 2 years. Out where I live, you'd have to ask where they are, but that's what it told me. And it's getting worse. We've had a plethora of programs designed to address this issue of under-servicing or not enough GPs in the country. We have the Rural Health Multidisciplinarian program, and in 1920 budget delivered $62 million to establish and deliver the National Rural Generalist Pathway as well. We have the Australian General Practice Training Program. We have the Rural Junior Doctor Training Innovation Fund. We have $65 million injected into the rural bulk billing incentive, stating in January of that year, and that was just this year just gone, the Workforce Incentive Program of around $390 million per annum provides incentives to deliver primary health care services in rural, regional and remote Australia. We have the Rural Health Outreach Fund, Rural Locum Assistance Program. Mr Speaker, all of these programs are in the tens of millions of dollars, and I'm here to tell you that the services in the country are still going backwards. It's not through lack of trying, it's not through lack of effort, it's not through lack of money. It's somewhere along the line the programs aren't hitting the spot. They aren't attracting enough doctors into the country. Not only are they not attracting enough doctors into the country, we're not attracting enough doctors into GP services, into a GP specialist service, if you like. Now, I come from north-eastern Eyre Peninsula. There are 5 major towns across northern Eyre Peninsula: Streaky Bay, Woodner, Kimber, Cleve and Cowell, for an estimated total population of about 7,500. Currently, we have 3 full-time equivalent resident doctors, so that's around about a ratio of around about 2,500 to 1. 2,500 to 1. I heard some news on the weekend, some bad news, I'd have to say, and I rang up the community where the doctors live, and 2 of them have announced that they're leaving. That'll leave us with 1 doctor for 7,500 people. Now, I'd say that is worse than a crisis. It's an absolute train wreck. Now, SA Health is trying to fill the gaps with locums. They're way too expensive. I mean, locums are getting up to $3,000 a day, way beyond what a local resident practitioner would get, and we need to get more local practitioners on the ground to address this bleed-off of health funds. And the other problem with locums, and God bless them, and when I need one, and that's all I have in my town, when I need one I go to them and I'm very grateful that they're there. But it would be fair to say that if I had a long ongoing illness, that it's hard to build up that, well, it's impossible to build up that familial link to that doctor. That every time you go to the new doctor you have to explain your situation again. Is there any real incentive for a locum to get to the bottom of what is a long-term difficult issue? So much easier just to flick it down the road, quite frankly. So I come back to the Medicare items and the fact that they're accessed at double the rate in the city to what they are in the country, and how we need to do something about it. So in 2018 I convinced Greg Hunt that it would be a very good idea to come to South Australia, to Grey, and we did a series of workshops around the electorate. But when we came to Eyre Peninsula, in Kimber, my hometown, he met with the Northern Eyre Peninsula Health Alliance. September 2019. I said 18, it's 2019. And disturbed by the severity of the problem, he left $300,000 on the table for NEFA, the Northern Air Peninsula Health Alliance, to come up with a solution built from the ground up. That report was delivered to Greg Hunt in the early weeks of this year. He was very impressed. He said it was the best report he'd ever seen developed by a local community to try and address their own problems. But it required a state contribution, and in the way of elections and our democracy, we hit the South Australian state election first, and then we had the federal election, and we didn't manage to land a deal between the two governments before we went into caretaker modes. I gave that report to Minister Butler soon after he was appointed Education Minister, and NEFA also sent him a copy and requested a meeting. Now, I've spoken to Greg. I've written to Greg. I've written to the minister, not Greg. I've written to Minister Butler. I've spoken to Minister Butler, and he's 6 months into the job, and he still has not found time to meet with this organisation that was provided with $300,000 of public funds to come up with a solution to a problem where we are now fashing down the barrel of 7,500 patients to one doctor. I'd say that's an emergency, and the Health Minister from South Australia needs to get himself acquainted with this good mob of people from South Australia to discuss the issues on Eyre Peninsula, which I think are the pointy end of the stick of doctor shortages around Australia. We are now training in Australia. We had a restricted pipeline through the early 2000s and led to the situation where we're importing a lot of doctors into Australia. One of those things where the choke was kept on too long after the overservicing of the 1990s. But in any case, numbers have ramped up again now. They're turning out around about 4,000 a year. There are 30,000 GPs or thereabouts practising in Australia. 4,000, even if only half of them wanted to be GPs, should be enough to backfill the problem, to fill up the shortage. But we're finding that less than 15% of the medical graduates actually want to become GPs. Now, why is that? I mean, we could talk about status, certainly talk about money. And if only 15% of medical graduates want to become GPs, stands to reason to me, I did maths at Pinkerwilly Rural School, that means 85% of them want to be specialists. How is it that there can be enough money in the Medicare system to support 85% of those graduates to go on and be specialists, unless something is going wrong in the payment system? And that's why I support this legislation. Maybe it doesn't go far enough. I'm not saying that there is wide-scale rorting going on, but there is certainly misapplication of public funds because we are funding services and over-servicing where we don't need. We don't need 85% of our medical graduates to become specialists. It would be a far better ratio. In fact, we had 85% wanting to be GPs. But even 50-50 would be a huge improvement on where we are. And that over-specialisation, that referral system that sits within our medical system at the moment, is a complete drain on taxpayers' fund, and it is a waste of money. There is a whole lot of low-value medicine going on here, Mr Speaker, and if we're going to actually do something about this and do something about this shortage, which is delivering one doctor for 7,500 people, we're going to have to get to the nub of those problems. I maintain that we couldn't be in this position, just to reiterate, unless there was a financial incentive for it to occur. And that financial incentive, because we know most of the money that is earned in the health sector comes from the Medicare system. It draws GPs, it holds GPs, it draws GPs to the city for lifestyle reasons. It's enticing medical graduates into the specialist stream for reasons of finance, perhaps prestige, perhaps working hours. But either way, we need a workforce that is fit for duty. We need to fashion this workforce completely differently, and I don't think we can do it unless we attack those fundamental levers which are providing the financial incentives in the system. In this case, this bill is about making sure there is less illegality in the system, but I hope that it also goes the distance to inquire as to where and how the taxpayers' dollars are being spent, and can they be spent more appropriately to bring about a fairer result.
I thank the honourable member for Barker for his contribution, and I give the call to the summing up to the minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Further to my remarks earlier, I would like to add that the Labor Party has no prouder legacy than our contribution to universal health coverage in Australia. And most importantly, through Labor's establishment of the two key pillars in Medicare and the PBS, and the Albanese government is committed to protecting and strengthening our world-class Medicare system. I'd like to thank the members for Riverina, Macarthur, Braddon, Kooyong and Gray for their important contributions to this debate today. Australia's universal healthcare system, Medicare, provides free or subsidised access for all Australians to most healthcare services, and this bill strengthens Medicare compliance powers and will assist with the investigation and recovery of debts associated with inappropriate Medicare billing. Medicare, including the Medicare Benefit Schedule, or the MBS, and the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme, or the PBS, continue to provide Australians with access to free hospital care and more affordable health care and medicines. And the Child Dental Benefit Scheme, or the CDBS, provides access to dental services for children. The Australian government expenditure on the MBS, the PBS and the CDBS is projected to be nearly $44 billion in 2021-22. As stewards of this investment in the health of Australians, the government is committed to protecting the integrity and financial viability of Medicare, ensuring that Australians may continue to have access to our world-class health system. While the vast majority of healthcare providers do the right thing when claiming Medicare benefits, there is unfortunately a small number that do not. In most cases, these are a result of mistakes and administrative errors, but in some cases it is as a result of incorrect or inappropriate claiming and, at worst, fraud. The Department of Health and Aged Care supports practitioners, healthcare organisations and peak bodies to correctly claim health payments with a clear focus on education, engagement and consultation. However, ensuring rigorous, effective health practitioner compliance and identifying healthcare practitioners that are not doing the right thing are vital to protecting the integrity of Medicare. Historically, compliance activities have concentrated on the behaviour of individual practitioners, on the principle that practitioners are ultimately responsible for what is billed under their Medicare provider numbers. While this principle remains critical, the government needs to adapt its compliance arrangements to an environment where corporations are employing or otherwise engaging practitioners and are increasingly involved in and influencing the provision of healthcare services. The primary intent of this bill is to both strengthen the compliance powers of the Professional Services Review, or the PSR, and to add a degree of flexibility to the PSR's ability to address the inappropriate practice of corporations. The bill is in 4 parts. Part 1 amends the PSR scheme, Part 2 amends certain debt recovery decisions, Part 3 amends miscellaneous debt recovery arrangements, and Part 4 amends the giving of false or misleading information. The PSR addresses the behaviour of practitioners that may have engaged in inappropriate practice through review by the director or by committees comprised of professional peers of the person under review. As an alternative to lengthy, resource-intensive reviews by a committee, the director may enter into written agreements with practitioners who are prepared to acknowledge their inappropriate practice and agree to specified actions. The PSR may also review the practice of corporations that have knowingly, recklessly or negligently caused or permitted their practitioners to engage in inappropriate practice. Currently, such conduct by a body corporate may be reviewed only by a committee. The bill amends Section 92 of the Health Insurance Act 1973, which authorises the making of agreements with the director to ensure all persons under review have the opportunity to negotiate an agreement. There can be significant consequences for an individual or body corporate referred to a committee, including publication of findings. However, agreements made under Section 92 are confidential, and this encourages cooperation. In essence, the bill extends provisions for written agreements currently applicable only to individual practitioners to include a practitioner who personally renders or initiates services, an individual who may be a practitioner who employs or otherwise engages practitioners, an officer who may be a practitioner of a body corporate which employs or otherwise engages practitioners, or a body corporate which employs or otherwise engages practitioners. The new provisions allow the Director to come to an agreement with a person under review, including a body corporate or non-practitioner who acknowledges inappropriate practice and agrees to specified actions. The specified actions for bodies corporate may include repayment of Medicare or dental benefits paid for services that were rendered or initiated during the review period, a reprimand by the Director or counselling by the Director, and a requirement for the body corporate under review to provide remediating education to persons that it employs or engages. To be clear, a corporation's acknowledgement of inappropriate practice has no bearing on the practitioners it employs or otherwise engages. Individual practitioners will not be named in agreements with corporations or other persons who employ or otherwise engage practitioners, and such agreements are themselves confidential. In entering into an agreement with a Director, a body corporate or other person who employs or otherwise engages practitioners would acknowledge that they engaged in inappropriate practice by knowingly, recklessly or negligently causing or permitting one or more of its practitioners to engage in inappropriate practice. That acknowledgement is not binding on any individual practitioner, nor does it result in any findings being made in relation to individual practitioners. If an individual practitioner is the subject of a separate referral, they would have the option to seek an agreement with the Director or to proceed to a review by committee. The acknowledgement by the person who employed or otherwise engaged the practitioner would not be put before the committee, and a finding of inappropriate practice could only be made following an examination of an appropriate sample of clinical records and evidence from the practitioner or any other witnesses. As a consequence of the new provisions relating to corporations and to maintain its peer review function, the bill adjusts the composition of the determining authority so it may include additional members of the same profession as the relevant practitioners engaged or employed by the person under review. The government's commitment to improve compliance is embodied in new sanctions against behaviour that stymies the government's ability to review inappropriate practice and to recover Commonwealth debts created by agreements between persons under review and the Director. The bill creates an exception to the general rule that agreements made under Section 92 are confidential by giving the Director the discretion to publish details of an agreement where the person under review has not fulfilled their obligations. The person under review will have an opportunity to make submissions about their compliance or otherwise. To further protect the integrity of the scheme against persons, particularly corporations, reneging on agreed terms, the government will have the ability to garnish bank accounts, bringing repayments under Section 92 agreements in line with other debt recovery provisions currently permitted under the Health Insurance Act 1973. Garnishee notices will only be issued if persons under review do not promptly engage with the Department on repayment or breach an agreement to pay the debt by instalments. Access to information is essential for the PSR to carry out reviews. The bill introduces offences for persons under review that fail to appear at committee hearings or fail to give evidence or answer questions where required by committees. Maximum penalties for non-compliance will be fines of 150 penalty units or $33,300 at current rates for bodies corporate and 30 penalty units or $6,660 at current rates for non-practitioner individuals. The bill also provides for an offence where a person other than a person under review who is a practitioner fails to respond to a notice to provide documents to the Director or to a committee with fines of up to 30 penalty units. The PSR will also be able to take court action seeking a civil penalty of up to 30 penalty units, currently $6,660 each, for each day that a body corporate contravenes the Health Insurance Act 1973 by failing to respond to a notice to provide documents. Further, the Director will be able to apply for court orders for a body corporate to comply with notices. Following recent observations of the Federal Court regarding jurisdictional fact, The bill also clarifies that a referral to the PSR may be made where it appears that there is the possibility that a person may have engaged in inappropriate practice in the provision of services. Under the PSR scheme, it is ultimately a matter for the PSR to investigate whether a person has provided services and whether the conduct of the person under review in relation to the rendering or initiation of those services amounts to inappropriate practice. The bill also addresses inconsistencies arising from the introduction of legislation in 2018 to improve debt recovery powers under the Health Insurance Act 1973, the National Health Act 1953 and the Dental Benefits Act 2008. The bill introduces amendments clarifying the application of debt recovery provisions, the use of financial information powers, the recovery of Commonwealth debts from estates, the recovery of interest on Commonwealth debts and the administrative penalties for debts under the Shared Debt Recovery Scheme. Finally, the bill amends the National Health Act 1953 and the Dental Benefits Act 2008 to mirror recent changes to the Health Insurance Act 1973. The December 2020 amendments to the Health Insurance Act 1973 clarified that the Commonwealth may recover incorrect payments made as a result of the giving of false or misleading information. Maintaining universal access to healthcare through Medicare is a priority for this government. The bill protects the integrity of Medicare for all Australians, and I commend the bill to the House. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for her contribution. At the conclusion of the debate, I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the law relating to health and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
It is.
I thank the honourable member for Barker. Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is now that the bill be read a third time. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Third reading. The bill for an act to amend the law relating to health and for related purposes.
I've received a message from the Senate returning bills without amendment or request. I do not propose to read the messages, which will be recorded in the notes on the proceedings. The following message from the Senate has been received, and the Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to amend the law relating to foreign investment and acquisitions, taxations, coronavirus and superannuation for the relative purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendment in the annex schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments. The Minister.
I move the amendments be considered immediately.
The question before the House is the amendments be considered immediately. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I understand it's the wish of the House. So,
No, you're right.
amendments to be taken separately or together. Clerk. I thank the clerk for his guidance, and as I was saying, I understand it's the wish of the House to consider the amendments together. Now I give the call to the Minister.
I move the amendments be agreed to.
I thank the Minister. Put the question. All of that opinion say. Oh, sorry. I believe that the Minister, the member for is seeking the call. I give the...
Mr Deputy Speaker, whilst the government will ensure passage of the bill, we find ourselves in an extraordinary circumstance that I've not seen in 15 years, and I doubt if the honourable ministers opposite have seen it in 15 years, to do with Schedule 3 of the Tax Law Amendment Bill, where amendments were moved by the opposition to strike out, I think Schedule 5, to strike out faith-based super. And we did that on the provision, having met with APRA, to work out that if there were faith-based communities that could not invest in various products because of their faith, that would limit it to approximately 2% of the listed Australian share market, as one example of an investment strategy, and a faith-based fund would still have access to 98% of the market. And on that principle alone, the opposition took a principled position that Australians of faith should not have a lesser form of retirement because of their faith. The minister, who I see is not here defending this extraordinary situation, the minister of the day said, and I'll quote him, "I might not share the religious beliefs of Australians who choose to invest their super in a fund, but I 100% support their ability to choose that fund." By the way, so do we. The minister continues, "I don't think it should be the role of the Australian government to shut that fund down because that fund happens to operate in accordance with the religious and faith-based investing principles." The minister goes on, "I might not agree with them, but I will defend to my last breath, as the saying goes, their right to hold those beliefs and to invest in accordance with their beliefs." Well, the minister's fight to the last breath lasted all of 5 minutes, because in the Senate right now, rather than the government vote on the opposition's amendment, the minister put in his own amendment exactly the same as the opposition's to strike out the schedule on faith-based super. They just put it first. So the Senate would have to vote on the government's amendment to strike it out, and then, of course, there was no need for the opposition's amendment. When the Sergeant Schultz of the Senate, also known as the Finance Minister, was asked, "Isn't this exactly the same as the opposition's amendment?" After some blustering and some yes and some no, it was, "Yes, it is." So what is extraordinary is an amendment came up from the opposition that was fiercely voted down in this House, where the minister said, and I quote, "I might not agree with them, but I will defend to my last breath." Well, that defence went tumbling down when the government brought in exactly the same amendment as the opposition, snuck it in first, as is the right of the government, so that the government wouldn't say they lost a vote on the floor of the Senate. The government's pride wouldn't allow them to say they lost the first vote in the Senate, so they replicated to the word, to the jot and to the tittle, to quote the good book, Hebrew Minister, the two smallest Hebrew characters. They replicated it exactly so that they wouldn't lose a vote, and therefore they put their own amendment in, exactly matching the opposition's, to knock out faith-based super. This could be the first time I've ever seen a government knock out one of their own election commitments after defending it on the floor of the House and then putting their own amendment in. It is a blue or black, it is some letter day, because I haven't seen it before. So I say to the minister, who is not here, he's left it to his junior Treasury Minister, who is an accomplished academic no less, to actually fight this one out, because the minister was saying that he would defend to his last breath the right for those funds to invest in accordance with their beliefs until that breath was required of him in the Senate. So the government will, the opposition will of course support passage of TLAB Bill number 3 through the floor of the House, because it contains a number of important provisions. But I do say to the House, we took a principled position that all Australians, regardless of age, sex, creed, race, religion or otherwise, should have the same access to a quality retirement, that everyone should have the same set of rules when it comes to their retirement, and super should not have carve-outs based on any provision, but all Australians, all created equally, should have the same right and the same provisions, and the opposition will support the passage of the bill.
I thank the honourable member for Fadden for his contribution, and the question is that the amendments be agreed to. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to amend the law in relation to privacy and for other purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendments in the annex schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in its amendments. The Minister.
I move the amendment be considered immediately.
The question is that the amendment be moved immediately. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Minister.
I move that the amendment be agreed to.
Given that there's no debate, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 4, Maritime Legislation Amendment Bill 2022. Motion for the second reading.
The Minister.
Thank you very much. And I present the explanatory memorandum of this bill, and I move that this bill now be read a second time.
The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call who's seeking the call. Call the Minister, member for Barker.
No.
Sorry. I thank the member for Barker, and the Minister is seeking the call to speak.
I am. Thank you.
No, the Minister has the call.
Thank you. Shipping services are vitally important to Australia and the well-being of our economy. Australia is the 5th largest user of shipping services in the world, and 10% of the world's sea trade passes through Australian ports, with international shipping carrying over 99% of Australia's imports and exports by volume. A critical component of Australia's domestic freight task, around 15%, is also carried by coastal shipping. The environmentally safe use of the seas, including in Australian waters, by that large shipping task is equally important to Australians. We take our responsibilities for safety and environment protection in maritime very seriously. Over time, the global shipping standards setting body, the International Maritime Organisation, has progressively improved marine environment pollution standards for ships through the International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships and the International Convention on the Control of Harmful Anti-Fouling Systems on Ships, amongst others. As Australia is a signatory to both of these conventions, we have an obligation to bring our domestic maritime environment protection legislation up to date with globally agreed amendments. Our domestic implementation of international marine environment protection regulations demonstrates our long-standing commitment to the protection of the marine environment and our active participation in the IMO as the means to achieve that protection. As an IMO Council member, Australia plays a leadership role in supporting environmentally sound regulations that minimise the associated burden on industry. The bill before the House will implement 3 main amendments to the International Maritime Conventions. Firstly, it introduces controls for ship discharge that are known as persistent floaters, substances that can form surface slicks on water, such as some grades of vegetable oil or paraffin-like substances. These controls, which include cargo tank cleaning, pre-wash and discharge procedures, apply in certain environmentally sensitive areas in Europe, specifically in northwest European waters, the Baltic Sea, Western European waters and the Norwegian Sea. Secondly, the bill bans the use and carriage for use of heavy fuel oil by ships in Arctic waters from the 1st of July 2024. This mirrors the ban already in place on the use of heavy fuel oil by ships in the Antarctic. Thirdly, from the 1st of January 2023, the bill will ban ships from applying anti-fouling systems that contain the chemical biocide sibutramine, which is highly toxic to marine organisms. The bill will implement these marine environment protection measures by amending the Protection of the Sea, Prevention of Pollution from Ships Act 1983 and the Protection of the Sea, Harmful Anti-Fouling Systems Act 2006. The bill also includes some minor editorial changes to replace orders with marine orders in both acts to be consistent with the Navigation Act 2012. It is important to understand that an Australian flag ship is an Australian workplace and therefore subject to Australian legislation wherever it is in the world. These amendments are not expected to have any significant impacts on the Australian maritime industry. Currently, Australian flag ships that undertake international voyages are unlikely to operate in North European and Arctic waters. However, should they do so, they will be treated the same as any other vessel operating in those areas of the world. The inclusion of sibutramine as a harmful anti-fouling substance has a transition period consistent with a ship's normal dry docking cycle for inspections and cleaning. Hence, owners will not incur additional costs from having to take their ships out of service sooner than usual. Furthermore, the Australian Pesticides and Veterinary Medicines Authority has never registered sibutramine as approved its use as an anti-fouling agent for ships in Australia, so relevant Australian industries will not lose business. The Australian Government is committed to protecting our maritime environment for ship pollution. By strengthening these provisions to reduce pollution from ships and protect the marine environment, we will all benefit from a cleaner ocean, particularly those communities that rely on a healthy ocean for their livelihood and well-being, and I commend the bill to the House.
Yeah. I thank the Minister for her contribution and give the call to the honourable member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, before I begin, can I acknowledge the member for Spence, a former seafarer, given that we are addressing the Maritime Legislation Amendment Bill of 2022. The Coalition, as does the Government, takes Australia's international obligations to protecting the marine environment from pollution from ships seriously. The bill aligns Australia's domestic legislation with Australia's international obligations that will support effective and consistent global regulations to protect the marine environment regarding pollution from ships. The International Maritime Organisation progressively improves maritime environment pollution standards for ships, and this bill aligns Australia with recent changes to international regulations. The bill aims to do three things. Firstly, the bill introduces control for discharges of residues of noxious liquid substances known as persistent floaters, substances like certain grades of vegetable oil or paraffin-like substances that can form surface slicks. Ships will be required to meet new cargo tank cleaning, pre-wash and discharge procedures for persistent floaters. The new regulation applies to Northern European waters. The member for Braddon has joined me, and which comes into effect on the 1st of January 2021. Specifically, it applies to Northwest European waters, the Baltic Sea, Western European waters and the Norwegian Sea. Secondly, the bill bans the use of heavy fuel oils, or HFOs, by ships in Arctic waters from the 1st of July 2024. A similar ban is already in place in Antarctic. The ban aims to reduce environmental impacts on sensitive Arctic environments caused by higher emissions or of harmful air pollutants from ships burning HFO. The heavy fuel oil ban also reduces the risk, of course, of oil spills. Thirdly, the bill extends controls on ship harmful and anti-fouling systems to include the chemical biocide sibutramine from January 1, 2023. This chemical is chronically toxic for marine organisms. According to the APVMA, the use of sibutramine as an anti-fouling agent for ships in Australia has never been registered or approved for use for ships in Australia. This bill brings Australia's regulations into line with the international standard-setting body, the International Maritime Organisation, which seeks to improve marine environment pollution standards via the International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships, 1973, and the International Convention on the Control of Harmful Anti-Fouling Systems on Ships of 2001. While Australian ships are subject to Australian legislation wherever they are in the world, this legislation is not expected to have any significant impacts on the Australian maritime industry. The Australian shipping industry has been consulted on the legislation as supportive of the alignment and regulations with the international body. The Joint Standing Committee on Treaties has also considered the amendment to MARPOL relating to the cargo, residues and tank washing of persistent floating products and the prohibition on the use and carriage of HFO in Arctic waters, and to the HAFS Convention relating to the controls of cybertine. The committee supported the amendments and agreed that binding treaty action could be taken. As such, the opposition supports and will be supporting this bill. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The member for Spence.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to give my support to the Maritime Legislation Amendment Bill 2022, after we had received it from the other place. The passage of this legislation may not make it to the front pages of the national broadsheets, though I don't want to be too needlessly pessimistic. Bipartisanship rarely attracts that level of attention. Despite this fact, this bill is important. It is deserving of our time to consider it, as I'm sure we all have, waiting to see if or when the House would receive this bill. It is also worthy of support from across this chamber, and we are closing on doing just that today. Its importance, the need to maintain and look after our oceans, makes perfect sense. As a nation, we are girt by sea. Speaker, to all those that were present for my first speech would know I was a seafarer out on the open waters a number of years ago before continuing my career's journey that would have me been elected to this place. It is due to this time at sea that I feel especially responsible to ensure that everyone is doing their bit to look after the sea that looks after you, though that phrase doesn't always ring as true as you'd like it to out there. Speaker, this bill brings us in line with our international obligations, which is something that Australia should be taking seriously, to show that we are leaders in this area and model international citizens. Further to that, this helps put us one step forward to demonstrating to the world that we take our marine environment seriously and we take the world's marine environment seriously. I'd also like to note the candour from the debate in the other place of Senator Bragg. We've not been early movers in fulfilling our international environmental obligations for quite some time. These obligations are taken seriously by the Albanese Labor government. Speaker, this bill amends the Protection of the Sea, Prevention of Pollution from Ships Act 1983 and the Protection of the Sea, Harmful Anti-Fouling Systems Act 2006 to ensure that Australia is meeting what it has committed to do in line with the International Maritime Organisation and its conventions, of which we are a signatory. Namely, those international maritime conventions are the International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships, also known as MARPOL. To those that deal with the subject matter on a more regular basis, or if you're my staff listening to me talking about the issue passionately over the last couple of weeks, Australia is in fact a founding member of the International Maritime Organisation, which is of course a specialised agency of the United Nations. The second of these conventions is the International Convention of the Control of Harmful Anti-Fouling Systems on Ships. Particularly, the amendments to the Convention on Harmful Anti-Fouling Systems on Ships outlaw the use of toxic chemicals, biocide and cybertrine, a substance that my staff in their research discovered is definitely not the homeworld of the Transformers, which is of course Cybertron. However, their research also gratefully uncovered that these substances, according to the Australian Pesticides and Veterinary Medicines Authority, has never been registered or approved for use as an anti-fouling agent for ships in Australia. Anti-fouling agents such as cybertrine are often applied to the hulls of ships to prevent molluscs, barnacles and the like from attaching themselves to those hulls. Whilst it is true the aims of these chemical agents are to increase fuel efficiency and improve the performance of vessels, it is the case with these particular substances, the risk of damaging the marine environment and other marine life in the process is unacceptably high. I look forward to these chemicals being phased out in the not-too-distant future. We may not utilise them here, but we must show that we are acting on these changes to conventions so that other countries may follow suit. The bill also aims to limit the discharge of what's known as persistent floaters. For those of us unfamiliar with the terminology, it refers to sleek-forming substances. Certain grades of vegetable oils or paraffin are examples of them. The reason why they are called persistent floaters are that in the event of a discharge or spill into the ocean, they can mix with other materials such as plastic debris to form a floating crust on the water, or sink to later be washed ashore to cause more damage to the environment that is unfortunate enough to find itself in the way of its path. By strengthening any provision out there that protects our marine environment, we will all benefit from a cleaner ocean. This is also achieved by more countries doing the same by ratifying these conventions into their domestic laws in the same way that we are doing here today. Speaker, we all share custodianship of the ocean. The oceans are, after all, do not exist solely for the purpose of trade, cargo and shipping goods across the continents. The oceans also provide a rich canvas for scientific research, fishing stocks which provides for a cheap and stable form of protein for many across the globe, and for tourism, an industry that is worth billions to Australia each year alone. Some stretches of the ocean that are intended to be included in this bill are the pristine waters of the Arctic. We can only hope that it remains this way, and this legislation will help to ensure that. It does this by banning heavy fuel oils across these waters after 1 July 2024. A similar ban has been in place throughout Antarctic waters since 2011. Now is about time we ban heavy fuel oils along both the waters surrounding our North and South Poles, as it should be. These fuels pose such a significant threat to the marine environment, sticking to surfaces like sea ice or wildlife in the event of a spill. I also note, Speaker, that the shipping industry has been aware of these amendments in advance through negotiations at the International Maritime Organisation in order to develop these new controls to prevent pollution from ships. In fact, the exposure draft of this bill has been published on the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts website on the 24th of August 2022. Ultimately, the exposure draft was met with no strident opposition, just a willingness to engage and see that we are falling into line, effectively with the vast majority of the world that are signatories to the treaties. Speaker, if the altruistic urge to preserve our environment was not going to garner the requisite support, I think those reasons above will go a long way to winning hearts and minds. Speaker, I would also like to thank the previous Speaker, the member for Barker, for his contribution from one South Australian in this place to another. We can achieve great things when in lockstep, and in that spirit I thank those senators on Thursday for their contributions to this debate in the other place. And for these reasons, Speaker, I am pleased to commend this bill to the House, and I hope it receives the support from all sides of this chamber. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The Minister.
Speaking on this? Yeah, I'm summing up. Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to start by thanking the two members for their contribution on this bill, the member for Barker and the member for Spence for their contribution, and particularly the member for Spence for his long contribution to the maritime industry. The Australian Government is committed to best practice maritime environmental protection. This bill will bring Australia's maritime legislation in line with the latest globally agreed amendments to international maritime conventions that Australia is a party to. The bill will further strengthen our marine environment protections by introducing, as I said before, provisions to control the discharge of noxious liquid substances known as persistent floaters in certain European waters that come into force on the 1st of January 2021. extend the current ban on the use of heavy fuel oil by ships in the Antarctic to encompass Arctic waters from the 1st of July 2024, and ban the use of ship anti-fouling systems containing the toxic chemical biocide cybutane from the 1st of January 2023. By legislating these environmental controls, Australia will uphold our long-standing international reputation for promoting safe and clean shipping operations, and we will be ensuring that international standards to reduce ship pollution and protect the marine environment are being implemented consistently across the globe. The Albanese government remains committed to ensure Australia's maritime regulatory framework remains up to date and fit for purpose to support a healthy ocean, protect our coastal communities and to promote sustainable trade. And I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Being no further speakers, I'll now put the question. All those that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading. The bill for an act to amend the law relating to the protection of the sea and for related purposes.
Is there a third reading? Is leave granted for a third reading? The member for Aston.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. The Minister.
Thank you. I move that the bill now be read a third time.
I'll now put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading. The bill for an act to amend the law relating to the protection of the sea and for related purposes.
Clerk.
Next order of the day. Treasury Laws Amendment, Electric Car Discount Bill 2022. Consideration of the Senate's amendments.
I understand that it's the wish of the House to consider the amendments together. Assistant Minister.
I move the amendments be agreed to.
All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 5. Higher Education Support Amendment 2022 Measures Number 1 Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Aston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to give effect to two changes which were previously introduced by the Morrison government. The first is a substantial initiative for rural, regional and remote Australia, which is to give effect to the Coalition's Help for Rural Doctors and Nurses Practitioners measure announced in the 21-22 MyEFO. This measure provides a partial or full higher education loan program, known as HELP, debt deduction for rural doctors and nurse practitioners who reside and practice in regional, rural or remote Australia once they complete their studies. The Coalition introduced this measure to encourage doctors and nurse practitioners to relocate to rural and regional Australia by reducing their outstanding HELP HEX debt. This is a substantial incentive, given that the HEX debt for doctors can be up to $100,000. The need for health professionals across regional and rural Australia is particularly important, though. With around 1/3 of our population, that's around 8 million people, living in rural, regional and remote areas, it's of great concern that this group of Australians experience poorer health outcomes than those in metropolitan areas. In fact, according to the OECD Health at a Glance report in 2017, Australians have one of the highest life expectancies in the world, but when we dig deeper into the data, the life expectancy rates between people in metro areas and those in regional and remote areas differ by about 5 years, with even greater differentials for Indigenous Australians. Much of this is attributed to less access to preventative health services, such as GPs and nurse practitioners. Around 20% of people in regional Australia report not having access to a general practitioner nearby, 20%. In fact, around 65,000 Australians have no access to GP services, within an hour's drive of their home. Consequently, they access less care and are at greater risk of death from preventable and treatable conditions such as diabetes and heart disease. Overall, there's a 20% increase in disease compared to those living in metropolitan areas. So this measure, Mr Deputy Speaker, will go a long way to addressing this by providing access to essential health services. We hope that around 850 GPs and nurse practitioners will take up this initiative. The value of the debt reduction applied will be guided by where eligible doctors and nurses locate to, using the modified Monash model. The modified Monash model depicts the remoteness of the location on a scale with Category 1, MM1, representing a major city, and Category 7, MM7, representing a very remote location. The locations for this measure will be the areas MM3 to MM7. For example, doctors and nurse practitioners who choose to work in a rural or regional area will need to provide a minimum of 24 hours a week of Medicare-billed services for a period equivalent to the duration of their whole degree. Now, for doctors, this is usually around 8 years. For nurse practitioners, this is around 3 years. And these areas include locations like Dubbo and Lismore in regional New South Wales or Busselton in Western Australia. For doctors and nurse practitioners who choose a remote area to work in, they'll need to provide a minimum of 24 hours a week of MBS-billed services for a period equivalent to half the duration of their degree to have their full HECS help debt waived. So for doctors, this would equate to around 4 years, and for nurse practitioners, around 1.5 years. So these are very substantial incentives, Mr Deputy Speaker. If I repeat that again, a doctor who's graduated goes and works in a remote area for half the duration of the length of time of their degree. So let's say it's an 8-year degree. They do it for 4 years. They have their entire HECS debt waived, gone. The same with a nurse who does that. And these areas include Alice Springs in the Northern Territory, Malakuta in my home state of Victoria, or Bruny Island in Tasmania. Real great incentives for new graduates, doctors and nurse graduates to go to these regional and remote areas, and we think they'll have a really sizeable impact, and that's exactly why we introduced this measure at the end of last year, introduced it into the parliament, but unfortunately the parliament was prorogued before the measures could pass. The measure itself will be backdated, as per the Coalition announcement, in the 21-22 MYEFO, and eligibility and retrospectivity commence from the 1st of January 2022. And this measure builds on the Coalition's significant investment in health, be it through Medicare and high bulk billing rates, more listings on the pharmaceutical benefits scheme, record hospital funding, or more mental health services. Now, we will be moving an amendment, Mr Speaker, and I'm happy to table that amendment. Do I give this to you to move the amendment? And our amendment seeks a review of the policy, which we would have done in government as a normal part of reviewing new policies. And the review seeks to access the policy's implementation, take-up and effectiveness on filling those particular workforce shortages across regional, rural and remote Australia. But a critical part of the review, which we have in this amendment and we hope will get the support of this parliament, is to specifically assess other skills shortage areas in those regional and remote areas to see if a similar style of policy could equally be applicable for those skills shortage areas. Might be, for example, in mental health services. It could be engineers, which we lack in terms of getting into the regional or remote areas, and possibly we can investigate having those HECS waivers for new graduates going to those areas as well. That's what we're arguing that this review should do in our tabled amendment. And I urge the government to support this amendment to ensure that we can continue to provide Australians who live in regional, rural and remote areas with the services they need and should have access to. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, the bill also changes the definition of a grandfathered student to clarify the grandfathering arrangements under the job-ready graduate package of reforms to higher education, known as the HELP grandfathering measures. Now, what these measures did is when the job-ready graduates program came into place, most of the fees for students went down or stayed the same, but there were some courses where the fees went up. And these grandfathered arrangements were put in place to ensure that if you had already started a degree at a certain price point, that price point would be maintained for the duration of the degree. This particular amendment ensures that an honours year of study at the end of your degree is also considered to be part of the overall degree, as far as the grandfathering arrangements are concerned, rather than a new degree and consequently attracting a higher fee rate. So a very straightforward amendment, a clarifying amendment. That was always the intent of the Job Ready Graduates program, but this will absolutely make sure that those students who started their degree under the lower rates will continue all the way through to the completion of their honours year under that rate as well. So I commend the government and Minister Clare for reintroducing this bill. I particularly commend the government for adopting the Coalition's policy, a very good policy which we introduced towards the end of last year, of providing those HECS and HELP waivers for the doctors and nurse practitioners who go and work in the regional and the rural areas. We think it will make a difference. We're confident it will make a difference. It will make a difference in getting more doctors out to the regional and remote areas. It will make a difference in terms of getting more nurse practitioners out to the regional and remote areas, and in doing so will make a difference to the health outcomes of all of those Australians who live in those locations. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank the government for reintroducing the Coalition's bill. I commend the amendment which we have put down, which reassesses how this is all going after a couple of years and takes a look as to whether or not there's any other skills shortage areas should additionally have the benefit of these types of HECS and HELP waivers which are applicable through this bill for doctors and for nurses. I commend this bill and commend the amendment.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The member for Chisholm.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Look, this House has heard me on a number of occasions talk passionately about my love of strong health systems, universal health care and a robust higher education sector that provides opportunities to all. So I'm really delighted to speak on a piece of legislation today that will deliver great health outcomes and encourage the education of health practitioners in our regions, because that sort of sector matters to Labor and it's clear we have a problem there. This legislation also protects students from experiencing an unfair financial hit due to changes to the higher education fee structures introduced by the previous government in the Jobs Ready Graduates package, where they've already commenced a course or are forced to change courses for a range of reasons out of their control. And this legislation provides a real incentive to doctors and nurse practitioners to work in regional and rural areas by providing a reduction of 50 or 100% to their help debt, the figure depending on the time they spend in an eligible rural, remote or very remote location, and whether the location is rural, remote or very remote. So this legislation ensures that there are grandfathering measures for HECS help arrangements to ensure that students are not disadvantaged to the Job Ready Graduates package introduced by the previous government. It's important that where students are undertaking honours courses, that they are not unfairly hit with higher costs due to a change in higher education policy that was introduced after they had already begun their course of study. Given that I have both Monash and Deakin universities in my electorate, this has the potential to impact many students in Chisholm, and it is really important that we protect those students from the financial hit they would suddenly experience if we do not grandfather the HECS help provisions. This measure also protects students who, through absolutely no fault of their own, have had their courses discontinued or structured or are forced to change courses by their educational providers. It would be unfair to deny these students grandfathering protections, so that is one of the very good reasons we are introducing this legislation. So I'm really pleased that the government has recognised this problem in the system and that we are taking this very important step to grandfather HECS help obligations for students who would perhaps otherwise be unfairly hit with a financial penalty. Deputy Speaker, we know we are in the midst of a jobs and skills crisis, and indeed that's why our government made it a priority to host a Jobs and Skills Summit here in Canberra just after we were elected, just over 6 months ago, and I ensured I ran a local forum in my beautiful community in Chisholm too. We've heard through these various different fora about the acute shortage of professionals in the healthcare system and the grim impacts that this is happening across communities right around the country. So at the recent Jobs and Skills Roundtable in Chisholm that I hosted, I heard about the importance of general practitioners as the load-bearing scaffolding of the health system. And, Deputy Speaker, I know this really well. I was raised in a family with a father who was a general practitioner running his own business and doing so much work to support our community. I've met with Deakin and Monash University about this issue too, and I'm really grateful for their insights and expertise in this area. Both Professor Christina Mitchell from the Faculty of Medicine, Nursing and Health Sciences at Monash University and Professor Ian Martin, Vice-Chancellor of Deakin University, have generously shared their valuable thoughts on what we can do to meet our current and future workforce needs with me, and I look forward to continuing to meet with them, listening to their expertise and advocating for evidence-based solutions to problems we face as a community and as a country. I don't know if the House is aware of this, but when I was born, it was in Traralgon, and we were living there because my dad, a doctor, and my mum, who was a nurse, had relocated from Melbourne to complete their training and assist with a shortage in the region at the time, working at the local hospital. So there has unfortunately been shortages in our regions for some time. It's critical that governments invest to attract health practitioners to the regions, especially GPs and nurse practitioners, who can help relieve some of the pressure experienced in hospitals and emergency departments that happen when we don't intervene into health issues in early cases. We know more often than not early intervention leads to better outcomes for patients and is better for the economy too. I'm really proud to be part of an Australian government that understands the problems facing communities in the regions and wants to provide real solutions, real outcomes for Australians and our communities. I'm really pleased that we're getting on with delivering the policies and solutions we need to build a better future. That's why ensuring that we establish help debt reduction programs for rural doctors and nurse practitioners is really important. So extending this incentive beyond what was introduced previously that came into effect on the 1st of January this year. This will ensure updates to outstanding help debts processed annually through the taxation system. So we're investing a significant amount of this incentive for eligible doctors and nurse practitioners, and it is really important. So this legislation will pay off doctors and nurse practitioners' loans if they work in these communities, and I think that's a fantastic thing. This will both make a difference to communities and to those who would otherwise be carrying a significant help debt and carrying that debt as they are at the very beginning, often, of their working lives. The aim here is to attract students to fill a critical shortage of health workers in regional areas, and we've heard that the Regional Doctors Association says Australia number in the thousands. Eligible doctors and nurse practitioners will be encouraged to live in these areas, and that will reduce their help debt significantly. There are so many benefits to this, of course, for individuals who are able to utilise this scheme and, of course, for our wonderful regional communities. We know that rural GPs are more likely to be able to provide in-hospital care as well as private consulting room care. We know more GPs in rural areas provide after-hours services. We know that they engage in public health roles expected of them by their communities in which there may be often few doctors to choose from. They can engage in clinical procedures and emergency care and are able to provide real holistic support to the communities that they serve. And I've seen this firsthand in my own family. Although my electorate is not a rural area, the Monash Medical School students that study in my electorate will be more easily able to choose to practice in remote areas of Victoria and Australia. And, Deputy Speaker, I've met with some outstanding medical and nursing students at Monash University in Clayton. It is clear that they are passionate about the work that they do and love learning on the job. This program will give them the chance to practice in remote areas and regional areas and develop expertise in either new communities or allow them the opportunity to serve communities that they may have ties to already before moving to study in Melbourne. This means that people can start their careers and not have what is sometimes a real financial worry, help debt. I know that for my parents, as young health practitioners, they benefited from building a community as they were building their careers in Gippsland. And when we moved to Melbourne, a few years later, to be closer to my grandparents, I know that that experience that they had in regional Victoria was a really important one from our family. And they really got a lot out of being able to both develop their skills and contribute their skills to the people who needed them. So this legislation does a number of things, and I'm really pleased that we're introducing it to the Parliament. It importantly protects students from the changes made to higher education fee structures that would have unfairly impacted those who had commenced courses prior to its introduction or who were forced to change courses due to external factors described in the legislation. And it provides a real boost to our medical workforce, particularly in regional Australia, which is very dearly needed. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the amendment to this bill, building on what we know on this side of the House was a good piece of legislation. The original bill, introduced by the Coalition in 2021-22 mid-year economic and fiscal outlook, is now being reintroduced and encourages the relocation and retention of eligible doctors and nurse practitioners by reducing their outstanding HELP and HECS debt. This measure also allows for the waiver of indexation on outstanding HELP debts for eligible doctors and nurse practitioners while they are residing in and completing eligible work in rural, remote and very remote areas. HECS HELP debts for doctors can be up to $100,000. Any reduction of that would certainly be an incentive. Enticing enough for a graduate to want to move to the country. At least that's my hope in my electorate of Mallee. Any incentives that boost our regional and rural health workforce are certainly worth pursuing and supported by this side of government. In Mallee, as in many regional centres across Australia, access to health care is at crisis point, and I don't say that lightly. This amendment expands this policy beyond the health workforce into other sectors in the future, which would mitigate the dire workforce issues we face in our regions. We need to ensure everything possible is done to bolster the skilled workforce in rural Australia and the unskilled and the semi-skilled. This is for every industry, be it agriculture, education or manufacturing. Access to health services is a key issue for people who consider a tree change. Whether young teachers or older retirees moving to the region, knowing that there is quality health care matters. For parents of a young family who are teachers considering taking jobs at a local school, they're less likely to do so if there are no GPs available to support their family. If we don't ensure country workforces have a sustainable supply of essential services such as health, these communities will be unsustainable in the long run. Mildura, in the northwest of Mallee, is an example of a town with a struggling health workforce. Most GPs in town have closed their books to new patients. Some, like my husband, who is a GP, work 60 hours plus a week. In the recent GP Health of the Nation report, I note he is one of the small number who work those hours, and he is one of the 40% of Australian GPs, or nearly 50% of Victorian GPs, who will retire in the next few years. This dilemma has had terrible outcomes. People leave this pristine area because they cannot find a doctor. This is not just true for Mallee towns, but across regional Australia. It means hospital emergency departments are overflowing, struggling to manage the number of people who are unable to see their GPs. And worse, people simply stop trying to deal with their health issues and sadly increase the morbidity statistics in the regions. How long can this situation go on? It highlights the disparity between city and country. Nearly 9 million people live in rural areas across Australia, yet these people often experience poorer health outcomes than their city counterparts. This is something that needs to change. It must change. And we can change it by ensuring health workforces can meet their communities' needs, providing incentives to not only bolster the uptake of general practitioners and nurse practitioners in the regions, but other essential medical professionals such as psychologists, psychiatrists or physiotherapists, assists in ensuring that no matter where you live, you have access to adequate medical care. And beyond that, we can, through this amendment, bolster the workforce in other industries. This amendment calls for a review of this bill in 2 years' time, in consultation with the National Rural Health Commissioner and the Regional Education Commissioner. It will provide sufficient time to monitor the implementation of the existing measure for doctors and nurse practitioners. With this knowledge, we can determine other priority areas relevant to rural and remote Australia. As I said, initially, this bill was a piece of sound legislation introduced by the Coalition, and it is pleasing to see it is recognised by this government. But we can do more for the regions. As a proud representative of a regional electorate and a strong advocate for regional and rural Australia as a whole, amending this bill to support other industries is the right way to provide support for all Australians, no matter their postcode. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The member for Gilmore.
Speaker. Well, I'm incredibly excited today to talk in support of the Higher Education Support Amendment 2022 Measures No. 1 bill. I am pleased that this bill is helping to support students with fairer grandfathering provisions for job-ready graduates. As a former TAFE teacher, I know how important education is, and we need to make sure that our rules are fair and clear. Students shouldn't be lumped with fees that they weren't expecting because our laws aren't clear enough or because their university made decisions to change or cancel their courses. So that is an important change. But, Deputy Speaker, what I'm really excited about with this bill is the new provisions to encourage employment and retention of doctors and nurse practitioners in rural, regional and very remote areas of Australia. This fantastic bill is taking real action, innovative action, to address the GP shortage we are facing across regional and rural Australia, but in particular in my electorate of Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast. What it means is that doctors and nurse practitioners will be incentivised to live and work in regional Australia and rural Australia by having their university debt waived if they stay long enough. Not just if they come for a short while, but if they come for a long while. Medical degrees certainly don't come cheap, but the Albanese government is helping to reduce that cost. And the only catch, not that I would call it a catch really, is that you have to work in regional Australia. As someone who has spent my whole life in regional Australia, I can tell you that is not a bad deal at all. The South Coast is the most magnificent place on earth. Why wouldn't you want to live and work there? This is truly something to be celebrated, but to really understand why this change is so important, I think it's important to understand the scale of the problem we are facing. So I want to talk a little bit about the difficulties local people have had in accessing a doctor. Deputy Speaker, the shortage of doctors in regional and rural Australia has been escalating for years. Local GPs are overworked and struggling to cope in a system that isn't supporting them, with a hospital system that is broken and with an ageing population that increasingly needs more care and support. The major hospitals in my electorate in desperate need of upgrades. The Eurobodalla has been waiting for a new hospital for years. We have been fighting to make that a level 4 hospital against a state government that has continually played down the health needs of this community. The Shoalhaven Hospital is chronically at the top 10 of a number of lists, but it's nothing to celebrate. Top 10 in the state for the longest emergency department wait times and the worst hospital for rostering. Only 46% of patients having their treatment start on time and only 47% leaving within 4 hours. The list goes on. Chronic underfunding from Liberal state and federal governments for years and years. The trouble is it's a negative feedback loop. The fewer GPs, the more pressure on hospitals, and the more pressure on hospitals means more pressure on GPs, a system that can't cope. Local people either have to travel great distances or in many cases go without, leading to more serious health complications. We need more GPs. Local doctors in our community have been demanding change for a long time, pointing out quite rightly that the incentives for getting GPs in regional areas have just not been fit for purpose. When I was first elected to Parliament in 2019, I joined with many members of the Churros Head community to raise concerns about the closure of the Queen Street Medical Centre in Churros Head. The wonderful Churros Head Progress Association presented me with a 5-page submission on the negative impacts this decision would have on the local community, about the domino effect the closure would have on retail businesses, on patients and on the broader community. Queen Street Medical Practice has its main centre in Moruya and at the time had satellites in Browley and Churros Head. When the local doctor left, they struggled to recruit a new one. There weren't enough incentives, not enough reasons to attract doctors to small places like Churros Head. Hard to imagine given how beautiful the area is. Not to mention the pressures the former government's Medicare cuts were placing on GP practices. We're working on that too, another big but important task. So that sadly the Churros Head practice closed. This is an ageing population with more people over 65 than under, but all too often they have to travel great distances for medical care. Now they would have to travel just to see their GP. The flow-on would also mean local people don't use the local pharmacy, they don't stop by the local bakery, they don't grab a coffee from the local cafe. They would instead do all of this in a larger town, putting even more pressure on the small local Churros Head shops. Flow-on impacts, all from the loss of a doctor. As an ageing population, many also don't drive. This means, for many people, they might avoid or delay seeing their doctor, which we know leads to more health complications. It's just simply not good enough. I, along with many others, was relieved when finally in 2020 a doctor from Sydney came to the rescue, opening a practice once more in Churros Head. This doctor could see the huge need in regional communities and was spurred into action after the COVID pandemic, at his own cost and taking a decision that actually didn't make business sense, but deciding to act for the good of others. I can tell you, Deputy Speaker, that is an attitude we know well on the South Coast, a truly selfless community. We welcome this new doctor with open arms. But sadly, Churros Head is not an isolated example. Last year, Sanctuary Point lost its last GP because the amazing Dr Kate Manderson, who runs a few centres around the Shoalhaven, could not find a doctor to replace the retiring GP there. As many of the GPs retired, she had just been unable to find and recruit new ones. I have met with Dr Kate on many occasions to hear her views on how we can address the issues facing local GPs. She has lots of great ideas, and we are connecting those through to the Minister for Health, who is very receptive to how we can improve regional and rural access to GPs. I always appreciate the time Dr Kate takes to share her thoughts with me on important local issues. Annette Pham, who runs another set of local practices, also had the same issue at her practice. They have struggled to recruit and keep local doctors. They could see the problems and have so many ideas to fix the issues. Both Annette and Dr Kate advocated strongly to improve incentives for recruiting and retaining GPs in regional areas like ours. They advocated for years to have the distribution priority area updated for our community, and I joined them in that fight. The former government removed the DPA status of Narrabomberda in Sussex Inlet 3 years ago, and the case for undoing that was clear from the start. I advocated strongly to the former minister about this, raising that concern here in the parliament, writing to the minister and begging him to change our status. We were absolutely thrilled to see that change finally happen in February this year. A huge win for our community, a hard-fought win. But it was a long fight, and that one change is not enough to make up for the loss of doctors in our community. A lot of damage was done in that time. Dr Kate and Annette continue to be fierce advocates for how we can address this issue. Together, we also managed to advocate for a reintroduction of Medicare Item 288, video telehealth psychiatry consultations in regional and rural Australia. The former government removed this important bulk billed service. It was a heartless decision that many local doctors and patients raised concerns with me about. People told me how they had been put into a dark place because they couldn't afford to see their psychiatrist anymore. They could no longer afford to get their prescriptions renewed. They were abandoned by a government who did not understand the healthcare needs of regional Australia. Together with local doctors and patients, our advocacy saw that reinstated by the Albanese government. I was so delighted about that, and many people contacted me to say how relieved they were. So the voices of local doctors really do make a difference to the policies that we deliver. I was pleased to welcome Annette, her husband Dr Hal Pham and other advocates from their service to Parliament House last week to meet with the Health Minister and continue their advocacy. They want to see more doctors becoming GPs. They want to see bulk billing increased again after years of cuts. They are fighting for vulnerable people, and our government is listening. I will be welcoming Dr Kate very soon as well, so she can share her thoughts on GPs and aged care, because I know their voices are crucial to getting this right. I want to sincerely thank them and every local doctor, nurse, medical practitioner for your advocacy on these critical issues. In my time as member for Gilmore, literally hundreds of people have contacted me to say they can't find a GP. People are travelling hours in the wrong direction just to see a doctor, or ending up in our already overloaded hospital system. GP access has been spiralling out of control for far too long, made worse by cuts to Medicare and a decade of mismanagement by a Liberal government who wouldn't prioritise access to health care. Fundamentally, they did not believe in Medicare. So I'm absolutely delighted that today we are taking one more serious step in the right direction to recruit and keep doctors in our regional communities. Once again, I like to think that it is the ideas of our community on the South Coast that has contributed towards this important reform. In my recent Jobs and Skills Summit survey conducted in the lead-up to the summit in September, many people suggested that removing or reducing education debts for people who work and stay in regional and rural areas was the way to go. Janita said, and I quote, "Provide subsidies for relocation and providing HECS relief to those who commit to staying and working in rural communities." Gina said, and I quote, "Reduce the HECS debt of bonded medical students who come to the regions." These were two amongst many similar suggestions. Well, Janita and Gina, that is exactly what this bill will do. If this bill passes from 1 January next year, eligible doctors and nurse practitioners will have their help debts reduced or wiped if they live and work in areas like the South Coast for the equivalent length of their degree. Doctors and nurse practitioners who meet half of the time requirements will be able to access half of the help debt removal. This is fantastic news. Moving to regional and rural Australia is no easy task for someone who has never lived here before, so we need to encourage them, not just for a short time, but for a long time, to encourage them to put down some roots, build a network of family and friends and live their lives here. Zero HECS debt is a strong incentive for a young doctor or nurse practitioner to try regional Australia, particularly in this economic climate. And I know that in a beautiful area like the South Coast, there are more than a few reasons to stay. This is one step in the right direction. It's one part of a suite of changes we are working on to address our GP crisis across regional Australia. Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted that the recent budget is also delivering a Medicare urgent care clinic for the Batemans Bay region. Providing bulk billed medical care in this community will make a huge difference to local people. We hope to see more of these clinics rolled out over time, but I am really pleased Batemans Bay will be one of the first. The Albanese government is going to continue working hard to improve health services and health outcomes for regional and rural communities like ours on the New South Wales South Coast. This bill today is so incredibly important. We need to incentivise more doctors into our communities. And I say to any studying doctor or nurse practitioner, if you want a free degree, why not come and live on the sunny South Coast? We have beaches, we have mountains, we have valleys, we even have a rainforest, and we have the best community in Australia. We will welcome you with open arms, so give us a shot. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to move amendments 1 to 4 as circulated in my name. Deputy Speaker, Australia is in the midst of a GP crisis, both because the rising cost to see a GP is a barrier to many Australians accessing health care, and because of a widespread shortage of GPs across the country. With an ageing GP workforce and not enough new medical students choosing to specialise in general practice, the problem is set to only get worse as GPs retire over the next 10 to 15 years. Only 14 months ago, I was working as a GP myself during the COVID pandemic. During this time, we faced not only the COVID-19 pandemic, but the increased incidence of eating disorders, mental health issues, addictions and chronic disease management. Our practices also faced the challenges of being used as COVID call centres. I know firsthand the pressures GPs across the country are under, including in my electorate. I've spoken to many practices which are on the brink of financial collapse, a position supported by research conducted by the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners, which shows 48% of GP practices are in the same position. Very few GP practices in my electorate offer comprehensive bulk billing to all their patients. Many have had job ads up for months and can't fill GP positions. This parliament is on notice that we are facing a breakdown of Australia's primary healthcare system. It is now an emergency and in need of intensive care. Currently, the situation is worse in our rural areas, where people are waiting months to see a doctor. And the doctor they eventually see is working up to 80 hours a week, day in, day out, to cope with the demand. We desperately need more doctors and nurse practitioners in rural and remote areas. I welcome this bill, which seeks, amongst other measures, to incentivise doctors and nurse practitioners to move to and service rural and remote areas in exchange for eliminating or reducing the higher education loan repayment debt. I also note that this measure was recommended by the Royal Australian College of GPs, the Australian Medical Association and the Australian College of Rural and Remote Medicine. However, there is no definitive evidence that reducing or eliminating the help debt will drive an increase in the numbers of GPs working in these areas of need. Firstly, the financial benefit conferred from this bill may be substantially offset by the lower wages received in those areas compared to metropolitan and urban areas. Secondly, there is a concern that the incentive may become an ineffective bonus if it is given to people who intended to move back to rural regions anyway. The government's modelling suggests that this measure will help 850 doctors and nurse practitioners move to regional and rural areas per year. If that number is correct, and it does consist of medical practitioners who would not otherwise have moved to rural and remote areas, then it is good policy. Despite welcoming this measure, it must be acknowledged that this is the equivalent to placing a Band-Aid on a gaping arterial wound. The GP crisis is not a rural and remote one only, but a crisis that impacts every electorate across Australia. In order to assess the success of this policy, we need to track and review it. However, in this legislation there's no planned review, and this is concerning. Good policy and governance depends upon evidence of effectiveness and success, particularly when the benefits are conferred upon individuals. We have had schemes like this before, but due to a lack of evaluation and evidence, we are unsure of their benefit. We need to evaluate this initiative to determine its effect. Deputy Speaker, this measure shouldn't stand alone. We know that changes to general practice need to be comprehensive. The Australian Medical Association has an 18-point plan for supporting equal access to healthcare for rural communities. It includes measures to drive the rural medical training pipeline, such as delivering a strong rural training pathway, and measures for retaining existing medical practitioners. The Royal Australian College of General Practitioners has a targeted investment plan to support patient access to general practice care. In 2021, the Senate committee commenced an inquiry into the provision of general practitioner and related primary health services to outer metropolitan, rural and regional Australians. They released an interim report, but never a final report, noting that there was merit in having the matter re-referred to the committee under the 47th Parliament. The interim report that was issued under that inquiry was extensive. It made recommendations that mirror the calls from professional bodies such as the AMA and the RACGP. In early October of this year, the RACGP also convened a GP crisis summit here in Canberra, with GP groups from around the country, and again recommendations from that summit call for greater investment and planning and reform of general practice. Those recommendations are not piecemeal, standalone measures, nor are the ones called for by professional bodies. They call for structural reform and a multifaceted approach to address the GP crisis and reverse the falling trajectory of new GPs entering the workforce. Today, only 13.8% of medical students are choosing general practice as their chosen specialty. We need to get that number back to 50%. Today, we face a decline of GPs year on year, with a 15% decline in urban areas and a 27% decline in rural areas. This is coupled with almost double increase in demand. We are on track for a GP deficit of over 11,000 GPs by 2032. These figures are incredibly concerning, and GPs in my electorate are already feeling the impacts of doctors' shortages, as are all GPs around the country. The outcomes of the recent GP summit were clear. The pool of GPs must be increased. Reinstating GP rotations for junior doctors will help increase the number of junior doctors who choose to specialise in general practice. It is also necessary to reduce the red tape for international medical graduates to be able to also participate in general practice. We need to ensure that general practice is a sustainable career path by introducing measures such as increasing the Medicare rebate and bulk billing incentives and supporting GPs to be able to spend more time with patients, which will of course also deliver better patient health outcomes. We also need to strengthen the role of GP team members, including nurse practitioners, practice nurses and allied health. Deputy Speaker, Australians have endured the COVID-19 pandemic and experienced the impact of a healthcare system in crisis. They have seen what happens when we fail to take the risks to the system seriously enough to plan and mitigate. We can't make the same mistakes again. Last week, many MPs have been visited by passionate and dedicated GPs who shared their experience of the GP crisis and called for it to be urgently addressed. I thank the Parliamentary Friends of General Practitioners, which I am a co-chair, and the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners for organising this initiative. I also appreciate the Minister for Health's acknowledgement that general practice is indeed in crisis, describing the low number of medical graduates applying to specialise in general practice as the most terrifying statistic in healthcare. I now call on the government to prioritise this reform and plan for it in the May budget, and at minimum deliver Recommendation 6 of the Community Affairs Reference Committee General Practice Interim Report to substantially increase the Medicare rebates for all levels of general practice. I commend this bill to the House.
Is the member seeking to move amendments?
Yes.
You are seeking to move amendments?
Yes, thank you.
If you're seeking, are the amendments seconded? Yes. Yes. And you want to reserve your right to?
I'm going to speak very quickly, if that's all right with the team remaining.
You have the call.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the member for McKellar for moving this very important amendment to the bills that we currently, the important motion that we have in front of us at the moment. The reality is that our healthcare system is in crisis, whether it's in the hospital system through to the community system. What we know, without a doubt, is there are plenty of people that are looking for healthcare services and sadly they're unable to access them. I was fortunate to be one of the members of parliament who was visited last week by people who were representing the GP workforce across this country, and I was horrified to learn that of students who finish medicine these days at university, just under 14% of them are choosing to go into general practice. As somebody who grew up in regional and rural Australia, where the general practitioners in our community were considered to be amongst the highest of the citizens that we had, it's heartbreaking to see that medical students are not choosing to lean into this pathway as a career going forward. There is no doubt that as our population ages, we are going to need general practitioners who have an ability to look at a person and see them as an entire health puzzle. There is no doubt that we know in many medical situations that having a good relationship with a general practitioner actually enables your health to be managed more effectively. And as someone who's advocated very loudly in the area of mental health, I think this is particularly important. To this end, I commend the member for McKellar and agree with her that we do need to recognise that financial benefits currently being offered under this bill in many cases will not be sufficient to drive what we need to see as a significant influx of talent into this professional area. I also want to reiterate the member for McKellar's call that we are going to be 11,000 GPs short by 2032. And knowing that there are so many other industries across our nation who are also seeking talent, it's imperative that we move as quickly as we can to find these resources and close this gap. I do understand, both from the member from McKellar and also those who visited me last week, that GP training is something that needs to be included in the fundamental training program of healthcare professionals, and I would encourage the federal government to step into that to exert pressure as they can. And I do ultimately recognise that there's been minimal movement on Medicare rebate, which makes it very difficult for general practitioners to be able to provide the level of support that their patients are ultimately expecting from them. You cannot take care of the health of a whole human being when your business model forces you to try and get through as many people as you can by focusing on a 5-minute consultation. We need to fundamentally embrace the knowledge of members such as the member for McKellar and the others who make representation in this chamber to ensure that we are building a healthcare system that is not just fit for purpose now, but is fit for purpose well into the future. I commend the member for McKellar's amendment to the House. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for North Sydney. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for McKellar has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. From Coffs Harbour to Orange, Gladstone, Bunbury, Rockingham, Burnie, Armidale in the New England, Katherine, Darwin, Geelong and Warrnambool, my medical degree served as a ticket to travel and experience the joys of working and living in regional Australia. I loved my time in these communities. People were genuine, so grateful to have a doctor, often travelling long distances to seek help. The medicine was great. It sharpened my skills, because with limited diagnostics or specialist support, diagnosis came down to your smarts. I learned to study faces, bodies, the quiver of a voice for clues. Was that tinge of yellow a liver problem? The ruddiness of the face a problem with drinking or lung cancer?
listlessness the sign of an underactive thyroid, the fluid around ankles a sign of protein loss through the kidneys, a loss of sensation in the legs, could it be due to spinal cord compression, a chronic cough with weight loss in an elderly person with X-ray changes might have been reactivating tuberculosis, or swollen glands under the armpits, a sign of lymphoma. Young farmers with dislocated shoulders or arms swollen from a fracture sat stoically, waiting to be seen, having sometimes driven themselves miles to get to hospital. Perhaps most fulfilling was the continuity of care. My mentors in these places got to know their patients over years and decades. They were wedded to them. Aside from the patients, there was an unmistakable sense of community. As junior doctors, we were invited to colleagues' homes for barbecues. The practice nurses looked out for me like procuring a bike to help me get around town. Everyone knew who I was. The anonymity of a big city was replaced with the warmth of care. Importantly, I never felt unsupported. Specialist help from a city hospital was always a phone call away. Despite all these attributes, I ended up, like so many graduates, back in the big smoke. It is an enduring regret that I was not more deliberative in my choice of practice. My internship was at a big city hospital, and once I got on that treadmill, I never got off. I also incurred a big HECS debt, which took around a decade to pay off. My story is sadly the norm rather than the exception, and partly explains the unequal distribution of clinicians, with an excess seen in metropolitan areas compared to a scarcity in the regions. Analysis by the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare in 2020 showed that there were more than 386,000 full-time equivalent clinicians working in major cities, compared to 132,000 in all other regional and remote areas combined. The Medical Deans Australia and New Zealand survey of 2021 found that among final year students, just under a third considered working outside of a capital city. I despaired that at a major hospital I worked at, I could count on one hand over my 13 years there the number of junior doctors who ended up in general practice. It is heartening then that we are at least doing something about this. Our amendments to the Higher Education Support Act will reduce or waive help debt for rural doctors and nurse practitioners to encourage them to live and work in the regions. Eligibility commences from the 1st of January this year, retrospective, with applicants required to work at least 24 hours per week. In order to have 100% of the relevant help debt forgiven, those in remote and very remote communities are required to work for half the length of the course, and for those in small, medium or large rural towns are required to work for the full length of their course. So, Dr Sheridan, who is 3 years or more post-graduation, will be eligible for 100% of help debt forgiveness if he works 3 years, that is half of his 6-year medical degree, in a remote community like Cloncurry. If he works in a small, medium or large town like Wangaratta, then forgiveness of his help debt would occur after working for a minimum of 6 years or the equivalent of his degree. The classification of rural and remote locations is based on the modified Monash model. It is expected to help around 850 doctors per year. Help forgiveness could equate to a benefit of approximately $46,000 to $68,000 for students who studied medicine and around $8,000 for nurse practitioners, based on 2022 student contribution amounts. Also, this bill will waive indexation on help debts for the time spent working in a regional or remote area. Refunds will occur through the taxation system after work milestones, the 50 or 100% milestones, have been met. In 2018-19, those who studied medicine were estimated to take, on average, 10.5 years to repay their health debt, much like mine, the longest repayment of any time in any field, while those who studied nursing repaid it in an average of 7.7 years. Outside the remit of this bill are other initiatives to support the regional health workforce. We know that financial incentives are often not enough, which is why we are investing in a mentorship program. We are expanding the pre-vocational doctor training program to 1,000 places by 2026 through a $5.6 million investment so that more junior doctors have an opportunity to experience rural primary care at an early stage of their career. This is part of the $185 million workforce package to attract more doctors, nurses and allied health professionals into the regions. We all need good mentors, and there is no shortage of them in regional communities. Wise heads with grey hair who have seen it all before and are generous with their time. Deputy Speaker, when it comes to correcting the maldistribution of health professionals, every little nudge helps. When cost of living pressures are biting, it makes a real difference for doctors and nurses to consider moving to the country. I wish I had joined the docs all those years ago. My advice to juniors is, don't be seduced by the city when wide open spaces with a great lifestyle and a fulfilling career beckons. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Higgins. The question is that the amendments be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Kennedy.
Speaker, the previous speaker referred to Cloncurry, which of course is my hometown, my father's hometown, my grandfather's hometown. My father and his two brothers were the three Cutter boys. There were three boys in the family. My uncle Norman died from an injury in rugby league, and the Qantas plane was before the Second World War. The Qantas plane was in Longreach. If it had been in Cloncurry, it could have flown him out of Cloncurry straight to Brisbane. But by the time it came back from Longreach to Cloncurry and then to Brisbane, he had died. So he died as a result of the tyranny of distance. In a terrible piece of irony, my father, who had cancer, was supposed to go down for an operation, and the airline strike hit. And even though the government supplied, after 3 or 4 months I think it was, supplied Air Force planes to ferry people, he stood in the queue. He didn't feel it was his right to jump the queue. So it ended up that he got down for the operation some 7 or 8 months after he should have got down for the operation, and the cancer had got away, and he died. So 2 of the 3 Cutter boys died as a result of the tyranny of distance. The shortage of doctors in the country areas, the previous speaker mentioned the fact that they don't realise the opportunities in country centres. If you drive into Charleville, there's a huge statue to Dr. Louis Ariotti, who people in Charleville and that area considered next to sainthood. If you drive into Cloncurry, you drive in on Dr. Harvey Sutton Highway, a tribute to the great doctor that lived in our community and saved so many of our lives. I'm sure that they'll have one to Dr. Murphy in Longreach in the not too far distant future, because these men were not only leaders and set a wonderful example for their communities, but they were great and committed doctors, not just to treating you when you came in to be treated, but to alleviate your misery and pain, and to do everything humanly possible to ward off death in these areas. In the early days of Qantas, there were many lives lost. Whilst they say Qantas has never had an accident, that's true of the modern Qantas, but the original Queensland and Northern Territory Air Service, as it then was, had many deaths. But the effort to overcome the tyranny of distance was so great that people took those risks. You can reflect upon the fact that Ernest Henry, the founder of my hometown of Cloncurry, he found some heavy rocks there when he was prospecting on horseback, and he rode off to Rockhampton to get them assayed because he thought they were very valuable copper. Well, it turned out they were worthless iron ore, and it had taken him 7 months to ride to Rockhampton, get the assays done and go back to Cloncurry. The tyranny of distance. And my father mentioned on many, many occasions the great Dr. Flynn, who's on one of our banknotes, who brought the mantle of safety to the bush with the Royal Flying Doctor scheme. To turn to the present day, for the first time in my lifetime I can remember, last time I looked, There was no doctor in Julia Creek. There was no doctor in Cardwell, and there was no doctor at Mission Beach. I mean, heavens, you can't find a doctor for Mission Beach. For 2 years in a row, it was voted one of the 4 most beautiful places on earth. If you go into my offices, you have on many occasions, Mr. Speaker, I call them the Mission Beach Mafia because most of them come from Mission Beach. And you can't get a doctor to go to Mission Beach. There is something seriously wrong out there. Now, I want to pay very great tribute to my own doctor, Dr. Rod Catt at Innisfail. I want to pay great tribute to Dr. Grant Mannypenny, who has worked 70 and 80-hour week continuously in the latter years of his life to provide us with a vital medical service in Mareeba, private medical service. And look, you can say, well, you can go to the hospital. You can only go to the hospital for emergencies now. Outpatients at the hospital in Queensland have ceased to exist. The great Red Ted Theodore, the most important person in Australian history, not my words, the words of Paul Keating and the words of Malcolm Fraser, he introduced the free hospital system in Queensland. And for my entire lifetime, until the ALP got elected in 1990, until that point of time, you could walk in off the street any time of the day or night, Christmas Day, 24 hours a day, and get service in an outpatients. Now, the outpatients does not formally exist in Queensland, and if you want a graphic illustration of that, my now hometown of Charters Towers is the outpatients, and it's got a huge sign on it, closed, and on that side of the aisle is inpatients, and that is open. It's closed permanently, Mr. Acting Speaker. Rod Catton, Grant Mannypenny, and a very young doctor, is very filled with the enthusiasm of youth and gifted with a very excellent intellect. Lisa Fraser, the 3 of them, young lady, an older person, and Grant Mannypenny, who's desperately trying to retire, and Rod Catton, who has worked well after he should have stopped working, and we pay a great tribute to the self-sacrifice of Rod. But the 3 of them came to Canberra, and I think for the first and only time in my life, they asked for 4 things, Mr. Speaker, and they got all 4 things. I'm still in a state of shock over it. Now, the first thing was the writing off of the HECS debt that they asked for that day. More money for GPs in private medical centres was number 2. And there are items 3 and 4, the 4th one of which I'm having enormous difficulty remembering, and I feel very embarrassed that I can't remember that. But the other issue was foreign doctors coming into Queensland, and the restrictions were just a little bit too strict in Queensland, and they asked for a liberalisation, and the federal government put a second body in that could authorise doctors to become GPs in Queensland. So 3, and on the 4th thing which they got that day, I just at a loss to remember what it was, but it was extraordinary achievement by those 3 practitioners who came down at their own expense and lost a lot of money that they would have earned if they'd been up in their own hometowns during that period of time, but also their time and research they put into those representations. Now, Mr. Acting Speaker, quite frankly, there is no answer to this problem. You can give them all the money in the world, you can give them every concession on the world that you want to give them, but unless to become a doctor practising in Queensland, you have to do rural service. Nothing short of that is going to overcome this problem. It is a matter of forcing them to do it. So you want to become a doctor in Queensland, you have to spend some time in maybe not so salubrious centre. That was the law in Queensland for as long as we were in government in the state of Queensland up until 1990. until the ALP took over, and they changed that arrangement, and now we haven't got doctors. They have got rid of the outpatients. But what people don't realise, if you want to spend hundreds of millions of dollars in the state of Queensland, tens of billions of dollars, solving the world's planetary problems with respect to the atmosphere and what they call climate change, well, you can do that. But, there's not enough money to go around. And that is something that has never occurred to what we used to call socialist governments. Well, you could hardly call Queensland a socialist government, anything but. And, of course, the New World Order, people don't understand this. They think of the ALP as representing the have-nots. Just the complete opposite is true. They slither out of a university into a trade union office where they're given their proper job, answering the telephone, because they're not worth anything more than answering the telephone. But in answering the telephone, they know all the delegates in Queensland. And when positions come up, they get elected to those positions. They're very articulate. They're slippery, slithering suits from Sydney universities. And, of course, they become the owners of Australia. The superannuation funds are investing $170 billion every year into the Australian economy. So they are the have class, they are the ruling class, they are the ownership class, and they're not very nice people. Now, what has this got to do with doctors? Well, I'm trying to explain, in Queensland, you thought you were going to get looked after by electing an ALP government. Now you've got your outpatients closed. There's towns all over Queensland without any doctors. The whole system is collapsing out from underneath you because there's no money being put there. We're too busy saving the planet. Well, I don't notice that there's a very significant contribution there either, Mr Speaker, with the only proposal coming forward in this House and in the State Parliament in Queensland is to put windmills out in the ocean. I mean, do you realise you go into a hotel and say, oh, we're going to solve the world's climate problems because we're going to put windmills out in the ocean? Well, I don't think any of you would be going to walk into a hotel and say that. And yet you're going to say it in here. You're going to impose that upon us. Well, it's a choice. It's a choice. You can spend money on your fantasies and things that you think will get you re-elected, or you can look after the people. You can look after the people. And I'm proud to say that for my entire time in the State Parliament in Queensland, we had 24 hours every day of the year, including Christmas Day, where we could go down to the hospital and be attended to by a doctor and a qualified person. And every town in the Kennedy electorate, of which there's like 120, but you could argue 142, depending upon your definitions, every single town had a doctor, a resident doctor. That is not now the case. I don't know how many towns are not being serviced now because the doctors are simply not there. And I have the great honour and privilege of calling the first meeting to try and secure a medical school in Townsville. And the committee that was formed that day, 7 years later, broke through and got the first medical school, and take some considerable pride in the congratulatory dinner, where we all congratulate ourselves on the wonderful achievement. The kudos was given to my daughter, Mary Jane Streeton, as she is now, and she had been the secretary to the organisation, but the works of Professor Wronski, who was the driving force at all times, and the incredible woman, I think the greatest woman of the last century in Australia, was a lady, Knight of the Realm, and an honorary doctorate from the university, Lady Pearl Logan, who every day of her life, Mr Speaker, used to take out her Gospels and read. She was a very, very deeply committed Christian, a very devout Presbyterian. So those three people were the three people that enabled us to get the first medical school built in 44 years in Australia. And I am told that some 18 universities have now walked through the door that those three great heroes opened for us, Speaker. But the irony of this, and it gives me no joy to say this, in spite of 200 doctors a year coming out of the Townsville University, and in spite of incredible efforts by Professor Wronski and incredible efforts by the Dean of the Faculty now, they're doing everything humanly possible to get those doctors to service the regional centres. And in spite of that, we're turning out 200 doctors a year, and we still can't supply the doctors to these places. So I don't think you can offer them, $500,000 a year on top of what they're getting. And I still don't think that you're going to get them to go there until you make it compulsory that they go there before they can practice as a GP. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Kennedy. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support the second reading of this bill, which, of course, has two elements. The more significant one, both, of course, former measures from the previous government. But the second one that I think has been the focus of people's contributions has been ways in which we can better support young students take up opportunities in their career in regional and remote settings. And obviously this bill provides a significant incentive through dramatic relief to student loans, in fact the complete extinguishment of them up to a certain amount, depending on where you go and how long you go for. And I think this is a good example of a debate that sits within a topic that we don't discuss that regularly in this chamber, which is I absolutely love Sydney and Melbourne and Brisbane, our three great metropoli, and the three of them combined are obviously the vast majority of people that sit in this chamber. And particularly if you take the greater urban areas of those three centres, they're the vast, vast majority of the population of this country. And when we're discussing national policy, sometimes it is important to think about whether or not there are different opportunities and different forces at play in our economy and in our society, depending on whether you're in those three mega urban areas or if you live somewhere else. Now, I'm from the city of Adelaide, so not a remote or regional area, a city of about 1.3 million people, and apart from Perth, the second biggest urban area after those three mega areas. And then, of course, the state of South Australia is really a city-state. So we only have about another 300,000 people that don't live in urban Adelaide, that live in the state of South Australia. And then really, if you got a compass on a map and set it to 100 kilometres, if you drew a circle around Adelaide from the GPO at the 100-kilometre mark, you'd actually capture almost the entirety of the population of South Australia, even though France and Germany could very easily fit within the boundaries of the state of South Australia. Outside that 100-kilometre radius from the city of Adelaide, we are a very sparsely populated state. So I speak from a perspective, even though the challenges that this part of the bill are very importantly targeted to don't necessarily benefit the delivery of services in my electorate. It's a bill that's extremely important to my state, and it's also something that's extremely important to any Australian that cares about all Australians getting proper equity of access to services, not just in health, of course, across all services, but in this case we're talking about health. But the issue with the way in which our population is distributed is that in areas like health and other careers, in areas like migration, we do have a situation where those three major urban areas tend to be the magnets that attract people from a wide variety of points of view because, of course, the economies of scale in the big cities, particularly the cultural ones, lead many people to decide that if they've got the choice, they'd prefer to choose the life in the big cities than the other options available to them. And I know that people who sit in this chamber who represent communities that aren't in the big cities very proudly dispute the enjoyment of life in smaller communities than in the bigger ones, and I think they've got a lot of credibility in what they say. That just is invariably the reality of the challenge that we seek to address. And so previous speakers who represent electorates with regional and remote communities have talked about the real, the personal impact of struggling to attract general practitioners and other medical practitioners to their communities. And the member for Kennedy obviously talked about some direct impacts on his family, which are obviously quite tragic, and very regretful that he had two members of his family who, because of the tyranny of distance, of medical services, in his view, which I'm sure is accurate, led to their premature death. And certainly I lived for a couple of years on Norfolk Island as a child, and that is an extremely remote place to live, and it wasn't very difficult to get a GP to do a couple of years posting on Norfolk Island for reasons that I believe I shouldn't need to outline. But nonetheless, having that one GP on the island of about a population of 2,000 people in the South Pacific with an airstrip, and in the 1980s there was not an aircraft sitting there waiting to take medevac people to any other care at the drop of a hat. And so the GP there was obviously very much the guardian of life or death medical emergency issues. And we had, at least back then, a small hospital capability, but obviously not one for much beyond emergency issues, and the general practitioner was really just working absolutely full-time, and in the middle of the night, if something happened and you needed medical assistance, then she got the call. So difficult. I know we've got some medical professionals in the room, and she being on call permanently, it's not you don't get to enjoy a glass of red wine on a Saturday night at a dinner party when it could be that at any point you're called and asked to provide some assistance. And for me, as a young boy of 5, 6 and 7, it was my very first memories of a country GP, what dedicated service they give to the community. And it is regrettable that we find ourselves in the challenging circumstance in the 2020s, where it is becoming more and more difficult to attract people across a variety of allied health professions as well, but particularly regional towns to have a GP in a permanent way. My colleague, the member for Grey, very regularly raises this issue in this chamber, and I absolutely defer to his experiences in his electorate. He represents the vast majority of the state of South Australia, where I am from, and I know that they have ongoing significant challenges all the time with attracting GPs to certain towns in his electorate, including his hometown of Kimber has been quite a challenge in recent times. And so this bill, of course, is one measure that we can pursue to make it more appealing through the forgiveness of student loans, to try and get more younger people to take up the opportunity of working in regional areas. And apart from the service that they might give in that community, it might be 3 to 6 years to qualify for the complete eradication of their student loan. We also hope that in that 3 or 6 years they fall in love with the community that they've gone to work in, and I think that's a very reasonable expectation that will probably happen in many circumstances. And certainly that's the ultimate outcome, is that someone goes to a regional community to be their GP for a few years, supported through this scheme, might make the difference between taking that opportunity. But hopefully it's not 3 years, hopefully it's 20 or 30 years, because they find that they fall in love with the community, the lifestyle, and they see that community as somewhere, as a future for them to make their family in. So that's the hope of the main measure in Schedule 2 of this bill, and certainly it's something that we put in place, or intend to put in place, in government. It's not a silver bullet. It's not going to, by any means, solve exclusively the challenges, far from it, but I think the challenge of these workforce shortages is going to be multiple measures, of which this can be one of many, that come together to make sure that we are doing all that we can to provide the very best of health services to every Australian, and every Australian deserves exact equity of access to all services that government provide, but none, of course, are more important than access to the highest standard of health care. So with those comments, I certainly commend the bill to the chamber and look forward to the passage of this legislation so the benefits of it can start to be felt in regional and remote communities in this country as soon as possible.
I thank the honourable member for Sturt. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak on the Higher Education Support Amendment Bill 2022. The reason I'm so pleased to speak on this bill is that it finalises the bill which was first introduced by the Coalition in the last term, which unfortunately, due to the election, allowed the previous bill to lapse. I'm pleased the current government has acknowledged its value and it will hopefully be passed in the near future. It will achieve great outcomes. One of the greatest challenges facing rural and remote regions in our country is our inability to attract and recruit professional people such as GPs, nurse practitioners and teachers into their communities. This means our country and many of our Indigenous citizens are not receiving the care that they need. The Coalition identified this issue and the policy was formulated to address this via means of financial incentives. This bill will mean that doctors and nurse practitioners that make the decision to relocate to regional or rural areas with a modified Monash or rating of MM3 or higher will have their university help HECS debt either reduced or completely waived depending on the modified Monash rating of the community where they provide the service. We know that when people are exposed to these remote and regional locations, that a percentage of them will make the decision to permanently settle there. Some will fall in love with the town, the community, or may find their future spouse and start a family there. Whatever the reason, this would not happen unless they first move there, and this bill encourages them to do just that. For those GPs and nurse practitioners who choose to return to their original places of residence, these communities will also benefit, as just about every community across our nation are screaming out for more GPs, so everyone's a winner. Of course, the community then benefits by not only having a resident health practitioner looking after their health needs, which is very important, as the data tells us that individuals living in regional Australia experience poorer health outcomes than their city counterparts. This is attributed to the fact that they have less access to healthcare professionals. The added bonus is that these communities will have new residents that will contribute to the local economy. Another benefit is that students contemplating which degree to pursue may choose to select medicine or nursing, knowing that their university tuition will be heavily or fully funded. This bill also rectifies the anomaly around grandfathering arrangements under the Job Ready program to ensure that honours students remain eligible for the grandfathering arrangements where their course started pre-2021. This was another Coalition initiative in the last term of government, and again I'm pleased that this government has continued to run with it. To be eligible for this program, doctors and nurse practitioners will need to work in a community with a modified Monash rating of between MM3 and MM7. They will need to provide a minimum of 24 hours a week of MBS billed services for a period equivalent to the duration of the full degree. The other great news is that the measure will be backdated as per the Coalition's announcement in the 21-22 MYEFO, and eligibility will retrospectively commence from 1 January 2022. The HELPS HECS debt for doctors can be up to $100,000. According to the 2022 AIWH Health of the Nation report, GPs living in regional Australia experience greater job satisfaction than those living in urban areas, another great reason to make the move. This bill will hopefully help address the issue of only 1 in 7 graduates in medicine choosing the path of general practitioner. If this issue is not addressed and rectified, then we will continue to see greater load put on our already struggling and overloaded emergency departments, or even worse, people simply won't bother to seek medical treatment at all, which will lead to poorer health outcomes. In speaking to people in my electorate of Longman, there is a great appetite to see the return of the family GP, where your local doctor looked after you and your family's health needs, sometimes for generations. Many people are tired of using the public system and the larger corporates where often they never see the same doctor twice. This bill will hopefully go some way in returning to this method of healthcare. I look forward to seeing the outcomes of this bill, and if successful, I would like to see it implemented in other demand vocations, such as teaching for regional communities. This is a good practical bill, first developed by the Coalition, that delivers numerous benefits, and I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Longman. The question is that the amendments be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in support of this bill. The Higher Education Support Amendment 2022 Measures No. 1 Bill aims to encourage employment and retention of doctors and nurse practitioners in rural, remote or very remote areas of Australia by reducing all or part of their outstanding university help debt. I'd like to pay tribute to the member for Lyme, who was very much an architect of this work in the previous government, and likewise the member for Mallee, I might say, who's been a very strong supporter of nurse practitioners. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's well known that across Australia we have a shortage of health professionals, but rural areas are disproportionately suffering from this shortage, and we know this has been a long-standing challenge. Our higher prevalence of chronic disease, including asthma, diabetes, cardiovascular disease and cancer, is higher than that in metropolitan centres. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a chicken and egg situation where we have less early intervention for chronic diseases, driving greater and greater demand for health professionals. Doctor-patient ratios are twice as high in remote regions as they are in our cities. Patients simply can't get in the door, and our doctors, nurses and allied health professionals are under enormous pressure. Now, this isn't a recent phenomenon, and over the years successive governments have introduced programs such as the Departments of Rural Health and the Rural Health Multidisciplinary Training Program to train doctors, nurses and allied health in rural areas. And I spent over a decade working at the University of Melbourne Department of Rural Health and have experienced the great satisfaction of seeing our students graduate and take up roles as rural doctors in local communities, where they're leading incredibly fulfilling careers and making such a difference to those local people. There's plenty of evidence to show that the success of these programs is good. However, we know that the strongest evidence to attracting and retaining doctors in rural areas is to recruit young people from a rural origin to enter the medical field. And there are some structural barriers for rural students choosing a career in healthcare, one of which is the cost of education, which goes to the object of this legislation. Additionally, it's the cost associated with leaving home, both from a financial perspective and also from a social perspective. Programs, as established under the previous government, such as the Murray-Darling Medical Program, goes to this issue. This program, set up by the previous government, and for which I congratulate them, provides medical training in the regions for students who are from the regions. The network includes La Trobe University in Wodonga. It's part of my electorate of Indi. And there they undertake undergraduate studies in biomedicine before students go on to the Doctor of Medicine program run by the University of Melbourne Department of Rural Health based in Shepparton. When I met with participants in the program earlier this year, I was struck by their stories of why they wanted to be doctors and why they specifically wanted to be doctors in regional and rural communities. Growing up rurally, they told me, they had experienced health struggles in their own families, long hours in the car to go to and from medical appointments in major cities. They spoke of the difficulties and hardships that this created and it galvanised their resolve to become rural doctors. The students told me how much better it was to be able to attend university and stay living on their home farm or indeed in their local town. These students who I spoke to came from small towns like Milawa and medium-sized towns like Wangaratta, Benalla and Wodonga, and they were all studying locally at La Trobe University Wodonga campus. The program there at La Trobe is led by Dr Catherine Hogarth, who told me there'd been hundreds upon hundreds of applications from students who could have been accepted into the program. They had the marks, they had the aptitude, but the university simply isn't funded for the places. It has the teachers, it has the facilities, including wet labs, and, as I've just indicated, it truly has the demand from young people wishing to study rural medicine. And there's just 15 places in that program at La Trobe each year. The university told me they could take 3 times as many students. So I would say here is a real opportunity for the Albanese government to expand programs like this with proven models to further increase the number of doctors studying and working in regional Australia. Mr Deputy Speaker, I support this bill as a measure to get more much-needed doctors and nurse practitioners into rural and remote Australia and, importantly, encourage them to stay. We need them at the disease prevention end and we need them at the treatment end. Basically, we need them. Health professionals, though, are team players. They must be. And that's why I'm encouraged that this program includes nurse practitioners as well as doctors, because compared to other countries, we have completely underutilised nurse practitioners in Australia. So this bill is a very important endorsement of their skills and their contribution, and more importantly, their potential to do much, much more. Nurse practitioners are highly trained. They bring years of clinical experience and expertise. They have master's-level specialist education. They can diagnose, prescribe and undertake early intervention. And they often work in very hard areas of concern, areas which are hard to reach and very poorly resourced, such as in aged care, palliative care, wound care, drug and alcohol treatment. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, their practice has been hamstrung for years by very poor and inadequate Medicare rebates. This desperately needs reform to unleash their skill in what is really very, very stretched areas of primary care. And again, I call on the Albanese government to address this issue as well, Medicare rebates for nurse practitioners. This is truly an opportunity that we could grasp if we had the will to do so. Mr Deputy Speaker, this legislation is as yet untested in the field, so crucially, as this program rolls out, we must monitor its progress. Therefore, I support the member for Mackellar's amendment to review the scheme in 2026 and again in 2029. A review of this bill will help us see how well the scheme is working to attract and retain doctors and nurse practitioners in rural Australia, and really importantly, how it can be improved. I'm pleased to hear that the government will support this amendment and hope they consider any recommendations made by the reviews. And we need to pay attention, importantly though, to what's missing in this bill. And what's missing is a kindred program for mental health professionals. One of the biggest challenges facing rural and regional Australia and my constituents in Indi is accessing appropriate, timely mental health support. We had a problem before the pandemic, but now that need is truly and greatly exacerbated, not just in the high prevalence issues of anxiety and depression, but also in the very traumatic area of eating disorders, where access to evidence-based care and help is under enormous strain in the cities, but it's nigh on impossible to access in most rural areas. Local psychologists in Wodonga tell me they simply cannot cope with the demand for their services for eating disorders. They tell me that they need to clone themselves. So while I support the government's measures to increase the rural health workforce through this bill, this is incomplete unless and until we do the same for our rural mental health workforce. So I speak in support of this bill, but I believe we need to do more, and that's because of what I see every day in my community, what I hear from my constituents and what I know from my many years of experience as a clinician and researcher in rural health. I support the government's budget initiatives to address mental health, including the commitment in the budget to restore the 50% loading for telehealth psychiatry services in regional and rural areas. Telehealth psychiatric services were an especially important service to people in regional and rural areas before and during the pandemic, and concerned constituents contacted me after they were cut. So it's right and proper to see that the government is restoring the loading for these critical services. I was also glad to see in the budget the government's expansion of the Headspace Centre network. The communities of Indi worked so hard to get a Headspace in Wodonga and Wangaratta. It's such an important support for young people in regional and rural areas, but we need to increase the capacity of these services, and that means encouraging young people to study mental health sciences and be encouraged to work rural. That's why, while this bill is good, it could be better by offering mental health professionals who come to work in the regions the same level of debt forgiveness as doctors and nurse practitioners. Around 22% of rural and remote residents are living with a mental health or behavioural condition. Benalla, in my electorate of Indi, has double the state average of people experiencing mental ill health. Despite people in the regions being more likely to experience this mental ill health than people in the cities, we are 26% less likely to see a psychologist. And that's because the services simply are not there. Indeed, it would take 5,000 mental health workers in the regions to give us the same level of access to care that our city cousins have right now. There are no full-time mental health workers for young people in Myrtleford, and where there are mental health services like Headspace in Wangaratta, there are lengthy wait lists. Likewise, in towns like Alexandra, where local people often must travel to Melbourne or Shepparton, miles away, disrupting school, work and family. In 2019, 90% of Headspace centres reported major challenges in meeting demand for their services, with the main reason being workforce availability for mental health clinicians, GPs and private practitioners. So this massive shortage of mental health services was compounded again after the devastating 2019 Black Summer fires and followed by COVID-19 lockdowns. Many communities struggled to come together to heal, and the mental health impacts can and have had serious long-term impacts. In my first term of parliament, I fought hard to secure more funding for mental health services in Indi. After the 2019 bushfires, I lobbied the former government to secure $800,000 in funding for mental health programs, including for mental health nurses in Corryong and drug and alcohol responses. But again, the issue was trying to get the workforce to carry out that work. I'll continue to advocate for improved services for those in the community suffering from eating disorders, which sadly increased in prevalence again during COVID-19. Constituents are constantly contacting me about mental health, constantly, about the challenges they face in getting the right help for themselves and their loved ones, about the impact it has on them and their community, their work, their relationships, about the high cost of mental health care or the long distances they need to travel to access that care. And mental health workers have told me about the alarming increase in demand for their services, and they're struggling to meet it. I want to acknowledge their hard work, and I also want to applaud the community members who are working in community connection and prevention, including the Grit and Resilience program in Wangaratta, led by Beck Nash Webster. This program is a community-led suicide prevention program that focuses on social and environmental determinants of health. And it does this by creating opportunities for people to connect through social groups like women's tables, separated dads group and events such as street parties. And it promotes inclusion in the community. The Grit and Resilience program is so successful it hopes to continue with future federal government grants and possibly expand to other communities such as Mansfield. As an independent, I can recognise good work wherever it's done, but also where more work is needed. And I will always be an unflinching voice for rural Australians. This bill will help address the need for doctors and nurse practitioners in rural Australia, but the government can do more to recognise and address the dire state of mental health. That's why I'm calling on the government today to include in their next budget provisions for mental health workers to be included under this scheme. This would allow psychologists, mental health nurses, psychiatrists, social workers to all have a part of all or part of their outstanding university help debt reduced when they reside and work in rural and regional Australia. I recently met with the Minister for Education and was glad to receive his interest for including mental health workers in future budgets, and I look forward to working closely with him on this policy. Including these mental health workers in future budgets is smart. It's targeted, and it would give a clear signal to students that the need is great and the opportunity is wonderful if you choose a career in rural mental health. At a time like this, when our regions have suffered almost 3 years of bushfires, pandemic, border closures and now floods, the time is right for this investment on top of the investment the government is making for nurses, nurse practitioners and doctors. So I'm very pleased to receive the Minister for Education's interest in my proposal. I hope to continue working together with him and his team, and I really wanted to see this government invest not only in doctors and nurse practitioners, but also in mental health professionals in rural and regional Australia in the next budget and right out into the future. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Indi. The question is that the amendments be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of this Act and also the amendments that have been moved by the Shadow Minister for Education. The biggest compliment one can get is imitation, and this bill comes from legislation that I introduced when I was the Minister for Regional Health, and I'm so pleased that the current Labor government has decided to back the initiative, because we do have a problem. We have a major shortage of general practitioners and skilled, multi-skilled general practitioners and nurse practitioners in regional and remote Australia, and a shortage of general practitioners even in suburbia, but it's absolutely the worst situation in regional Australia. So the initiative at the heart of this bill is to give graduates in nursing and nurse practitioner studies relief for repayment of their HECS help debt. And it works that if you are in an area defined by the modified Monash classification system, if you work in far remote Australia, which is modified Monash 6 and 7, and you work for the length of your postgrad degree, either nurse practitioning or a medical degree, you get 2 years credit for 1 year worked in rural and remote Australia. So if you've done a 6-year medical degree and you work for 3 years in rural and remote Australia, your HECS debt is wiped. It's relieved. For nurse practitioners, it's a 2-year postgraduate doctorate. So it means if you do 1 year in rural and remote area, if it's regional, between regional and very far remote, it's 1 for 1. So if you've done a 6-year medical degree and you do 6 years service, that HECS debt, which can amount to up to $100,000, is waived. And the minimum amount of time you've got to do is half your medical degree. So you can't just turn up for 6 months, do it and get the benefit. You've got to do the hard yards, and that involves working 24 hours a week as a doctor in that area or as a nurse practitioner. There were some few bumps in the classification system, so this bill also includes amendments to cover people who, up until the 1st of January 2021, had been enrolled in a postgraduate Masters of Medical Practitioner, so that they are now effectively grandfathered and covered by it. But this initiative will shift people, because a lot of people really like their experience as a med student when they're doing their rotations through regional Australia, and we've organised that half of the training for med school and then medical registrars has to be done in regional Australia, acknowledging that shortage of the workforce. But having this financial carrot makes a lot of sense to young graduates who are at the stage of their life that they're settling down roots. And, gee, if I could have offered this during the period of the last government back to 2013, I wonder how many more doctors and nurse practitioners would have stayed. Now, the Shadow Minister for Education has moved some amendments that call for a review of this situation in 2 years after it's been running. And we want them to consider, with the help of the National Rural Health Commissioner and the Regional Education Commissioner other health graduates that are also equally short in regional Australia. Pharmacists, clinical psychologists, physiotherapists, pharmacists, all those professions are really lacking. There's this huge magnet that drags people into Metro Australia, and we really want to shift the dial on this. So that's why these amendments, it should be done within 2 years. But overall, this is a great bill. I'm not trying to blow my own trumpet. It is really a good idea.
Order.
People in the industry recommended it, and I support this bill to the hilt.
It being
Thank you.
7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. Give the call to the honourable member for Monash.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to address the Parliament tonight on the keepers of the springs. Peter Marshall, not the Peter Marshall who's the United Firefighters Union Secretary in Victoria, who's a friend of mine. I wish him all the best this Christmas. But Peter Marshall, that I'm talking about, was a Presbyterian minister who was the US State Chaplain from 1946 to 48 during the presidency of Harry Truman. This is the start of one of his sermons. High up in the hills, a strange and quiet forest dweller took it upon himself to be the keeper of the springs. He patrolled the hills, and whenever he found a spring, he cleaned his brown pool of silt and fallen leaves, of mud and mould, and took away from the spring all foreign matter, so that the water which bubbled up through the sand ran down clean and cold and pure. It leaped sparkling over the rocks and dropped joyously in crystal cascades until, swollen by other streams, it became a river of life to the busy town. Mill wheels were whirled by its rush, gardens were refreshed by its waters, fountains threw it like diamonds into the air, swans sailed on its limpid surface, and children laughed as they played on its banks in the sunshine. But the City Council was a group of hard-headed, hard-boiled businessmen. They scanned the civic budget and found in the salary of a keeper of the springs, said the keeper of the purse, "Why should we pay this romance ranger? We never see him, he's not necessary to our town's work life. If we build a reservoir just above the town, we can dispense with his service and save his salary." Therefore, the City Council voted to dispense with the unnecessary cost of the keeper of the springs and to build a cement reservoir. So the keeper of the springs no longer visited the brown pools, but watched from the heights while they built the reservoir. When it was finished, it was soon filled up with water, to be sure, but the water did not seem to be the same. It did not seem to be as clean, and a green scum soon befouled its stagnant surface. There were constant troubles with delicate machinery of the mills, for it was often clogged with slime, and the swans found another home above the town. At last an epidemic raged, and the clammy yellow fingers of sickness reached into every home in every street and lane. The council met again. Sorrowfully it faced the city's plight, and frankly it acknowledged the mistake, the dismissal of the keeper of the springs. They sought him out of his hermit hut high in the hills, begged him to return to his former joyous labour. Gladly he agreed and began once more to make his rounds. It was not long until pure water came lilting under the tunnels of ferns and mosses and to sparkle in the cleansed reservoir. Mill wheels turned again, as of old. Stenches disappeared, sickness waned, and convalescent children playing in the sun laughed again because the swans had come back. Who are these keepers of the wells? These keepers of the wells, Mr. Speaker, are the clerks of this House, the unseen, the unknown to the general public, our Hansard staff, the Parliamentary Library, our committee staff and support, our DPS staff, seen and unseen, those that work down in the dungeons of this building that keeps the House ticking over, our own members of staff in our offices, the people that feed us in the cafes and restaurants of the Parliament House, the Transport Office, our Commonwealth car drivers, our chamber stewards in the room tonight, and their daughters and families. And how's the dog? Our gardeners, cleaners, security staff, our friends on the other side of the chamber. I'd also like to thank the 156,000 Australian government public servants who keep the machinery of government running, whether we're here or not, and any during caretaker period of a government. And of course, last but not least, thank you to all the whips, especially Jane, Jess, Alana and Leonie. And, Mr Speaker, to you and all the other deputy speakers who have made such a difference to the running of this House. The way you perform your task has been exemplary, and I congratulate you on that. I've been round for a number of speakers, and I've seen your gentle hand upon this House and the way you have performed, and I'd like to personally congratulate you on this year's work, and I'd like you to pass that on to all the other deputy speakers. But importantly, as a friend, Doris Fennell, gave me a word once, and it said, "It's not the title, but the task. It's not the office, but the outcome." Merry Christmas.
I thank the member for Monash and for the best adjournment speech I have had as Speaker. The question is the House to now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Speaker. People rightly expect from those of us in public life, as representatives for and of the public, that we uphold high standards of integrity. And we are elected to this place by our communities to be their voice, and they place their trust in us that we will govern in their best interests. It's not news to anyone in this place that trust in this parliament as an institution, that trust in those of us in here is unfortunately declining. And that is a trend we must be aware of and that we must be concerned about and that we must be actively working to do something about. And so it is important to note that last week the government released the findings of the inquiry conducted by the former High Court Justice Virginia Bell into the multiple ministries the former PM, the member for Cook, appointed himself to without the knowledge of his ministers. Treasury, Home Affairs, Industry, Science, Energy, Resources. Portfolio after portfolio secretly added in a series of self-importance. The Bell inquiry has called these appointments, among other things, troubling, extremely irregular, bizarre and unnecessary. And it really does go to that question of trust in this place as an institution and trust in the work that we do here. And that is why it is so important that it is addressed. I will quote from the Bell report because I think it is important that this place considers this. The report found that the Parliament, given that the Parliament was not informed of any of the appointments, it was unable to hold Mr Morrison to account in his capacity as Minister administering any of these 5 departments. It found that the principles of responsible government were fundamentally undermined, that the lack of disclosure of the appointments to the public was apt to undermine public confidence in government. Once the appointments became known, the secrecy with which they'd been surrounded was corrosive of trust in government. What the former Prime Minister did should never have happened. The Bell inquiry has made 6 recommendations to improve transparency, accountability and public trust, and I am very pleased that our government is set to accept all of these recommendations and to work quickly to see them implemented. It is important for all of us in here that we do set a new tone about how we go about our work in this place. We don't want this to be a place where people think we just thrive on division, that the work we do is all about shouting at each other and secrecy. So I'm proud that in the 6 months so far of this new government, we have made a break with practices of the past, and we are showing that we want to work together to get good work done on behalf of our communities. That is what Australians want to see from us. So we are taking a collaborative, a positive approach, and we are taking this approach as we deliver important reforms that our communities also want to see. I think this approach was demonstrated during the Climate Change Act, when we had the government work closely with members of the crossbench, members across the parliament, to deliver the first real substantial plan on climate action that we've seen in 10 years, something this parliament had been unable to do for 10 years. Of course, the National Anti-Corruption Commission legislation currently making its way through the parliament. And again, the government has been listening to and working with people across this place to get us a good result on legislation that is going to be crucial for restoring trust in this place and for making sure that we are conducting ourselves with integrity as we go forward. Speaker, people ask me, does this parliament feel different to the last parliament? And I say to them, it absolutely does. Some of it, I think, is a vibe, but we can't rely on a vibe only. So it is important that our government is making these structural and substantial changes. Changes that show that we do want to treat each other with respect in this place, that we do want to uphold this parliament as an institution, that we think it's important for our democracy that we don't govern in a culture of secrecy, that for all of us in here, our job is to show our communities that they can trust us, that we are here for them, and I am pleased and proud of the work our government has done so far. I know there is more to do. I'll be very pleased to see a code of conduct come forward for all of us in this place, as recommended by the Jenkins Review. I think that will be the next important step in the work we are all trying to do to make this a parliament that we can be proud of, to make this a parliament that Australians can trust, to make sure that when we govern, we are governing in a way that gets us good results, but also shows people that this place is a place they can respect.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Forrest.
Thank you, Speaker. Our local community has been deeply saddened by the loss of Murray Piggott, who passed away suddenly at his family farming property in Brunswick Junction. Well, Murray was a wonderful man, a true gentleman, absolutely committed to his family, his friends and the Brunswick community. He was always the first person to help anyone who needed a hand, putting aside whatever he might have been doing at the time. And he had a major impact on the community throughout his life, through his involvement with the Lions Club, the Brunswick Ag Society and countless other many local organisations. But at the time he passed away, late on the Monday afternoon, Murray was doing what he loved, working on his farm, getting the tractor and rake ready for the next day's work. He was right in the middle of hay season, with 150 acres of hay cut and ready to be raked and baled. So next morning, after losing Murray, his nephew Mark Talbot started ringing around the local farming community to try to get a few machines and the gear needed to come to the farm to help rake, bale and cart Murray's hay. He told me the response was truly humbling. In fact, it left him in tears. As the word got around, more and more people rang to offer help. Each one of them said Murray had helped them over the years and they'd never forgotten his help. So a day later, Murray's muster happened. There were 7 hay rollers, 5 hay rakes, 7 loaders, 6 trucks and a team of local people all helping. Well, 8 hours later, 600 bales had been rolled, 650 bales carted and stacked, 1,000 small square bales raked, baled and carted as well. And to top it off, his fire breaks were all done as well. Now, there was a video made of the muster, and it was an emotional experience for those of us who've watched it. But it is a genuine example of what true Brunswick spirit is in our rural and regional community. It was most of all a testament to Murray Piggott and an indication of the great respect and genuine affection he'd earned throughout his life. And yes, as I said, it was emotional to watch, but it was also quietly satisfying for those who'd helped. They had done something for Murray that he would have done for them. As Mark, his nephew, said, every time help was needed, Murray was his first call. He was also the first call for many others. If something was broken, Murray would fix it. He was a self-taught and amazing welder and mechanic, and I don't think there was a piece of gear, any piece of gear, he couldn't operate or fix. And I've watched that video, Mr Speaker, and to see the amount of tractors and trucks literally working on Murray's property was an absolute credit to the Brunswick community and every farmer who turned up with a piece of gear to get that work done. Can I say thank you? But can I thank Mark and everyone who helped in that as well? But with all of the projects that Murray worked with, he was part of so many projects in the community throughout his life. He built so many buildings on the local showgrounds. He worked in his shed solving people's problems and, as I said, a self-taught engineer and mechanic. He loved a joke and he loved farmers' gatherings and he always had a joke, even at the Lions events. And the last one I remember him doing was part of the blue tree that they built around Men's Health. Well, Murray Piggott loved helping others and he will be remembered with great love, with great respect and great affections. And my condolences go to his wonderful wife and life partner, Val. They were a fabulous team. And to his family. I also want to offer my condolences to his sister Judy, her family, and for all of us throughout the Brunswick community who grieve his loss. Now, whether it was his involvement in so many community organisations, I know that the grief and sadness is widely felt around Brunswick. But we do know that Murray earned all of the respect that he so deserved. So, Vale Murray, your life's work is done. May you rest in peace.
The question is the House will now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Parramatta.
Thank you, Speaker. As the second oldest city in Australia, the history of Parramatta is also the history of Australia. As Parramatta continues on its path to becoming a global city, we must protect its heritage. And whatever lies ahead in Parramatta's future, I'm determined to make sure we never forget where it all began. This month, I held a community forum on the future of Parramatta's heritage alongside the Minister for Environment and Water, marking the first steps in a community-led approach towards heritage management in the city. At the forum, community groups were asked to present their visions for the future of Parramatta's heritage and how it can be managed so that these treasures remain a core part of the community for generations to come. The forum, held almost 5 years to the date of the Parramatta Female Factories National Heritage Listing, marks a new chapter in the fight to protect Parramatta's heritage treasures. But the fight to preserve Parramatta's heritage didn't start with me, it started with the community. And I want to recognise the decade of passionate advocacy that brought us to where we are today. From community leaders and groups like Gay Hendrickson of the Parramatta Female Factory Friends, Suzette Mead and Phil Russo from the North Parramatta Residents Action Group, Bonnie Jurek and Liz Scully. After a decade of activism, we've taken important steps to making sure Parramatta's heritage treasures remain an integral part of the community for decades to come. Speaker, my electorate is also home to the Toongabbie Legal Centre. I've always been driven by the belief that we as a society should be defined by our capacity to help the most vulnerable. And across the country, community legal centres provide an incredibly valuable service to society's most vulnerable members. Whether it be those experiencing financial hardship, domestic violence, cultural and linguistic barriers, or those facing discrimination, help from a community legal centre can be life-changing. Parramatta has long been a launchpad for first-generation immigrants, and many have gone on to reach their aspirations thanks to these community legal centres. And for the last 15 years, the Toongabbie Legal Centre has been providing free legal assistance to more than 10,000 vulnerable community members. Run by over 50 volunteers, the Toongabbie Legal Centre has continued to deliver these services despite no core funding from state or federal governments. Instead, it relies on community fundraising and donations to support its good work. And it's a reflection on the value of this organisation that the centre has been continually funded through this model. But this model does have its limits. The growing demand for legal assistance from the local community has forced the centre to explore options for growth. It currently operates out of a hall next to St Anthony's Church in Toongabbie, but it's fast outgrowing the space. In response to these pressures, the centre has begun crowdfunding for a new permanent location to continue delivering community legal services to Western Sydney. So the next time you're in town, have a think about dropping by their many fundraising events or making a donation at the Toongabbie Legal Centre website, because every contribution will ensure that the important work of the Toongabbie Legal Centre continues on into the future.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Dawson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, it's clear that the Albanese government looks after those who live in the cities and leaves behind those who don't. The people of my electorate of Dawson, a rural area, like all regional areas, are paying the price of this Labor government. Key nation-building and community-strengthening infrastructure projects in my patch have been scrapped and will have devastating impacts. The Whitsundays is a tourism mecca, with 74 beautiful islands, and we are the heart of the Great Barrier Reef. Tourists come from across the globe to visit these islands and explore one of the 7 wonders of the world. With most families owning a boat, the Whitsundays have one of the largest boat ownerships per capita. Prior to the election, the Coalition committed $420,000 to the Whitsunday Volunteer Marine Rescue. Mr Speaker, this funding is vital, and it would have gone a long way to improve the safety of those thousands of water users in the Whitsundays. The volunteers of VMR are hard-working, committed volunteers who dedicate themselves to greater safety in the Whitsundays. But their work is being undermined by facilities that are too small. This means that crucial programs like first aid courses and navigation training cannot happen because they simply don't have enough room to run the event. I visited these incredible volunteers multiple times, and I've seen firsthand the need they have to expand their facility and to allow for space for regular search and rescue services, as well as full-scale rescue operations. It is vital that this club of around 50 dedicated volunteers have the appropriate technology and space to keep our boaties and tourists safe on the water. If funding for organisations such as VMR is what the Albanese government defines as waste, then this is disgraceful. Another group left behind is the veterans in and around Mackay. The Coalition government committed $5 million in my electorate of Dawson to invest in veterans' wellness. This would have brought an RSL complex to Mackay, a wellness centre to the Mackay Memorial Pool Complex and a retreat at Kitchen Dam. The wellness facilities were designed to support defence personnel, veterans and first responders and their families, but the Labor government has axed that. In fact, they've axed all veterans' wellness centres north of Brisbane. The regions are being brushed again. What kind of message does this send? I'm appalled. If our men and women are willing to put their bodies on the line, willing to put the lives on the line for our security and sovereignty of our nation, the very least we should do is offer support for them when they come home. The peace of our country comes at a cost. There is an immediate cost, but there's also a hidden cost that chips away at the mental health of our returned servicemen and women. The toll is great on our veterans. Many of our veterans come home having experienced the terror of war, a trauma that can stay with them for the rest of their lives. When in government, the Coalition invested a record amount in our veterans, and that is a legacy I'm extremely proud of. It is disappointing that the government would remove this funding and put it in the wastebasket. How we honour our veterans is a mark of our nation. Regional Aussies deserve more from their government, who is there to represent everyone. Mr Speaker, these are just a couple of projects that would have made a huge difference in the life of my local community. And I haven't even spoken of the other critical projects that the government has canned. Mackay Hockey, Air Industrial Estate, the Proserpine P&C Shade Project. They've taken money off the P&C. Alligator Creek Community Sporting Hall, Urena Dam and Bowen Pipeline. These projects I will continue to fight hard for, because I believe when the regions are strong, all Australia is strong. When the parts of Australia that are producing the nation's wealth are supported, places like Dawson, the whole nation will prosper. This government needs to step up and start representing all Australians.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give a call to the honourable member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, each year I rise in this parliament to honour the lives of women who have died in the past year through acts of violence, often by someone known to them. Tonight I stand to honour and pay my respects to the 40 women who have died this year. This equates to almost one violent death every week in 2022. Regretfully, the actual number is likely to be much higher, as the list is limited to deaths that have been publicly reported. Before I acknowledge each woman who is no longer with us, I want to acknowledge the researchers from Destroy the Joint, who do the heartbreaking and difficult work of maintaining the Counting Dead Women register in Australia, where this information is recorded. In Australia in 2022, we have lost the following women: Poonam Sharma, aged 39, Krishna Chopra, 61, Christine Stephan, 68, Amina Hyatt, 19, Angela Huata, 41, Vanessa Godfrey, 46, Cinnamon Bell, 26, Kylie Griffith, 36, Sharon Simmons, aged 60, Susan Walker, 74, Mackenzie Anderson, 21, Linda Simon, 62, Danielle Jordan, 40, Chen Chen, 35, Donna Howe, 57, Phoebe McIntosh, 25, Shirley Kidd, 68, Cheryl Johnson, 62, AK, 30, and her 15-week-old infant, Shireen Kumar, 43, Marie Schwartz, 59, Zhefing Eline Liu, aged 47, Florrie Corey Rubin, 47, Tanya Trickery, 44, Amin Al-Hazuri, known as Amy, 39, Lametta Fadalala, 48, Susan Duffy, 71, Barbara Wilshire, 92, Louise Hughes, 51, Nadia Louise Spice, aged 40, Christine Barker, 74, Emily Thompson, aged 18, Sheena Fairfield, 39, Victorina Bruce, aged 40, and another 6 unnamed women. Each of these deaths is a tragedy, and each death should fully galvanise us as political leaders to do everything necessary to end this national scourge of violence against women and children in our nation. We are currently marking the 16 days of activism against gendered violence in Australia. And last Friday, I want to pay tribute to the Newcastle Domestic Violence Committee, which held a candlelight vigil, as many cities around and towns around Australia did, to remember the women killed by violence in 2022. I'm sick of attending candlelight vigils, and I don't want to have to stand in this parliament each and every year reciting the list of women who have been killed by the most violent means imaginable. But I will stand here because each and every one of those women need to be remembered, and their deaths can never be in vain. We have to stop violence against women and children, and we need to do it now. I am very proud that an Albanese Labor government, in partnership with the states and territories, has developed a new national plan to end gender-based violence within a generation. This is a big ambition because all of the statistics in this country are heading in the wrong direction. And notwithstanding efforts from governments over time, we have failed to make a dent in this regard. And we will also honour our commitment to a standalone dedicated national action plan to support First Nations women, but it's up to every single one of us to make sure we put those actions those words into actions. Thank you.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.